Hello everyone, good evening, Andrew here, and welcome to the finale of Donkey Kong Country Returns. Great to see everyone here as the thing goes to sleep. We got Fennec, Babs, welcome, Real, Trey, and Jess over on the YouTube side. But when there's no sound during the intro thing, it's because it means we've got a guest today to join us for the finale, everyone.
What is up, gamers? What is up, everybody? Cypher Admin Max here. I'm here again for Donkey Kong. I love Donkey Kong.
So this is going to be a really fun one. Again, we'll talk more about your interesting situation as we get into it, but
Yes.
appreciate having you along. It's going to be fun, I think, as we finish off the game. Fennec with the good old snake rattle and rolls. Yeah, we'll get started here in just a second. Hey, Real says, hey, it's Max.
Hello, Real. Yes, I'm here. Hi, everyone.
All right, then. Oh, somehow we've ended up at the end of the menu. Remember F099? Nobody plays that anymore. And then Yooka-Laylee's already pushed way down to the end. Feels like we just finished that. And then look at all the stuff I've played since. Oh, you got your Pikachu emojis in there. We got Christian. What?
You got even farther in Sonic X Shadow Generations? Wow.
I beat the first boss. Okay, we're not going to get into the Sonic talk. This is a Donkey Kong stream. So I need to play the Shadow part, but like I felt like I had to play the Sonic part first, even though I've already beaten it. But then that just meant I never got to the Shadow part yet. So
Man, that was my first time beating Generations, and those bosses are not very good. I don't like them, especially the last one. That last one sucks. It's not good.
So we're not doing two-player today. Max is just some interesting Donkey Kong related stories.
It doesn't even have online. We can't even do it.
No, Christian, it's not. Trey, new to these streams? Well, thank you so much, Trey. So is this the first time hearing Max? Yeah, he's the guy who usually plays the Mario Party. Oh.
Yes.
Christian, there's no way you have that many points. You're cheating somehow. Does it overflow if you make the amount like too much? And then you can just keep doing it. There's no way you've spent 20,000 points.
He spent like 50,000 on Monday.
Like there's no way. There's no way you have that many. But all right, everyone, you ready to play some Donkey Kong one last time? Until next week when we start Tropical Freeze.
I'm gonna make Kirby gray.
Hopefully everyone can hear everything. There's no music on the menu screen here. The 5 megabyte Switch home menu.
Kirby's gray today.
That's so weird. I
don't know why that's a feature.
I don't get that.
Was that just on by default? You didn't
That's just something every channel has, and I've never understood what it is. So I think you might be the first person who's ever bought it.
It lets you modify an emoji, and you can make it gray or put like sunglasses on it.
It's just so weird. But yes, last time we beat the ever-popular Factory World. It seems to be the general consensus. Everyone loves it. Everyone agrees it's the best. So we can only go downhill from here, everyone. No.
Yes.
So the thing we're going to be ending off with today is apparently the 3DS version got an additional 9th world. And I didn't play the 3DS version. So that's going to be new to me. Probably new to a lot of you. New to you, Max, apparently, as well.
Yes, yes.
So you might want to share your situation with everyone regarding your
I was going to say no co-op. No co-op. We don't get to take advantage of the thing that everybody's angry about apparently online.
Yes, so apparently the 3DS version introduced a quirk with the co-op where in the original game, after one player jumps on an enemy, there'd be like a second or so, a few frames where the second player could jump on top of them as well, so you could both get the bounce. And there's sometimes in this game where you see, getting a bounce is required for progressing in the level or whatnot. But the 3DS version broke it, where there weren't those additional frames for the second player to get the bounce, and this version kept that. So yeah, no definitiveness here.
Yes.
Yes.
I wonder.
We're in agreement.
The co-op. Yes. I wonder if the co-op's good. It's very different than the SNES games. Because you can actually both play at the same time.
Right. I like the way it works in the SNES games, though, where one person gets to be one Kong and one person gets to be the other, so you kind of swap out during those difficult parts and whatnot.
It's like Mario. It's like Mario co-op, except you don't have to like go back to the like level select screen every time someone dies.
You don't have to battle someone in original arcade Mario Brothers to try and get their turn, steal their lives.
Is that a thing?
In like Mario 3 on the map? No, you don't know that on Mario 3?
I didn't know that. I've never beaten Mario 3. I'm very bad at
Do we need to co-op stream Mario 3 one night?
Yes. Yes. I told you the only Mario games I have not beaten are 2, 3, and World.
All right, Max, it's your job to tell me
World
where all the
on...
puzzle pieces were.
Oh god.
World 8's the lava world, everybody, because you remember the lava world from Donkey Kong Country 1. No, it was 2 that had that.
I'm sorry, everybody. Yeah, World is on hiatus because something is wrong with my upscaler. So that's really cool.
Do it the old-fashioned way. We don't need to upscale.
I know. I should buy a Dazzle.
Oh god, what is this? Okay.
I remember this level. Yeah.
So you think that World 8's comparatively small? Oh my god, I just wanted to grab the puzzle piece so that even if I died, you know, I would still have it. So you might have noticed that interesting question mark in the background. There's something that's been going on the whole game that I completely forgot about until I saw that and it reminded me of it. And that's, I don't think has really been that obvious to begin with, is that the silhouette that shows up whenever you die, I think is of the boss of that world. But it's like such a small detail that I completely forgot it even existed. But you're not supposed to know who the final boss is of this world, everyone. Maybe it's K. Rool.
Even though wasn't he in the first cutscene?
They all look the same.
Well, I don't remember exactly, but I thought the leader was the one in the beginning, but I don't know.
I don't know. They're tikis. I haven't spent that much time personifying each of these tikis. Getting invested in their character arcs. I'm sorry.
So you barely even know the difference because you don't even fight them. You fight who they're like possessing.
That's true.
So you're not even able to tell what they look like except for the cutscene in the boss battle, I guess.
Right, which I like usually don't even watch.
I after the first few I started skipping it.
Like, they definitely had some interesting ideas with this game, but it was going to be a hard sell, you know, to get rid of K. Rool, who everyone loves so much, and to replace them with completely new enemies.
Yeah, so many...
Like, effort due where, you know, kudos due where it's due for trying to do something different, but, like, you kind of need K. Rool and Donkey Kong.
So many great ideas. Like, let's make an entire level in the last world where you have to crouch every 5 seconds.
It's not just every level. I see what you mean, though.
This one's like especially bad with all those fireballs. Also, I will say, in the trend of Mario giving everything a face, I do appreciate that the fireballs have faces. I do like that. That's a nice touch.
Roasted. Also, let's make sure we're reading the chat here. Hello, Nemoski. Yes, this is Notorious Crouching Level. Indeed, it is. This isn't a remake of Donkey Kong Country 1, Andrew. It doesn't need the copy. It says Super Tom Brother. Yes. Well, it's funny how in some ways it tries to be, you know, this is all those things you remember from the first game. Then every once in a while it just throws something at you that had nothing to do with, like, any of the games.
Will people get mad at me if I call it New Super Donkey Kong Brothers?
Probably. Nah, you just call it whatever you like. All right, we gotta get our DK tie on here. I'm not missing anything at the start, am I? Like, there's not something in that door. We're gonna have to replay the whole level anyway. But all right, World 8. Great. So when you play this game, so I want the reason we have Max on here today is we have some very interesting insight. As someone who, I've never heard of this before, played through this very game that you're watching right now before any of the other Donkey Kong Country games. So we need to hear your story of, you know, how that came to be and what your thoughts are.
So I consider myself somebody who is bad at video games. I will admit it. I'm usually... I don't know, if I'm familiar with a franchise, I can do okay, but I'm not the best at video games. And so Donkey Kong and Mega Man were two franchises that I kind of put off because I felt like I don't even know if I'm like any franchise that's considered hard kind of worries me a bit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not very good at Mega Man. That's another one. I'm very bad at Mega Man. But I thought, you know, there's this game coming out on the Switch I want to, and I also really wanted the pre-order bonus.
Oh, is that the way I'm supposed to go? What? So here I thought there was this secret that you had to pound on, and like the guys were stopping you from doing it. Here it turns out there might have actually been something I needed to find to the right of that guy, and I thought that was where the level was actually supposed to proceed. Whoops.
Yeah.
You could have
really
warned me about that. We're talking.
True. Yeah. From the minute delay on the stream.
Yes. You saw what I was trying to do. Mm-hmm.
Yes. I just did. Yeah, I really wanted the pre-order bonus because I remember as a kid I wanted the little Donkey Kong barrel like 3DS cartridge holder, and I was like, "There's no way that this isn't just the exact same mold." It pretty much is. So I thought I might as well get it this way if I can't buy the 3DS one anymore.
In Canada, we didn't get any pre-order bonus at all. In fact, you might have just seen, and this might have been related to it, a few days ago, GameStop is looking to sell their, apparently, Canadian and French, like, part of the business. So that might be why we haven't been getting pre-order bonuses recently, because they're getting ready to go extinct.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends. I know another thing that's been happening lately that might have to do... Well, actually, I mean, you guys get... It really only has been Donkey Kong. I mean, you get even as recent as last year, Canada would get special different pre-order bonuses than the one that America got. Like, for example, you got that really cool slip cover with Paper Mario.
That one doesn't make any sense. That's such an anomaly. That was like the last thing we ever got, because then when Jamboree came around, you guys were talking about how in the US, like, Best Buy had a different thing and GameStop had a different thing. We got zero Jamboree pre-order bonuses.
So from what I remember, one retailer got a popcorn bucket or like a trash can, something like that. You know, like the Christmas popcorn buckets that are metal.
There was like a weird name for it, and I had no idea what they were talking about. But
and then GameStop, which is where I usually go because it's my closest store. They got a really cool keychain that's like a 3D, like the dice block. So I kind of like that.
So Super Tom Brother has an interesting point about how in Japan, Donkey Kong Country is just called Super Donkey Kong. I haven't paid any attention, though, to what they've been calling the newer games. Do they still call it, like, Super Donkey Kong Returns? This is Super Seth Rogen Returns. Does the Max guy like Donkey Kong or something? So yeah, the funniest part about your story is that after beating this, you then went and played the Super Nintendo games. So you have, like, this really reverse experience.
I got about halfway or so through the first game. I need to go back. Like I said, my Super Nintendo all of a sudden just had issues. I mean, I could play it on the CRT, but I have a retro tink, and that's how I do the streaming on, like, I was playing Mario World on stream. And then all of a sudden I turned everything was working fine. I touched nothing. I go to play Donkey Kong and I'm just getting no video output through my retro tink. So I'm probably going to have to buy better cables or something, because I don't know why it's not working. I plugged it into my CRT and it works fine. So it's not the cables. It's just something isn't working and I don't know why. So I do want to continue them. They're very, very good games. But so I was very bad at games. So I was kind of worried. I kind of put it off for a really long time. And I had a little bit of trouble with, like, the first 2 levels because I had to get used to the controls because, you know, Donkey Kong doesn't really have a tutorial. They just kind of throw you into it, which I mean, that's not a bad thing. But so once I figured it out, honestly, it really isn't that hard. I don't understand. People call this game or this franchise really, really hard, and I don't know. It's not that hard.
Well, it's funny because you were also mentioning Mega Man, another series you've hesitated to get into it, but you've wanted to.
Yes.
And that's obviously the other one that everyone always likes to say is really, really hard. And it's like, I'm glad to hear that, your experience with it was good, though.
Yeah, you always talk so much about Battle Network. I got that collection, and I still haven't used it. And
it's great.
I really want to play it. I'm a big fan of, I guess, like, Game Boy ports. Like, whenever they re-release a Game Boy Advance or Game Boy game, I will always buy it just because I think that's cool whenever they do that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's basically what this was. It's just a collection of Game Boy Advance games, which is awesome. Because Game Boy Advance games age, except for, the few that tried to look 3D, but most of them have aged really, really well, because they're basically just slightly more powerful Super Nintendo games.
So I've noticed that this level has like 0 heart drops. I guess that's where the difficulty comes in now, is that they just don't give you any health back when you get hurt, ever.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I feel like, well, you're going for everything. I didn't 100% the game, but I feel like in this game, at least in Donkey Kong, for the most part, a lot of the time when you die, it's because you fell in a pit. I feel like it's very easy. This game is okay. So I played this one first, and then I went on to play the first game. One thing I noticed is this game introduced a bunch of very annoying mechanics.
Like having to, blow away the grass every 5 seconds or whatever.
On yeah, because it's like, I feel like it's really easy to avoid most of the enemies in this game, except for the really stupid ones, like the ones that shoot fire, and then you like the blue guys.
Yeah, the ones I've been experiencing this whole level.
And they don't give you enough time to you have to get next to them and then hold down and then press B. It's weird.
Someone at Retro Studios really loved the concept. Like they must have just clapped for hours when someone suggested that DK should have to duck every 5 seconds and blow on something.
And the worst ones are the crab enemies on the ship levels, where you have to stand next to them perfectly still, because if you're running and you press the button, then you roll, right? So
yes, so that's still a really big pain, is that pounding the ground is just the same thing as rolling, but in the not 64, in the Super Nintendo one, you might have noticed you can still pound the ground with DK, but you have to hold down and then press Y.
Oh, I didn't even know you could do that. I thought it just wasn't.
It's such a random feature that's never required. Sometimes you'll find items underground by doing it, but the items stop showing up halfway through the game. They just forgot to keep adding them or something.
Yeah,
it's really weird.
Yeah, but anyway, so the crab enemies, you have to slam the ground, and then they flip over, and then you have to jump on them.
Yeah, everything in this game feels like more of a chore than it should, kind of.
Yeah, I feel like when it's a game like this where you're supposed to be running through, there should not be an enemy that takes that much effort. I mean, you can avoid 90% of them. It's not that horrible, but. Yeah, I didn't know you could hit the ground in the original games either, Brady. That's interesting.
Crab Haters Unite said those Nemoski. You can jump on the red crabs and then roll through them when their pincers are up, though. Oh, we got all 5 pieces. I was sure I'd only gotten 4, so thank goodness. We can move on. Put that one in the books.
Yeah. So, like you mentioned before, this game does have a lot more of levels where you have to rush. There's not nearly as many crumbling platforms in the original game, which I kind of appreciate.
I love Brady saying, wait, you can hit the ground in the original game. So only as DK, so that means only in the first one. It's just such an obscure move, like Kiddy Kong's ability to roll on top of the water, that's relevant once or twice in DKC3 and then never again. Or the fact that you can throw him to break the floor once or twice and then never again. So
yeah.
Weird stuff like
especially because nowadays that's one of Donkey Kong's signature moves.
That's same with blowing dandelions. Classic DKC move.
Yeah, at least that's not a smash move. That'd be weird.
His final smash just blows them all away.
His final smash used to be Donkey Konga. I don't think it is. Maybe it still is. I don't know. I know that they did that thing in Ultimate where they replaced all of the final smashes that required you to actually move.
Oh, interesting. I never really thought about it.
So, remember how certain characters would have final smashes?
Well, Sonic is just I would just go around the screen for an hour and destroy everyone. So everyone called it cheating.
Wario.
Yeah, with the bike.
Wario would turn into... Yeah, no, he would turn into Wario Man in one of the games.
That does sound familiar now, yes.
Wario's bike is just his side B or his neutral B or something. He can use it's actually really funny because he can spawn the bike anytime, and then when it breaks, he can eat the tires to regain health.
Oh, interesting. Nemoski says 8-5 puzzle pieces bringing back flashbacks. Uh-oh. Ground pound and smash in his fight and punch out Wii. There you go. Nice.
Play ever use his? I play Donkey Kong a lot in Smash. So that's another reason I wanted to play the game. Is everybody was like, "You played Donkey Kong in Smash Brothers?
Hey, here we
never
go.
Played a Donkey Kong game."
That's interesting.
So I needed to fix that and play a Donkey Kong game to make up for it. No, but yeah, I have a lot to say. You know, it's been over a month, right? Certain exact aspects are kind of getting away from me now, but I will say Donkey Kong is peak platforming. I don't think I've ever it's one of those games where the controls feel so perfect that everything is your fault.
As I die.
Well, okay.
No, it's fair. It's fair.
You like these levels.
I do.
kind of feel like the minecart, because it's also weird because also you mentioned this in your last stream, and once I played it, I realized in this game minecarts are a one-hit kill.
Yeah.
And they're not in the SNES games.
Unless you fall, but yeah.
I don't know. I kind of feel like when it comes to the minecarts and the barrels,
what was that?
I think that the hitboxes can be a little jank sometimes, in my experience. Like that one level where you have to duck under the crystals.
Yeah. And they always do this
ducking,
thing where, like, they make you jump right at the end, but they also put the ceiling right to the end, so you have to do this, like, pixel perfect unducking and then jumping.
And then again, like in the one factory level with the barrels, you noticed how, like, you have to be really, really precise because there's those pistons that crush you unless you're, like, perfectly going with the pistons and getting lower.
Oh, I'm
like
too busy
when you're in the
looking at
barrel.
all the other stuff going on. Yeah, and that one, it's pretty much like you kind of have to predict where you need to be. So that's one thing with the rocket barrels is, like, I don't think there was any shortage of stuff to take inspiration from in the SNES DKC games, but they added a lot of weird things that, like, I don't know if anyone was asking for in the Donkey Kong Country series. The rocket barrel being one of them, which again does kind of show up technically in the SNES games, but on a technicality, I would say. But
But like when it comes to the basic just platforming, I don't think I've played many games that feel like this nice to control. Like, especially because they're so consistent with the controls that now that I've played this game, because I have a friend who played through all of the SNES games leading up to the new one. And I remember I played co-op with him on the second game for, like, the first world, and I did so bad. So now that I've actually played a full game, now I'm, like, way better at the controls.
I apologize, Max. I have to explain one thing here. The reason I keep dying on the ground is because I keep expecting something to fall at the top. And there's a puzzle piece down there, so we gotta go back to get it anyway. But I'd keep looking at the top of the screen expecting a piece to fall, so that's why I was kind of getting ready at the bottom, and then accidentally kind of touched the bottom. But sorry, Max, please, continue.
No, yeah, the controls are just... the controls feel so good in this game. And also, due to the fact that they're so consistent, playing this game made me, like, better at the old ones, because it's basically the same controls, for the most part.
Yeah, like, it's so weird that you're a very rare person who has, like, the reverse experience. And one thing that's, I think, you know, I mentioned and you agreed. Oh, is it... Do I get killed because there's a fire guy that comes from the background there? I have no idea what's going on.
This level is so annoying. Yeah, I'm just remembering. I had a lot of trouble with those fire guys that come from behind you. I hate that. It's...
But the rolling is that you agree that the rolling definitely feels better in the Super Nintendo games, and it's such a big part of the Donkey Kong Country games that it's kind of weird that they, you know, made it strange in the Returns games.
Yeah, but there would be times where I was trying to roll, like there were, like, you know, multiple enemies, and I tried to roll into all of them, and I wouldn't roll far enough, and so I got hit by the last one. And I feel like that doesn't happen as much in the SNES game. The rolling feels a little better.
Yes.
Yeah. And I don't know. I enjoy. I guess you'd call this game 2.5D, right?
Yeah, I guess
you know, like background elements.
I'm just trying to get by these. So let's take 1 second. Let's think about these fireball guys. They're coming from behind. I didn't think that it maybe clipped like a pixel of me, that guy. But it's when
it's bad.
It's bad. Okay. Well, I appreciate that you're
it's pretty
agreeing.
bad.
So let's see. So do they go straight? Like, no, they kind of curve too. Like, how do you predict the curve? So now we have. Okay. So I just kind of gotta somehow squeak through the bottom there. It's pretty much pure memorization, because same with the fireballs in the last level. It's like, there's no giveaway in where they are coming from and where they're gonna go. So you kind of just have to watch and memorize.
There are certain times where it's really tedious like this, but there's also other times where the difficulty is like so fair that it feels like really satisfying to do everything first try. Like there's another rocket barrel level in this world that's like the polar opposite, where it like feels so cool to like perfectly dodge everything because it's pretty fair in that way. I think it's this world. Either this world or the last world.
Okay, we're at a checkpoint now, everybody. Fingers crossed we don't miss anything and have to replay it.
Oh, wait. Oh, this is the part I was talking about.
Oh, wow.
This is the level.
Okay, well, we got 4 out of 5. I see what you're saying.
These fire snakes are
I
like
think I missed the G.
Opposite where
Uh-oh. I was so busy looking at stuff.
Where you see how satisfying it is that they're spaced out enough where you can like very easily dodge them.
Yes. I mean, and the hitbox is very generous too. Always love a generous hitbox.
I really like this specific part with the fire snakes. It's very fun.
So at the bottom there was something that I think I missed. I was so busy looking at the top. Apparently if we stay down here, yeah, there is the G down there that we have to get somehow. No other platformer comes close. Maybe Celeste. Yeah, Celeste was made so that like everything flows really nicely. Reminds me of the carpet level in Aladdin on SNES, only harder. I understand. How did you do?
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot. I came in the stream and asked everybody, how do I get more lives? I don't want a game over. I had a very, very hard time with the timing in the first barrel level. That's why I failed like 15 times. That's on me. You know, the part after the checkpoint where you have to like avoid the bees.
Yes, there is like a shortcut that you can use to get past all that, but
yeah,
it's a little
anyway.
tricky.
That part took me quite a few attempts.
I'm like in the lava. I knew that would be a puzzle piece. That's why I did that. Okay, we have everything.
Where
Just gotta get out alive.
I hadn't saved yet, so I came in and I was panicking. I was like, I don't want to have to do all that again. How do I get more lives or save? Luckily, people were very helpful. They told me that you can easily grind lives in the first level. So that's what I did.
All right, another level down.
Yeah, just practice. But yeah, like honestly, everybody always talks about, like the minecart levels, right? In the old games.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they're better than the ones in this game.
And I mean, there's only 2 of them. It's not like this game where they made a whole world dedicated to them and then some.
There's only 2? I didn't know that. Well, I guess I've done half of them already.
I know people always talk about them like they're the end of the world. Yeah, but one thing I'm probably also noticing about Donkey Kong Country 1 and all the Super Nintendo games is that there's a lot more variety in the level design, where the weird decision they made about this game is that like every world has a theme and you're going to play like 10 levels in a row of only that theme. Where in the Super Nintendo ones, it's like always mixing it up.
Also, another thing I didn't get is this game has no water levels.
Right? Tropical Freeze does that much better. It has actual water levels. Because
water levels, everybody talks about the water levels, mostly just because of the music, right?
It's good music. Oh god.
It is. I remember this level. Yeah, You're gonna want to be quick here.
So the reason I'm not being so quick is I'm like, this is the kind of game that will make you look behind you because a secret will appear or something. This game, like every other level, it's like, oh, hope you look behind the start because we hit a puzzle piece back there. Very original.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, this game does a very, very weird thing where it introduced. I mean, I'm assuming it introduced it.
Okay.
I don't actually know.
I see what I missed there. But see, that's another case of like, unless you screw it up the first time, you're probably not going to see that.
This game introduced levels where it's like a minecart level, but you're standing on the minecart, and so you can just very easily jump out and die.
You could kind of see it. In widescreen, you could actually see that barrel a little bit on the side of the screen. So yeah, you're like you just mentioned, I do really like in the Super Nintendo one how you're like glued to the minecart. I don't understand in this game why they did it like that.
Yes.
Hey, also, Big Phil, thank you for the subscription. Hope you're having a great night.
Another weird thing about this game that I do not understand is where's all the animal buddies?
What? There's more than one? I mean, I guess two if you count squawks.
Well, so you and many other people always talk about how much they love these games, and so I hear about them all the time. And the two things I always hear are, well, other than the minecart levels being difficult, I always hear water levels and animal buddies. And this game doesn't have any of that.
So true. And like here we go, right here we have a minecart level, but like but they're mixing it with climbing and stuff. Jess says they've done the first minecart level so many times that like you can just see it in your in your sleep. And there's the trick where you can just completely skip the first minecart level too. So most people don't even play it.
That would be like if Nintendo made a brand new 2D Mario game and only had Yoshi in it like 3 times.
Oh yeah, never done that.
No.
So again, this is a case of, are you supposed to go up or are you supposed to go down? Because in any other Donkey Kong Country game, the secret would be by staying down on the minecart. So it's always a guess. It's like a 50-50 guess.
Oh yeah, like in the first minecart level in the first game, there's that part where if you don't jump or if you jump earlier, then you land on the lower track and there's a life down there.
Exactly, and you'll see in other ones too, where like staying down gets you to a bonus game or something. But this game messes with my brain because half the time you have to go up instead of down, and that's not how it used to work.
Yeah. So I enjoyed, and a lot of the jumps are really awkward because it's also like kind of weird how you can't land on the rails. So if you miss, then you just die. You just fall into a pit and die. So it really feels like with every level with like automated stuff like this, they might as well not even have a health bar because it doesn't matter. Because there's no way to really like save yourself in these levels because all of the level is a bottomless pit.
Oh yeah, and then ducking in the minecart's a thing in this game, which is like not in the Super Nintendo games, so that always messes me up. Wow.
Yeah.
You wanted On Guard to return in Tropical Freeze and he didn't, so yeah. Yeah, so there's definitely some questionable decisions in the return games. But I mean, at least for like a 4-year span there, we were getting new Donkey Kong games. Better than we've done the last 10 years.
So who have I seen so far? Let me think. There was On Guard, the Frog. What's the frog's name?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Why can't I? Why is it slipping my mind? This never happens. Winky. As I was thinking Wrinkly, I'm like, that's not right.
Okay.
Hey, Winky.
Yeah, and so the frog is like hidden in one of the cave levels in like World 2.
Yes.
I think. Yeah, that one's cool. And I also like how the animal buddies, they still get hit by the bees, but they can like jump on the bees.
Yeah.
Pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best part of the animal buddies is like being able to take out all those enemies that are otherwise invincible.
And then there's the ostrich.
Espresso. And then there's the ostrich. I like how I'm holding down.
Well, I don't does it say any of their names in the game?
You had to read the instruction manual back then.
Oh yeah, I'm totally playing on my real cartridge.
It will say their names when you beat the game, so it doesn't.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. So I am playing on real hardware, so I'm not using any save states. So And also, part of that is because I don't want to, and part of that is because I'm not actually sure how to.
I also have a Super
Apparent-
Nintendo flash cart, and I've never found out how to do them because I really don't intend to.
Yeah, I tried to Google it, and apparently there's like a whole bunch of weird stuff you have to do, like you install special software. So I don't know.
Interesting.
But
that's
will,
the
again,
second
another
time
thing.
I've done that now. Sail right over that minecart.
Yeah, I did that a lot. What else? Oh yeah, and so the ostrich, unless they appear later in the game, I've only seen them in the bonus thing in the first level, with the gold things. You get 3 of the gold things, and then you get to do a bonus area. Are they in actual levels?
And sorry, which button was that?
The ostrich. Espresso.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'm trying to think of when the first time Espresso shows up. But yes, you will be seeing Espresso.
Yeah. And then Ramby, or as I called him, Jomby.
All right, everyone, here we go.
See, Andrew didn't watch Pee-wee's Playhouse, so he doesn't understand that reference.
Okay, so we're gonna get this, and then don't think I don't see this for some bananas. Make Phil, me watch monkey, me happy. Ooh, banana, says Big Phil.
Oh, speaking of monkey memes, you know what I got reminded of last night? Remember the monkey that learned how to use a computer, and he said, "Me orange, give orange, me good orange."
No, I have no clue.
They taught an orangutan or something how to use like a primitive form of like typing. And he typed out like, "Give me orange, please, yes, orange."
No.
Ooh, banana. Yeah, so I haven't seen... Okay, Super Tom Brother just named all of them. Okay. There's Squawks and Quawks. Interesting. Wow. Yeah, so I haven't seen... I've only finished the first 2 worlds, and then I put it off to play something else, and then I
see
came back
something
and
inside... Here, there we go. That should be all of those. And then the fireball, the Potabo that just jumps up out of nowhere.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so I've only finished the first 2 worlds of the first game, and that's because my Super Nintendo is having issues. So I will get back to that. I'm probably going to have to buy the remote game. That's probably what I'm going to do. I actually have a coupon that I'm going to use, because Castlemania Games gives you a coupon on your birthday for $10 off every year. So I'm gonna have to use that. That'll make it a little cheaper.
And the winner is Robot House.
Nice Wario. Thank you, Christian.
Oh, you're just playing, and then the Potabo comes up, and you don't even think about it. Incredible.
Is that what they're called?
So, it's funny, in the Mario series, that's what everyone refers to the jumping fire thing as. But I think it has 2 O's, so it's technically Potaboo, and then sometimes they're referred to as like fire bubbles. So I have no clue what the official name of them is these days. And in the Donkey Kong series, I doubt that someone gave that specific thing a name. The fire that jumps out of the ground.
I have no idea of any of the names of any of the enemies in this game.
DK slid there like he was on ice.
Just for the record, I don't know the names of like any of the enemies in this game.
Tiki 1, Tiki 2, Tiki 3.
Squidward's Tiki Land.
Exactly.
I love that episode.
Professor City, you're playing Tropical Freeze while enjoying the stream. Thanks, you're welcome. Sorry it's been a pretty sloppy stream so far. It's just been me showing you how DK reacts to falling into lava like 40 times. Hope you've enjoyed.
I'll say, I will be honest, it makes me feel a little better to know that it wasn't just me who had a difficult time with this level.
Like, you just kind of get into a rhythm, and then it's like, oh, forgot that the fireball was going to be there, so you play the waiting game.
Because I feel like a lot of this game, you've obviously done way better than me, because you've played so much Donkey Kong. But it makes me feel a little better. No, it isn't just me.
It's the second time I've done that now. You think with the widescreen and it coming on screen sooner that I would react sooner to it. But.
Well, it also, I mean, I guess this is in the original too, but I feel like it's less. Well, okay, it depends on, like in the minecart level, there's that one part. I don't even know what they're called. I'm sure they have a name, but you know, in the minecart level in the first game, there's parts where you have to do like a bigger jump to get over the stops. I don't know if they have a name. You know those things on the track that are like blocking it?
Aren't they like tipped over minecarts? Or something?
Oh,
like
they're
that?
like no,
oh,
they're like,
okay.
like in real life the minecart
yes,
would get
yes.
stuck on it.
Yes,
yeah,
yeah,
like it stops. Anyway, with those, on a lot of them, you have to do like a bigger jump to get over them, or else you get hit. Which at least you get hit and you don't immediately die. But I remember like that this.
Oh
a lot of this game has that where like it's really hard to judge whether you have to do a big jump or a little jump.
All right, we're back up to max coins, everybody. Fireball's such a troll, says Namoski. Yes. GG, Christian. Thank you. Slover's reminding you of a YouTuber I saw who could not beat Minecart Carnage from the original game and died like 20 times.
Oh god, I died less time than them. Less times. I'm a real gamer.
Okay, so 3 leads you to 5, so I guess we're doing 4 first. Smoky Peak.
Well, it's just funny because it's like I thought I was bad, and then after I played it, I saw a few videos from people. I saw someone on YouTube that was talking about Returns HD, and they were like, "Yeah, I beat all 3 of the Super Nintendo games, but for some reason this game is really, really difficult." Okay, sure.
Sure what?
I didn't think it was that. I didn't think, as someone who considers themselves bad at games, I didn't think it was that hard.
Okay, let's see here. Is this like a thing?
That's what I was getting at.
Oh, it's Ramby's face. But yes. I mean, it has its moments. Like, there's just a lot of times in this game, especially if you're going for 100%, where you feel like, well, now I got to destroy myself so I can get that puzzle piece I missed or something.
Yes. Oh, you know, actually, this level you're on right now, this game kind of does the same thing that New Super Mario Bros. U did, where it's like, why is it that randomly for like 1 or 2 levels, the art style just gets really creative? Like, these silhouettes levels are beautiful. I was not expecting this at all. Like, I feel like I remember maybe vaguely seeing that this was a thing, but I remember the one in the first level of World 7. I was like, wow, this is so cool.
They were, like, especially the first one in World 1 was shown very prominently in the pre-release stuff, like in trailers and such, so we knew it was going to be there. We didn't know to, like, you know, how much or to what extent. Well, that's great. I mean, I saw the platform moving a little bit, but that doesn't mean it's going to fall. Here I am just thinking, oh, it has realistic physics. No, apparently it meant you will die in 3 seconds.
Because of the silhouettes, it's kind of hard to tell what's a wall and what's a bunch of barrels that you're supposed to break. with
so it's interesting that you played this level because it was an optional unlockable one with the key.
Well,
right?
no, I meant 7-1.
Oh,
I don't think I played this one.
Wait, how do I get back up there now?
But I mean, this kind of reminds me of. We remember you watched me. I played Mario U on Discord, and we were talking about how everybody always talks about the Van Gogh level.
Yes, yeah, the one that almost got me banned from the music.
Am I getting that painter's? Am I getting that? Was that the wrong painter?
I mean,
do I sound like an idiot
he painted,
saying Van Gogh,
or
is that his name?
Oh God!
I just forgot if he painted that. But anyway, yes, everybody always talks about that level because they're like, why did they only do that once and then never again? No, Jess, I am totally going to play the trilogy. I'm not, no, like I said, after playing this game, I'm used to the controls, and I really liked what I've played of the first game so far. I've had issues with my Super Nintendo, so it will be put on hold until I can get cables that work properly. But yeah, it's great. Amazing game. It has held up so well.
I don't understand these bricks. Like, you can't even stand on top of them with Ramby, apparently.
the SNES games are truly beautiful. I understand why people made such a big deal out of them at the time.
Like, they still look great. Like, 16-bit, and 32-bit is, like, still really timeless. Some of those games, like, everyone was so impressed by how good Wario Land looked last week. It's like, yes. Oh, God, it's fallen.
Well, I was just saying, I was just saying...
No, I just want to have fun platforming, and, like, there's no giveaway that they're going to fall, except for the fact that it moves a bit before you jump on it. Okay, I was going to say, I wonder if I have to play the whole level again to get Rambi, but nope, they give you to him here.
Well, like I was just saying a little earlier, I feel like the Game Boy Advance has aged extremely well, because it's basically like a more powerful Super Nintendo, and those games look amazing when blown up on a TV. Oh, I mean, unless you're using that really, really bad... Did you ever have that really horrible Game Boy Player alternative?
Horrible alternative? Not the one that, like, plugs into, like, an actual Game Boy Advance? I've seen that.
No, there was a company that made a Game Boy Player alternative for the GameCube that plugged into, like, the memory card slot.
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah.
That instant death from
like,
that? I mean, I guess it makes sense having, like, molten lava dropped on your face, but... I was not expecting a drop of lava to be insta-death. I would have been a little more careful.
It's like a big blob of lava.
Is that like an actual property that lava takes? Does it drop in blobs?
Kind of looks like people make like glass art, right? And they have
yeah, I've seen glass.
That's what it looks like.
True.
But I mean, if that's what it looks like. It looks like a big like blob of it, not like it's like slightly starting to harden. Have you heard of the forget exactly what the name is. It's like something's teardrop, where it's like this like you melt glass in water or you melt lava in water and it turns into this like thing that looks like a teardrop, and it's so extremely tough that it's this weird work of physics where all of the pressure goes into like the tail, so the actual part itself is so hard that like it's basically unbreakable. but if you snap the tail, it like shatters.
That time I thought it was just going to be this one drop. It ended up being this massive freaking train of it. Oh, and then I got crushed by something apparently. So in the I thought you said the puzzle piece you were looking for was in 8-5. But did I find one that was really tough? The one with the bananas and like the circle there? When molten lava falls on your face, it's fatal 100% of the time, says David Ray. Fair. Okay, so...
Unless you're like a comic book villain.
Unless you're a comic book villain. It's like, oh, is that going to fall again? Then it's like, I'll be back next week.
That you'll look like
hurt a little bit,
right? You'll have like half of your face will be burned off, but you'll be fine other than that.
Well, the inconsistency of like fictional media, where like in some shows that would just be like something that they'd shake it off, but then in other shows they actually would keep it a consistent thing. I'm so used to them just being single drops now, and I'm also afraid of like the floor breaking beneath me because there's really no way to tell which floors are gonna break before you step on them. So I'm trying to play like the game teaches you to play fast, and then I got used to playing fast, and now it doesn't want me to do that anymore.
Yeah. It's like how in the DC universe, it's like falling into giant vats of acid is somehow more common than you'd think it would be, and sometimes it makes you insane, and sometimes it gives you rubber powers.
That's just Bowser, says Brady. I'm so confused when it comes to browser, freaking Netscape. Like can he touch lava or not? I guess not.
Mario's biggest enemy, Microsoft Edge.
Okay, so it wasn't this one that has the M. That's what was confusing. Like this one. All right.
This part where the end trails out after the lava, it kind of reminds me of what Mario will do sometimes. Like in 3D World, how there's levels where like they'll hide the green star in like the part that's falling off of the stage.
See, now I'm back into like, oh, you can't stand still. You gotta hurry mode. Oh, see, like how did I know that was gonna happen? Oh, you thought you locked yourself out of it? Oh, okay, interesting. In 8-5.
Didn't you compare this game to like Temple Run or something like that?
Well, that's it, because it feels like half of the game, like, is forces you to not stop moving or else you die. And then like the other half of the game's like, why were you going so fast? If you were just slower, you would have realized what to do. And it's like, it's just, and I think this level's the perfect example of that. It goes from like one to the next, mid-level. Where like 1 minute you're forced to wait, and then the next minute you're forced to rush again. And because it all looks the same, it's like really confusing which parts are supposed to be which.
Yeah. And also, it's not like in Mario World where you can jump off Yoshi to save yourself, because you're like, I know I might need him later in the level, so I don't want to just jump off of... Because half of the time in this game, you could just jump off of him to save yourself, but you're worried you might need him.
Yeah, it seems to kind of be the level where it's like, you do need him.
Speaking of platformers that are basically just endless runners, are you excited to play Bubsy?
Someday! I like how I mentioned that as like a one-off, that I'm excited to play Bubsy someday. And like, no one's let me forget it, so people must be really excited to see me play Bubsy someday. Alright, we're not allowed to be slow here.
I was just wondering if you're gonna play like the original ones, or if you're gonna play the 2 new ones.
He was running as fast as I thought he could. So no, my plan is the original trilogy. Then, if I somehow survive that, I'll worry about the Bubsy expanded universe.
I understand. Okay, so you say the original trilogy is 1, 2, and 3D, right?
Is that not?
Well, I'm pretty sure that the Jaguar had an exclusive Bubsy game that's like not just a port of one of the first 2, and it came out before 3D. So technically, that's the 3rd game.
Is there? Am I think. Like, I guess
also,
I
did just say Jaguar. I'm a fake American. Sorry, everyone. But yeah. Either I'm pretty sure that or one of those consoles, like the Jaguar or the 3DO, had a Bubsy game that's like it's either a combination or like a slightly better version of 2,
so
or
do you
it's like
mash
its own
the run?
complete
Okay,
game.
so unlike every other game you've ever played where you just hold Y to run, in this game it turns it into a Mario Party minigame where we have to mash.
Yeah, Super Tom Brother. Yeah, it's Fractured Furry Tales on Jaguar. That's the 3rd game.
You're probably not supposed to jump there, but I got paranoid, so I jumped just to try and make sure I cleared the hole, but then I cleared over the G, and then we gotta do it again. So, and how do the release dates add up? So that one's before? Like,
I'm guessing, I'm pretty sure that it must be, considering, you know how the Jaguar was all like, do the math, 64 bits. If the Jaguar had a 2D game, even though there was already a 3D Bubsy game, I don't think that would have happened, considering how much of a big deal they made out of 3D. But I feel like it must have came out before Bubsy 3D.
When I say trilogy, I mean 1, 2, and then the one that has a 3 in it.
Yes. Yeah. But so they released it's really funny. So they released that new one on like PS4 or whatever, back in like 2016. Bubsy's a weird franchise. It's really, really weird because you know how they released a new one and nobody liked it. And then they released another new one.
On the Moski has to go just before I reach the infamous 8-5 with bad puzzle piece. I hope to return to find that you have been consumed by rage of bad game design. Joe, good luck. Thank you.
Nice.
So you would have played 8-5, unless you took that secret route. I mean, actually, it looks like it might be the 8-5 anyway.
I don't think there's any secret routes. I don't think I took any secret routes. I just played the game normally.
It leads to 8-5 anyway. So yeah, bobbing basalt. All right, everyone, here we go. I don't think I missed a puzzle piece. Oh, you thought I did because I was really scared for a second too, Ray. Don't worry. Hello, Gorn Power. Also, your exam went okay. Yes, how was your exam? So overall, 8 questions. Only 8 questions, so it was short. And 2 or 3 of them were kind of iffy, but you think you did good overall. Very good luck on it. Hope it all went well, and really appreciate seeing you again after the Mario Galaxy stream. We're finishing up Donkey Kong Country Returns today. Smoky Peak is really the gotcha level with twists and turns they are thrown at you, but when you least expect it, Trey. Thankfully, it's done.
I remember my high school exit exam. It was like 5 questions, and they gave us 2 hours, and I was like, I could just do this in 30 seconds and put random answers. And luckily, it didn't matter because I graduated in 2020 and COVID happened. So none of it mattered and I didn't even have to do a final.
Oh boy.
We just left for spring break and then never came back.
I appreciate
that was the
that,
extent
Gordon.
of my
Thank
school.
you. Yeah, I remember
Very
hearing that a
sad.
lot of people had that experience. Oh, they try. Is this the one? Was this the one, Nemoski, that they hid behind the
Yes!
beginning? Like
Yes,
every
Gordon
other puzzle
Power.
piece ever?
Yes! Yes, look what Gordon Power is asking. Yes, Andrew, come on. We got it. We got to do it. When are we going to get the Kirby's Epic Yarn stream?
Well, then I would have to invite Max back for it, and I don't know.
That is my favorite game of all time. I would have so much to say about the music of every level.
I like how he just melted. Because by the time the rock came back up, he just wasn't there anymore.
I
Which means
remember
he just
this level,
completely
yeah.
melted instantly.
Yeah, I remember this level now. Yeah, I remember the platforms that come out of the lava.
Okay, so I'm keeping my eyes peeled here for where this extremely rage-tastic puzzle piece is.
I'm assuming I've mentioned this to you, Andrew, before, but Kirby's Epic Yarn is my favorite game of all time.
That's fascinating. What makes it your favorite game of all time?
It's one of those games, I guess it just makes me happy. Like, everything about it, I have so many memories behind it. It has like an arts and crafts art style, so it's just very fun to look at.
It's like if Van Gogh did arts and crafts.
Well, I mean, you've played those kind of games. I love arts and crafts art styles. I have a big, like, sweet spot for those kind of games. Whenever an indie game does that, like, I will play it. Like a Plucky Squire. Like, I'll be more inclined to play it because of that.
Is this sinking? Okay, it is sinking. So, again, 7 puzzle pieces. Apparently one of them is like
Yes,
the end
this
of the
level.
world as we know it.
Watching you do this, it's coming back to me, because I do remember this level now.
I mean, I thought maybe it would stop because there was stuff on top to collect, but nope. It just kept going.
But yeah, that game, I don't know, it's just, it's certain games, just you played them at a important part in your life, and they're very nostalgic, and I remember playing with my cousin as a kid. And it's one of those games where I will go back and beat it like once or twice a year.
Wiz the Rainbow says, this is the level where the N is in a difficult area to reach. I guess we'll see. Again, my last playthrough of this game was 2010 on the Wii. And apparently the world we're going to play after this is completely new and wasn't even in the Wii version. So we got lots of new stuff to experience tonight. And World 8's kind of a blur from back then. So I don't remember most of this.
It's even a blur for me, and I played it last month. It's like, after World 7... this is way less memorable than World 7, so it's like...
Yeah, we're all just so blown away by World 7.
It was
World 8
awesome.
doesn't register.
I had to actually, because I wasn't going for 100%, I actually had to go back and play 2 of those levels to get the buttons, because I didn't realize you needed that. So...
Imagine
cool,
not
though.
just trying to get all the things because it's fun, but you have to be like forced by the game
Well,
to finally
I
actually do a
did-
little bit of exploring.
Okay, to be fair, I don't go out of my way to avoid things. I just didn't know, because with the first level, you remember with the button, you have to keep rotating it after you already can keep going. So I didn't realize that. Andrew thinks that I avoid things. He's like, oh, I like if I'm in a game and there's a special, I'm like, nah, I'd rather not. No, I try, I attempt it. If I see something, I'll do it. Usually whenever I miss something, it's because I didn't know it was there, and I didn't see it.
Now, these are a little suspicious. You get the...
Oh yes, this part, yeah. Oh, and the bat guys get in your way?
Wonderful. Are these going to fall? Of course they will. If you notice like the slightest crack in something, you know it means it's about to burst. All right, we get Diddy though. We're gifted Diddy here, so things are about to get a little easier. Fingers crossed.
Well, Andrew, I've sent you some of the music before from Kirby's Epic Yarn, so you've heard it. You know it's pretty good.
Oh yeah.
It's relaxed. There's a lot of piano. It does that thing that I love when video games do, where certain songs will like work in the main melody from the title song.
I love that.
Yeah,
I'm a sucker for that, I'll admit.
Yeah, so that's, you'll love Kirby's Epic Yarn because it does that a lot. It has a very nice main melody on the title screen, and then a few levels will work that into the music. It's awesome. And it's just a very
you'll be better. It's the trick. It works for me. Wait, Jess, you're telling me to be patient? This game, again, we've gone over it though. Like half the time it requires you to be patient, and then half the time you're punished for not rushing.
Yes,
so there's like there's no consistent message, which is what messes me up.
It also takes very good advantage of like I love when games will use their art style as like a gameplay mechanic. You know what I mean?
This is suspicious down here.
So there'll be like levels where you can like.
Oh, is this the end you were talking about? Interesting. Okay, that
So
wasn't
there'll
too
be
bad with Diddy.
There'll be levels where you can unzip like part of the background and then go through the background, and then you'll show up somewhere else. It's really cool.
Yeah, every game where you can go into the background is just ripping off Virtual Boy Wario Land. Now I'm looking around here for something suspicious. This wall is very obviously breakable.
That part right there with all those
The question
right there
is
with
how.
all those fireballs, that also reminds me of a part in 3D World.
Do I have to take the DK barrel
Natural
all
boy.
the way there?
Ultimate classic system. Guys, you remember Wario Land? Incredible.
No. But you guys see that, right? Like, that wall was definitely one that I think we can throw something at. Can you pick up a tiki? No.
No. I feel like
Rambi.
Christian used the Virtual Boy GIF again. Thank you. Yeah. No, I was gonna say, speaking of that game, I feel like in a lot of ways Game Boy Advance games like look better on the TV than like Super Nintendo games because they're usually in widescreen.
So if you die,
so that makes them look nice too.
If you die, you can always just go back into here and get like 2 extra lives, I guess. So that's kind of nice. But yeah, in terms of Game Boy Advance games just always look great.
I use my analog pocket so much, and the games look so good on my giant TV.
Gorn Power responding to Super Tom Brother, who says that he feels the selection of mini games in Jamboree is just so slow, so. And I like how falling into lava is instant death, but literally having your body crushed between those rocks, it's like that's a heart's worth of damage.
There were some good ones in Jamboree. I don't know. I mean, again, I haven't played every Mario Party, so I don't have like a full opinion on that. But one thing I mentioned this on the Sunday stream. One thing I thought was really funny is how they went so long without making like a new traditional Mario Party that 3D World is 11 years old, and we're just now getting mini games based on 3D World, which I think is really funny. Unless there's some in 10 that I don't know about, but I don't think there are. Because
I like how nobody played Mario Party 10.
Well, you agree. But also, I mean, I don't have a lot of real life friends, so having online helps.
No, I was almost there. I'm convinced that I have to take that barrel to that wall. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense there. I didn't see any other barrels around.
I appreciate Nintendo's love of local co-op, but I will say the funny thing about the Wii U is due to all the gamepad features, you kind of need like a whole extra friend than you used to need to fully enjoy these games.
I mean,
like,
4 friends is already asking
mode.
a lot. Now you want me to have 5
Yeah.
friends? You're pushing it,
Well,
Nintendo.
I say that because everybody says that the Bowser mode in Bowser Party is really fun, but it's like I don't have 5 friends.
Okay.
I've played plenty of like normal Mario Party, but I don't think I've ever been in a situation where I had 4 other people at my house and all 5 of us wanted to play the Wii U.
I have to get the end too every time I die. Okay. At least if you get a puzzle piece, you never have to get it again. Are you guys ready? Yeah! There you go!
Job.
Like, is that actually what you had to do? Crap, and I'm really upset it's a bonus game because we can't lose it still. We still have to win it.
What you actually had to do is bring Rombi from 4 levels back to get that.
There you go, everyone.
They should have like whenever you they should have had in this game like just like how in the New Super Mario Brothers, whenever you finish a level, there's a cutscene of him leaving the animal buddy behind and being like bye bye and waving. Doesn't he do that with Yoshi in New Super Mario Bros?
Pretty much,
like, waves
yeah.
at him?
Yeah,
Like he jumps off of him and he's like, bye! I can't take you with me, sorry.
Yoshi was the selling point of that game, and he's in like 2 levels. And it's the same with Mario Galaxy 2. It's just so weird. All right, everyone, here we go. Oh, shoot.
With Mario Galaxy 2, it makes a little more sense because in the 2D Marios, if you actually lose Yoshi, then that's it until you find like another one, right? In Galaxy 2, if you lose Yoshi, he just respawns.
Yes.
And they're like there's like a Yoshi thing like every 5 steps.
Yeah, Yoshi's more of a puzzle thing rather than being
like you need
a benefit. Yeah. So at this level, we've learned you're not allowed to just run around and have fun. You're always got to be taking it slow. Except right here where you are required to go fast.
So somebody you heard? I think I sent the trailer. Somebody made that really cool ROM hack, or I guess mod, where they put all of Mario Galaxy into Mario Odyssey.
Yes, I've seen that.
And I was gonna say it would be so awesome if they did the same with Galaxy 2, because I would just love to see Mario Odyssey speedrunners beat every single Yoshi level without Yoshi. Because you know how crazy Mario's moveset is in Odyssey? I think you could totally beat most of those levels without Yoshi, if you were good enough at the game.
So how was I supposed to get that G? Oh, I got crushed!
Mad.
There goes a quarter of my life.
You got. It's magic, that's how.
How did you get the G, Max?
You think I got the G? Yeah, exactly. Well, it's also weird because in this game they're required for 100%, but in the older games they're just for lives.
It still messes me up sometimes as someone who's played way more classic Donkey Kong Country. You see a Kong letter, it's like, I don't need that. Oh crap, yes I do.
It's just so complicated because not only are they more important in this game, but also for some reason one collectible stays when you die and the other doesn't. Which is really weird. Like, I don't understand why they would have the Kong letters and the puzzle pieces, but the Kong letters you have to get those every time, but the puzzle pieces you only have to get once.
Also, what you might have seen just happen right there is that I jumped at the wall, but he bounces off the wall. Like, why was that needed? That wasn't in the Super Nintendo games.
It's like Mario 64 bonking.
In a platformer, though.
Or Mario Odyssey.
You don't need that in a side-scrolling platformer.
I don't think you need it in a 3D platformer either. It's so annoying. I hate when you're playing Mario 64 and you just bonk off a wall and you have to wait for him to get up.
Yeah, like 5 minutes later, yes. Like Banjo-Kazooie didn't need that.
Well, also, in most of the actual levels of Mario 64, it's something that'll never happen. It's only something that'll happen when you're like trying to get to the levels. Like you always bonk on like the front door of the castle.
The front door. I like how, so is that the official name, bonking? Doesn't that have a different connotation in Europe?
That's what everybody calls it. I don't
like
know.
it.
Oh, you're right. I get it. Good one.
How am I supposed to get the G, though? Like, what am I doing wrong with this G?
Yeah, Europe has to ruin the word bonking, but then they're okay with calling their dollar stores Poundland. Okay, Gordon Power says their ranking of 3D Mario games are Galaxy 2, 64, Sunshine, already angry. Galaxy 1, 3D World, Odyssey, 64 DS, 3D Land. What did Odyssey ever do to you? What's up with that? Sis, don't hate me. I'm hating. Hardcore.
I remember you said you were surprised I liked Odyssey, and I'm not sure why that would be surprising.
No, that because it's a new game.
But I've established I'm not a new game hater.
You just are if it's Pokemon.
I mean, it's like spicy food. You know you're not going to enjoy it before you taste it.
Oh, come on. It's kind of funny you say that because one of the Pokemon games, the food gimmick is curry.
There you go.
Let me see. I'm gonna think about this. Well, yeah. What did Odyssey ever do to you? Come on, Odyssey's great.
There you go. All of that. I've still missed a puzzle piece. Was that not the one I was supposed to be, like, searching for years? What did I miss? Max is afraid.
I really like. Who called me? Oh my gosh, Christian! I'm not afraid. I was one time. Okay, jeez. I play tons of games. I play tons of old games at like 20 FPS, and I never even notice, like Ocarina of Time. And then I claim that Yooka-Laylee gave me a headache, and then all of a sudden I'm the frame rate Grinch, and I only play things at 130 FPS.
All right, Max, use your skills. Where are we missing the Jiggy here?
The next level.
The next level.
No, I don't know.
You have to bring Rambi. You have to bring On Guard from a different game, and then you can swim through the lava.
You have to bring Yoshi from Mario World. You have to beat all of Mario World.
You have to use Stop and Swap, eject the cartridge, and put.
Yeah, you have to go into Switch Online and then back into this app. Super Tom Brother says Odyssey's great for one playthrough and then repeat playthroughs. I don't know. I kind of disagree. I think Odyssey's like, I'm not really a speedrunner. We talked about we're not really into speedrunning, but I like speedrunning Odyssey because I find it so fun that you can beat the entire game in like 3 hours without even trying. So every once in a while, I'll just be like, I'm gonna play Odyssey, and I'll do it in like 3.5 hours, and I find that really fun.
I can't. My OCD prevents me from missing anything. Any playthrough I did would have to be like, I have to get every item every time.
If you think Galaxy 1 and 2 are better than Odyssey, then that's a fair opinion. But thinking Sunshine is better is crazy.
I love Sunshine. I thought you and Gorn were supposed to be, you and Gorn were supposed to be ganging up on me, and now here you are making enemies with your new best friend, I see.
So I played Sunshine for the first time last year.
So I don't trust
like,
this.
It's the only one I ever played.
This thing that I'm on right now.
I was like, it's the only one I haven't played. I know I should, so I did, and it's not a bad game. I just don't think that it's as good as the other. It's the kind of thing where it's like, it's kind of hard to compare 3D Marios because they're all like pinnacle of the genre, right? But you know what I mean. So, but they can't all be first place. It's more like when you say it's last place, that doesn't mean it's bad. That just means it's less good than this other genre-defining perfect game.
Yeah, no, there you go, Gord. See, there we go.
I really enjoyed Sunshine. I just don't think it's as good as the other 3 or 4 big main ones. Also, Andrew finds this crazy, I guess, because he thinks it's basic or whatever you said. But I love 3D World. 3D World is my favorite Mario game ever. I can never get enough of 3D World. I've beaten that one like 8 or 9 times. I love 3D World.
All right, Max, are you ready to see what the other animal buddy, the single other animal buddy that they put in this game has to say?
It squawks, I know. Oh, I guess while you're going to the shop, we could talk about this aspect of my Donkey Kong
I wasn't
story.
gonna bring it up, but okay, I'm all for it.
No, it's okay. I'm not embarrassed. Look, I don't blame myself. I blame the game because I didn't know what that even meant. Okay, it's not my. I'm assuming most people have played the other ones. So
I'm actually gonna buy every item. Actually, no, we might only be able to buy one, use one at once. I was gonna say just for fun, we can demonstrate here. I bought them all anyway.
It's
Who
really
cares?
funny. So in this game, you only have one actual slot per level, but in the other mode, you have like 9 slots. So that's how I'll just tell people. When I played this game, I didn't understand. It was my first Donkey Kong game. I didn't understand how like the different modes worked. So I just picked modern mode. Well, again, like I said, I was bad at games, so at first I was kind of worried, but I didn't understand the difference, so I just picked modern mode, and I didn't know that meant you have more health and you can't turn it off. Like, you can't change it.
All right, Max, it's your job to watch Squawks, by the way, too. I have a habit for not noticing when he moves.
The stream's like 30 seconds delayed.
But if you see it, just let me know.
Okay.
If he fidgets like just a little bit, apparently that means there's a jiggy nearby.
If he has Parkinson's, I'll let you know.
Okay, that's a little much, but okay.
But anyway, so I didn't understand. So the weird thing is that I don't think it tells you that you can't turn it off. Because usually when you play a game, you know, like if a game has like a super hard mode, right, like Fallout, usually it'll say when you hover over it, you can't change this in the settings. This game doesn't tell you that. So I had to play the entire game in the easier mode, and I definitely did not need it. But the funny thing about the easier mode is they let you buy.
My prediction it's going to be here, around here somewhere.
They give you way more item slots.
Yeah,
There's
he's
also
freaking.
more
Why
items
is he
that you can
freaking?
buy. So because of that, at the end of the game, I played the entire game, and it wasn't that difficult. But at the end of the game, I was thinking, hey, I have all this money. I got to do something with it, right? So I decided to buy like 5 hearts. So I had like 35 health going into the final boss. I bought like 5 extra hearts. I bought 2 extra Diddy Kong barrels. So that's like another like 4 extra health right there. I bought a few items that give you 2 hearts, and then also you can tank one, or no, I think it's like you can tank 1 free barrel hit, so you don't automatically die. And so I definitely didn't even need it, but because I thought it was funny, I went into the final boss with like 40 health. It was really funny.
So Nemoski, welcome back. So I was really impressed with myself when I found this one puzzle piece. You had to carry this DK barrel like halfway across the level to open up this wall. And I'm like, that's going to be the one he's talking about. But this does bring back memories, and I definitely thought there was something going on with this sinking thing. Do you have to get maybe every single banana inside?
Yeah, David Ray says you should try getting all the bananas and coins on that sinking platform.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. So it's... Oh, no, apparently it was just all of them inside it. So it wasn't even that hard. That was just... I forgot to get all of the items once and paid the price dearly. But there you go. Not even the ones on top. It's not even the annoying one, says Nemoski. There you go.
So I think, I don't know if we mentioned, so you wanted me to clarify and back you up and say that the SNES games feel better to control. And I do. I agree.
Hooray! No, really.
You asked me. You were like, back me up on this one. I was like, yeah, no, that's fair. And also, yeah, you were talking about the level design and the level themes.
Oh my god.
It is, the backgrounds are so pretty in that game. Like, there are some really cool, I really like, what's that one level in the second world where it's like, you're in like a temple, but it's all like white in the background, like white and grassy. There's like vines everywhere.
Sorry, what was that regarding? And also, so Nemoski, yes. Yeah, that was a huge pain how, you had to get the... you had to choose either the N or that puzzle piece. So yeah, we had a weird time with that. But overall, it went okay. But yeah, that was a strange puzzle all around. Like, there's no way you're going to know that you need that DK barrel, way later on when you first encounter it. So of course you're going to break it open the first time. So definitely a strange one.
Can you not glide while holding a barrel?
But the thing is, Diddy is in the barrel most of the time.
Well, what if you already had Diddy?
Then I believe you can.
You do both?
Briefly.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be really difficult, but...
But yeah, see, the interesting thing is that because you played this game first, I thought there was no way that you would say that, the Super Nintendo games have better controls. But the fact that you have said that is really a testament then to just how much better they are.
Maybe I'd feel differently if I hadn't played this one first and I like had to learn everything from scratch, because, like I said, it's like all the games have similar controls. Once you've played one, you can play all of them without needing to like learn anything else. Other than the stupid blowing.
Other than the blowing?
Like, other than that, all the Donkey Kong Country games basically control the same.
You know, we had Celeste brought up earlier. This game is essentially the anti-Celeste. You have to wait for everything until you don't, and then you have to wait for everything.
I have heard so many people talk about that game, but I've never played it.
It's a fun platformer.
I've been getting more into indie games. As of last year, I've been trying it. You and me, we were talking about there's a very, very distinct feeling from certain indie games that's very, very hard to describe. I guess you and me agreed it's like, I guess the best word would be like atmospheric.
Yeah, for sure.
Like there's a lot of puzzle games, like indie puzzle games that give that off, like Stanley Parable, or like oh gosh, what was that? There was one that I forgot the name of. But I played this really good one called Viewfinder. I don't know if anyone's heard of it. It's this really cool puzzle game where you have a Polaroid and you take photos, and then like the photo turns into like a 3D image, so like you can walk into it. Like it really messes with perspective, and that kind of fits into that too. Like just very like there's an atmosphere to it, and I love that. And I've heard Celeste kind of does that. I want to check it out. Also, Cave Story. I've heard that one's really good.
Playing this game entirely will stretch your patience, yes. But you might purchase the Switch version. The stream makes you want to purchase the Switch version, Gordon. That's amazing. And hello, Shelby. I believe I said hello back then, but maybe I didn't. My gosh, this stream has been going in 40 different directions. But I appreciate everyone hanging on and hope you're enjoying.
Yes, Super Tom Brother. Yes, I love There Is No Game. That one's amazing. Have you played that, Andrew?
I have not.
It's not like atmospheric in the same way that some of the other ones are, but it's more like comedic. So it's like a point and click game, and you have there's like this narrator that narrates the whole thing, and it's really, really funny and weird. And there's a whole chapter where you go into a Sherlock Holmes point and click.
Interesting.
And it makes fun of like kind of like how indie platformers will do. It makes fun of a lot of like point and click stereotypes. Like it makes jokes about how in like the how remember in the LucasArts games, it's like you make every time you click the wrong button, you just immediately die in some gruesome way.
Well, we played Shadow.
You know those games are,
and it had a lot of weird moments like that.
Yeah, but okay. I'm thinking of like Monkey Island. Is that one LucasArts or no? I forget.
Isn't that Double Fine or something?
I don't know. Monkey Island is the one that everyone always brings up, where there's like 5 million different ways to die.
But that's a lot of adventure games back in the day.
Yeah. No, There Is No Game is really, really fun. I would very much recommend it. It's I need to get it on PC. It's kind of more difficult on console due to the fact that it kind of requires a mouse. So there's a part I got stuck on because I like couldn't do the movement fast enough on a controller. Also, these little fairy guys are really, really weird. I don't understand them. I remember when I first played it, I thought maybe if you collected them, it would give you something special, like in Rayman Origins.
Which fairy guys?
Those little, like, guys with the wings.
Like, there's just, like, a banana with wings? I like how that block was so hot.
They look like Cheetos Puffs, to be honest. They look like Cheetos Puffs with wings. Yeah, the bananas with wings. They look like fairies a little bit, don't they?
Yes.
Did you play Rayman Origins or Legends?
Played, but not much of it.
Okay. Because that's what those guys reminded me of, because there'll be sections in that game where there's a chain of lums followed by, like, a lum with wings. Or, like, a special... And so that's what those things remind me of.
It does ring a bell.
But, so I was just kind of shocked. It's like, they don't do much. Yeah,
well,
I thought they would,
sometimes though, when there's like the line
chain.
of bananas like that, you have to collect them all to get the puzzle piece to appear, as we just saw. I mean, it wasn't one that had the thing following it, but
yeah. So that kind of reminded me of Rayman Origins.
else we got saying?
Gorn Power says. Gorn Power asks us, "What are your biggest gaming hot takes?" I think we already know what Andrew's is.
I feel like every stream recently, people have been asking me for my biggest gaming hot takes. Why? Perhaps. Oh, look at that! That was a sneaky. Whoa! It looked like I wasn't gonna make it onto the platform, and then just somehow barely did.
It's because you're so positive when it comes to anything other than Pokemon.
People can't. I like Pokemon. Like what?
I know. I'm just kidding. I know.
Alright, assume we stand on this and we'll probably go to a bonus game. There you go.
So Andrew, if they add, if you're, so Andrew, do you think your prediction's finally going to come true this year?
Of Pokemon ending up on the Switch?
Yeah.
Classic video. There we go.
You made multiple. The thing is that technically you made 2 like that, but Christian doesn't remember the other one. You also made another one. Saying basically the same thing about how Pokemon Stadium was going to work with Game Boy Switch Online.
But that's the same video, is it not?
No, you have a video titled Pokemon Stadium will work this way, and then another video titled Pokemon will come to NSO. Those are 2 separate videos.
No, I think it's the same one.
No, I just looked at your channel like 2 days ago. They're separate videos.
Max calling me out for things on my channel, even I don't remember.
No, remember I told you I was watching some of your old videos a few nights ago?
Yes.
Yes, so I saw that as I was scrolling through, and I disliked it. I'm just kidding. I watched your Pokemon box video, and in the first 30 seconds you made fun of Scarlet and Violet, so I disliked the video and moved on to something. No, I'm just kidding.
What am I doing? Oh, there we go. All right, that level wasn't too bad. Max knowing my channel better than I know it myself. Fair.
Yeah, like I said, he made fun of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
There's no way I did. Well, okay, fine. What was my Pokemon Scarlet and Violet hot take?
You talked about no. All you did was you made a video about Pokemon Box, and in like the first 30 seconds, you made some backhanded comment and played your clip again, and so I disliked it. No, I'm just kidding. I did not. I would never dislike one of your videos.
Appreciated. Top 5 best games of all time: Kirby's Epic Yarn, Mario Sunshine, Mario.
Mario Sunshine.
Wow,
True.
I was gonna say, am I reading this right?
That's fair.
I like Mario Sunshine a lot too. So.
Yeah, no, Super Tom Brother. Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like after all these years, I really try to avoid rumors. I feel like rumors are always either completely untrue, like rumors are always way better than what actually happens, or you can tell a rumor's true whenever it's just kind of anticlimactic. Like all the rumors of how the Switch 2 was going to be basically just a more powerful Switch that looks slightly different. Unfortunately, that had to be the true rumor.
So I hope you're ready for this to be the level where it's just like, no, you had to stand around for like an extra 30 seconds for something to pop out of the lava that had a puzzle piece on it. But see, like, this whole stream so far has just felt like the same level, and it hasn't stopped. Like, it's just so much of the same thrown at you at once, where Donkey Kong was never like that.
Yeah. Trey says their favorite game of all time is Tropical Freeze. See, that's another one. I really wanted to play that one after playing this one, but what happened was my disc doesn't work that I bought like a year and a half ago.
And here I thought people were just like, crying wolf. All these videos that seem to pop up lately about
I still
we
think
use
they
like
are.
breaking and stuff, and the discs
I still think they are crying wolf. I mean, this is one disc out of like 50, and I bought it used from somebody that wasn't even a game store. There's probably just a chance it doesn't work.
You bought it from Shoppers Drug Mart.
Yes, true. No, I bought it from an antique store. There's a booth I go to in one of my old local antique stores that has a bunch of stuff like that in it. But I don't know. I mean, because of that, I playing the SNES ones, and then I'm going to get Tropical Freeze on Switch eventually. One day. Again, the issue with used Switch games is I have a really hard time justifying basically brand new price on a game that's like 8 years old.
Yeah. And Nintendo doesn't
Switch
like
games. Yeah, and because it's like with Xbox and PlayStation, it's like it's a lot more fun to shop for those because after only about a week or like a few months, then they drop down to like $20.
What happened to my lives, Christian? There was like a couple levels earlier in the world, and I was just dying every 2 seconds. Like that minecart one. It was just like I kept failing the same jump over and over. Whoops.
You know, Gordon
like
Power,
that.
I really do like Smash Ultimate. Smash Ultimate's a very good game. I would also agree that it's probably my favorite in the franchise. I've played a lot of it. It is my most played game on Switch in terms of like hours. I love it. I don't play it quite as much anymore. I don't really have many people to play with anymore. I used to play a lot. Like back in like 2020, I played it a ton. But it's a very fun game. And it has a lot of great characters, and it feels very nice to play.
Alright, we're really climbing up the old lava hole here. There was that one other level we did. It was a temple one where it was kind of this theme, which is like, you'd think they would save that as the temple level for the lava world, but...
But so I was looking at your old videos, and YouTube does this really annoying thing, which I don't understand why. It's like a glitch, right? Where if you're scrolling through somebody's, actually, I remember I had a lot of trouble with this.
Are these gonna clamp down? Okay, yes.
Also, I don't want to spoil it, but be very careful at the end.
Did I not?
This is one of those. This is one of those levels where if you don't immediately hit the end barrel, then you will die. So
one of those.
I don't want to. My other friend streamed this game, and I remember watching it, and he did that. He was at the end of the level, waiting, thinking maybe something will appear, and then he died.
Oh God, Christian's making a prediction thing. What? What's he saying?
Wait, where? I don't see it.
On Twitch. Are you looking at both chats?
I am. I don't see it yet. Let me refresh, maybe.
Darn Netscape.
Yeah. Yeah, I try to have both of the chats up.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, Brawl. I think Brawl is the best Smash Brothers if you don't have anyone else to play with because Subspace Emissary is great. It really is. And then there's Smash 4, where all it had was bad Mario Party and bad Angry Birds, and that was the extent of side mode.
But Sakurai really liked bad Mario Party because he made it like a really big icon on his horrible menu.
Do you remember bad Angry Birds?
Yes, that was like a Target thing. Yes.
The bomb mode? Yeah. What was that? Everybody, he's like, Sakurai's like, we know how much you loved Smash the Target, so here's Smash the Angry Birds. Like, what was that? Why would you change Smash the Targets, which is like a platforming thing, into Angry Birds? What a weird choice. Brawl was the one. I'm pretty sure Brawl introduced the home run mode with the punching bag. That's a really fun thing. I love doing that. That was one of the side modes where after we were done fighting, we would always like go into that and see who can get the best score.
Oh my God! I keep getting clipped on that one thing. The lava worlds have my number these days. In Mario Adventure 3, it was the same.
Yeah, that platform. Yeah.
Trey.
This is so weird. I do not understand why I can't see the poll. It's really upsetting. I want to vote on it. Maybe it'll appear on my mobile app. I don't know why I can't see it.
It's another one of those lava rising levels, 20+ deaths. Yeah, here we go. That's why we saved up all the money, though. I think we have enough money that, like, if I wanted to, we could buy our way back to 99, but we're not going to do that. We got this. Eventually.
So anyway, YouTube does this really annoying thing where if you're looking at somebody's videos, right, you click on one of their videos and then you watch it, and then you go into the video and then you turn your phone sideways so it goes to full screen. Once you're done and you go back to looking at their videos, it'll just randomly scroll down like really far. I don't know why it does that. So I was going through your channel, I was looking at videos from like 2 years ago. And then I go back to your channel and it's like, here's videos from 10 years ago.
Well, see, that's why I had to unlist so much stuff, because it would like only recommend people's stuff from so long ago. I know it's not the same situation you just explained.
Yeah.
But, like,
yeah.
You know, your old content gives you so much trouble when like there's no reason it should.
Yeah. So because of that, I watched your Mario World After Dark or whatever it's called. That's not what it's. Sorry, my bad. Whatever you called it, I forget.
It was like late
The one
night.
where you- Yes, sorry, yeah, late night, not After Dark. Let me see here. Definitely not. No way.
I rolled there, but he's like, nope, I'm not going to do that.
The funny thing about the polls is I'm pretty sure there's no actual way to decide who wins because Christian's the only mod, and you can't end a poll that you made.
He's not the only
they
mod,
don't-
though. If other mods come by.
Are there other mods on Twitch?
There should be, like Miles, Luigi, and Wayoshi. They might not have been for a while. Like, it's really strange. I went into the mod section recently, and like there was just no one in there. So I don't know if Twitch wiped them all at one time, but
You need to make me a mod so I can mess with Christian's polls. Anyway, so I really enjoyed your Mario World co-op thing, and I think it's nice that there's now an official way to do that because you said that you just used like net play on an emulator.
yeah, back in the day, had to open up all the ports on your router, be susceptible to all the evils of the internet just to play online video games.
Luckily, if you are going to do that now, it's a lot easier to do. Like now, Dolphin, if you want to do net play, you can just put like a password in it. It'll work. You don't even have to port forward anymore. I actually did have to learn how to port forward because I hosted a server for the Mario 64 co-op, which is very fun, by the way. Like the online version. It has all these features.
Can this please be a heart? No. Do I have all the things? Nope. We're missing one. Probably at the very beginning, so we're going to have to replay the whole level. Is this the end?
Oh, Fierce Deity Mask is here to fix Christian's screw-up.
Oh,
Thank
no! Like, that's terrible.
Oh, I saw.
That's
Yeah.
terrible.
But you see what I mean? How fast it gets right at the end?
Are there any puzzle pieces after that?
Don't ask me. I don't remember. I'm sorry. I don't want to like give you the wrong answer and then make you play through the whole level again.
I mean,
just
if we missed
remember
the
that-
puzzle
'cause you
piece,
know
I might
that
have
there
to
are-
play it again anyway.
Because there are some
What was
levels
that?
where there are some levels in this game where it's the exact opposite, right? Like you get all the way to the end and then something just pops out after a few seconds, right?
Yeah, that seems to be the whole gimmick here.
This is the opposite, though. If you even
Hello,
wait,
guys,
if you wait like
you're
5
the
seconds
boy.
to like time the end
Ultimate
barrel, because I
classic
think you're in a barrel, and then you
Guys,
shoot into the
remember
end barrel.
Wario
If you don't immediately shoot into
Incompatible,
it, you die.
incompatible.
So,
Do we need Donkey Kong Country Returns HD on the Virtual Boy? That'd be something.
what? You cut out. What'd you say?
I said we need Donkey Kong Country Returns HD on the Virtual Boy. It would look about the
True,
same
we
as it
do.
looks right now. It's all just red and white. Red and black.
Wow. I love how I like to imagine when they were making the Virtual Boy, they were like, huh, they didn't like green and black, huh? Let's give them red and black.
It was
'Cause
just
that's the issue.
It was the
we just
cheapest
picked the
LED.
wrong color.
They wanted it to be full color, but that would have cost like $1 billion at the time. So
I know, but I think it's really funny to imagine that they genuinely thought the reason people didn't like the Game Boy was because they picked the wrong color to go with black.
why did they?
That's why.
Whoever said people didn't like the Game Boy? It only
No,
sold
I
like
just
a
mean,
billion.
like, because the Game Boy.
machines.
No, but I mean, like, because the Game Boy was green and black, so they're like, this time let's try red and black instead. See how that goes.
Oh shoot! I thought that was a safe spot.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Andrew's prediction. Comes true
The
if they
nudge.
add
I need that.
Pokemon
Thank you.
games. If they add, oh, I saw. Yeah, if they add the Pokemon games to Switch Online on what day is that? 7 is that? So that's 7 days from now. So that's Thursday, right?
Will it finally be
They
redeemed?
add the No, if they add the Game Boy Pokemon games to Switch Online, then me and Andrew are gonna do a dual stream, right? We're gonna play it together. We're gonna play it together.
I already did that
We're each gonna play
stream where
one
I played
version.
the entirety of Pokemon Red in one sitting.
See, that's the thing, Andrew. It was really fun to be on here, but like, this is the only Donkey Kong game I've actually finished. If you did what we were talking about, if you did a Pokemon stream or a Kirby's Epic Yarn stream, I would have so much to say. I would not go off topic once. I would have so many things to say. I do remember your Pokemon Red stream. That was fun. I'm surprised it worked so well. I guess your transfer pack is better than mine, because mine, like, it disconnects after like 5 seconds.
Have you ever
It's
cleaned
not
it?
very reliable.
Were
Well,
you
how would I
cleaning your
clean it? I
stuff
guess
with
I
like
need,
the
like,
wrong thing one time?
Well, how would I clean a cartridge slot? Would I need, like,
Well, you
cleaning
put
a
the stuff
cartridge is
on the
easy.
cartridge, and then you put the cartridge into the slot with it on.
Oh, okay. I guess I could try that.
Okay.
It might also be the controller's port. Maybe it's that.
Okay, so you said I had to do that, but I missed a thing somewhere, Max. You gotta
Christian
stop me
just
from
DM'd
missing the
me.
things. Then we have to play that again.
Christian just DM'd me, bring up taxes. No, I'm not going to.
Oh shoot.
No.
Justice for Epic Yarn.
the
Yeah,
cart
I'm
cleaners.
not against playing Epic Yarn someday. I'm not.
Yes, Justice, yes, yeah, Justice
Very
for Epic
beginning.
Yarn.
I wouldn't have minded that hint earlier on. I would have just restarted the level instead of now we have to play the whole dang thing again.
Yeah, no, seriously, yeah, that's a game that I could, I mean, obviously I wouldn't be there for every episode, because that would definitely take you more than one episode.
Well, this will be a lot easier this time though, as I'm not worried about all the other stuff. But
Yes, but
like, where did I
yeah,
miss it?
I have so
Where?
much to say. I have so much to say about Epic Yarn, man. The music's great. Level design is great. Art style's great.
Like, I don't think we found a
Control's
bonus
great.
game, so it's probably something to that effect.
The one negative I will say about it is that it requires you to play with a sideways Wii remote, which I will say, that D-pad kind of gets uncomfortable after a while.
Oh yeah,
It's
I
not
see
horrible.
that there. I see that. How are you supposed to know it's gonna do that? Did you see what I'm talking about, Max? Did you see the...
The platform, like, doesn't fall into the lava, it just tilts over?
No, there's one that, like, shoots up into the ceiling here. No, okay, so you have to jump onto the other one first and then back. This whole game is like a freaking recipe, like you're baking a cake or something. One dash of jump to this platform, 3 dashes of standing still right here before 4 dashes of jumping to this other platform.
That's great. Fierce Deity Master just described what I said about Epic Yarn as the John Riggs review. That's true. Very funny. Good one.
All right.
I get the reference.
Hey, look, guys, look, the virtual boy.
Oh, there's another
Ultimate
one.
classic
There's another
system.
Wario.
Guys, you remember Wario Land? Incredible, incredible.
I'm usually on YouTube, so I don't have that many points. I guess I could get one. I could get a Wario.
Hello, Wiz. Imagine doing Muncher Marathon in mirror mode. There you go. I haven't really talked too much
one
about
of the-
that.
The funny thing about all your power-ups is that I know you didn't. Some of these are just there by default, but one of these is like, it's so weird because one of the default Twitch things is like completely useless for like 90% of people.
And what's that one?
So one of the options is pay 300 bits to unlock a random emote that's normally only a sub emote, but I don't even think you have any sub emotes.
I do.
So, oh, actually, wait, I am a subscriber, so I see all your emotes. So I guess theoretically,
Spam
if you weren't a
those
subscriber,
emotes.
if you weren't, I didn't even realize those were for subs only. I thought those
After every stream, I get like a report
yeah,
on
so
like
you-
the chat, and it tells me what like the most used emote was. So spam your favorite emote now. Did I even touch that? There you
Oh,
go.
these
50
are
back.
so annoying. I hate those balls that just randomly go down. Those are annoying.
Oh my god, this guy. Oh, there's the
Yeah.
snake rattling.
No, Super Tom Brother. I agree. I agree that like I don't. So I've said this before. I'm not a fan of Switch Online. I will only use Switch Online for like if we're playing Mario Party or like you know, like the old games, right? Like I'll only use it for multiplayer because I will say it is really awesome to be able to play N64 games and GBA games online. Like that's great, but I don't like using it on its own. Whenever I see someone streaming a game on Switch Online, I will unsub. No, just kidding.
Christian, what's that? Christian spamming in the chat?
It didn't even do anything. It didn't even work. For some reason, the Kevin Oh No emote doesn't work, apparently.
Or is Christian not subscribed anymore?
I don't know. The funny thing is, I felt kind of bad because I have Twitch Prime, so I get a free Twitch sub every month. But last month, or a few streams ago, before I was able to use it again, somebody gifted me a sub.
That was Fennec. Fennec was so nice.
It was, but I feel kind of bad because that could have gone to somebody else that doesn't have Twitch Prime.
Is Twitch Prime like Optimus Prime?
But thank you. It's if you have Amazon Prime, a good one. If you have Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch sub every month. And the creators do actually get paid for it. So they actually, like, a lot of people will like be like, if you have Amazon Prime, give me your Twitch sub.
Okay, we're at the end. Let's get through this thing. We're done. One more time.
But yeah,
What was
there
that?
There has been so much, like Super Tom Brother mentioned the rumor. There has been so much debate over if they do add the Game Boy Pokemon games, will they be on Switch Online or will they be in like a collection?
No, they're
Because
not. They're not just gonna
like
give them to ya. They know they can charge like $30 for your 30-year-old games.
Yeah,
People will still pay.
but then again, actually, I guess that is true because remember when they released them on 3DS, they were more money than all the other Game Boy games.
Were they 10 or 15 or something? Yeah.
They were 10. You remember when Nintendo did? You remember in WiiWare, like during the Wii days, they would charge more money for an import
For the import games, yeah.
Like we didn't even go through the effort of localizing this. We're just gonna charge more because it never came out here, even though it's the same ROM.
Yep. Yeah. Mario 2 J stands out.
Should we remove Christian from mod? Yes. 2 answers for yes.
That's a poll. But isn't the point that like you're supposed to ask something that someone can actually get like right or wrong? It's not a real question.
Oh yeah, Super Tom Brother. Amazon. So the one issue, he mentioned you can't use your free sub on a Roku device. It's actually really similar. Something that's really weird about. So I don't watch a ton of Twitch, but I have like the app. For some reason, you can only use your free sub inside of the web browser. So if I'm watching a stream on my phone, I have to open up Twitch in the web browser and do it there. You can't do it in the app.
All right, we're done. We're done, everyone. Enough of this.
Andrew said he did play Woolly World. So I do really like Woolly World. I don't know if I'd say it's as good. I mean, it doesn't have the same nostalgia, but it's a very, very good game. I love Woolly World. It's great. I think that I've said this before. I think Good Feel is probably like my favorite. I guess would you call him a second-party developer?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Probably.
All right, everyone, we're done with that one. It's time for 5 Monkey Trial. I have no idea. I have no remembrance of what this is. So,
we'll be
same question
have,
to me. Oh yeah. So thank you. You were talking about Woolly World.
I think they have a crazy good consistency. I mean, on Switch, they've been kind of like they haven't been as amazing. Like I thought, Crafted World wasn't the best, and then also Princess Peach Showtime was fine. I don't think it was amazing. I mean, I enjoyed it, but yeah, like they have made so many good games. They made Epic Yarn, they made Woolly World, they made the last Wario Land game, which was also great, and also had a beautiful art style, as I know Andrew's aware of.
I love Wario Land Shake It.
It's such a nice looking game.
Okay, so we got 5 trials here apparently. Like, I guess you just collect the stuff?
I've heard from other people the reason why I'm not the biggest fan of Crafted World is because I guess Woolly World is more like Yoshi's Island and Crafted World is more like Yoshi's Story, but I just feel like it was really slow and it's like missing
Next
something.
one.
I don't know exactly, but it's not bad. It's not a bad game.
Okay, so puzzle pieces are just handed to us as freebies, it looks like. Potentially. And I was like, can I just jump straight up to avoid him like a womp from Mario? But no, that didn't work. All right.
Yeah, I remember when you were playing Mario Galaxy on Monday, and you were doing maybe the one before when you're doing the Womp level. I wondered if you were gonna. I think it'd be really funny if you tried to do the Mario 64 glitch.
Where you just ground pound in midair and go like right through him.
Yeah, I
love
wanted to.
that.
I thought for a second because you can't go under him, so you have to wait for him to like jump. So I really thought for a second that you were gonna try doing it. Because for me, last time I played Galaxy 2, I actually did try that because it's such muscle memory at this point for me. But I actually tried it.
Okay.
Yeah. Crafted World was a really interesting. Yeah, Woolly World was amazing. Another interesting thing is, I forget exactly who made them. I know Goodfield didn't do the remakes, but I know that Woolly World and Epic Yarn both had like 3DS ports that were handled by I think other studios. Again, I don't remember if Goodfield did the ports, but so. As Epic Yarn being my favorite game, I'm really not a big fan of the 3DS port. I remember when it was announced, I was like, this must be how Luigi's Mansion fans feel, right? Like, remember when they announced the 3DS remake of Luigi's Mansion, even though the Switch had already been out for over a year?
So that was really annoying. The Switch had come out, it was getting like nothing but ports, and yet it seemed like the 3DS was still getting all the new games. So I thought that was a little bit of a bummer at the time for sure.
But that's what happened with the Epic Yarn port was, I was like, every time they have a direct, my one dream is like a sequel or an HD port. And then here they are in 2019 or 2018 or whatever, and they announce a 3DS version, and it's not good. It runs worse, it looks worse. The very, very few things they added. So that game, the whole thing with it was that like it doesn't have power-ups, or copy abilities like the traditional ones do, and that's because he's made out of yarn, so he can't suck anymore because the air just goes through him, which is pretty funny. And then for some reason in the 3DS version they added power-ups that are not needed at all, crazy. And they're really, really annoying and like completely break the game and make it not fun, and they shove them. You have to like actively avoid them. Like in a level, like random enemies will just be holding them, and if you touch them you get the power up. It's so annoying.
And you don't want these power-ups?
No, because like they make the game is designed, like all the puzzles in the game are designed around the fact that you can't have copy abilities, so they just kind of take all the fun out. Like it makes it like even more easy. Because I kind of like, I guess similar to this game, Kirby does a lot of like side areas that are easily missable, and if you mess something up, you either have to like go in and out of the room or you have to restart the level. So it's kind of like, let's make it so you don't have to do that. You can just get these power-ups that completely break the game. And then also people complained that the game wasn't difficult enough, so they added this hard mode, which is just the entire time this really stupid like enemy will just follow you around throughout the entire level and it hit you.
Oh my god, I was alive for a second there. Oh wow.
And it's really, really annoying because I was just talking about how good the music is. So if you hit this guy, he gets stunned for like a few seconds, right? Every single time he shows up, the music stops and it starts playing his music. Don't you hate when games do that?
1 second. Yeah, constant music changes aren't great. I'm playing a game right now where every single time you go into the menu, it like changes the music, and I can't stand that. It's like it just interrupts
What game is that?
everything. Sorry?
What game is that?
I'm not gonna mention it at this time. But I'm playing and I'm telling you.
Oh, I get it. I understand.
Like, just for that, it gets an F-.
I get it. I thought you were gonna say Wario World.
Okay. I mean, Wario gets a pass because it's stupid.
Did you know that if you let that play for 45 minutes, he says, "I'm sorry."
I do remember hearing that.
Normal
Yes.
music. That's such a funny little detail. I love that.
This level isn't too hard, but the others were literally like hell. Yeah, like this isn't that bad. It's just I'm trying to time those spinning guys, and it's not going so.
Oh yeah, the devil mode. Yeah, it was also just like, I mean, I don't know. I never really cared. Like, I like easy games. I was never really bothered by Kirby being easy, especially because I feel like the thing with Kirby games, the difficulty comes from 100%ing it. So like, there are times where in certain levels where it's really easy to miss a collectible. And also, one thing I love about Kirby's Epic Yarn is that the collectibles aren't just like random coins, or a lot of games it's like the collectible is just a coin but bigger, or a star but green. It's not really that exciting.
But in Epic Yarn, that's different.
So in Epic Yarn, it's really funny. It's completely pointless. But there's this thing where the game gives you an apartment and you can decorate it with furniture, and so every single level has 3 collectibles, and 2 of them are furniture for your apartment, and the other one is a new track that plays in that level when you collect the CD. So I just think that's really funny that like when you actually go out of your way to get all the collectibles, they're
What is this?
All of the collectibles are like actual things that you can put in your house. And I really appreciate that. I think that's a nice detail. Hold on, I'll be right back in like 5 seconds. I'm getting a phone call.
What is this? I didn't know where I was supposed to stand for that. I was gonna kind of do like a C jump off the side. But all right, everyone, with it, Max occupied for the time being, we're back to traditional commentary, where I talk so fast and so often that my throat starts giving out 5 minutes later. Hope you're all excited for that. It's part of the level. We're trying to get all these coins here, and I'm failing at it miraculously. So we'll see if we can correct that. But otherwise, yeah, this doesn't seem too bad. If you can just take like an extra hit to the end there. What's everyone's favorite title screen music? Oh, I know what everyone's is. It's Yoshi's New Island. The classic. See,
those were some really exciting noises to come back.
DK died because he couldn't stand the Yoshi's New Island title screen music.
I was deafened for 5 seconds, and I come out of beep 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 beep.
Cool. I can't hear title screen music without going to the classics. I'm sorry.
Yes, Yoshi's New Island. I have not. I really need to play actual Yoshi's Island and DS and New Island.
I was looking over the chat. Yoshi's New Island theme hits different, makes my ears bleed. I'm glad we're in agreement on that.
What am I? I'll have to think about that. I guess Pokemon Red and Blue. That's a good one.
It's classic.
The last couple, like Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet, really don't have great title screen music because they have like atmospheric title screens. So that kind of like, they're cool, but they don't have like some exciting song that plays that gets you because games do that thing nowadays where you don't even see the title screen until you quit out. Like usually it just goes right into the game.
Oh yeah.
So, but yeah, Pokemon has a great title screen music.
So speaking of title screens, you know what they have to bring back?
Demos after you wait on the title screen?
I like that, but no. Press start. What is with this press L and R or press A and B? What do they have against pressing start? When did it become uncool to press start?
I'm pretty sure it's because it doesn't matter, and most games allow you to press any button. Like, even if it says start, you don't need to press start.
But then why not just say press start or press a button?
I don't know.
I don't understand where like press L plus R came from.
Well, the only
you're not unlocking your computer from sleep mode or whatever. Like I don't.
Well, like this game says L and R, but it doesn't require you to press L and R, which is weird. The only game I can think of that actually requires you to is like, doesn't Mario Kart 8 require you to? I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
All right, this time we got it.
Super Tom Brother said there are too many Golbats in this game. True.
You know, it's funny, you know, they completely scrapped all of the completely awesome Donkey Kong Country enemies and replaced it with like 3 other enemies that get really repetitive.
I've said this before. I think my favorite enemy in this game are the little fluffy guys that bounce around because they remind me of Puffles.
Like, I guess I'm supposed to avoid that up here, but
You haven't played Club Penguin, so you don't remember the Puffles, but...
Alright, we're at this part again, everyone. I like this. This is cool. There was just that one that was, like, kind of odd. Oh, I gotta remember to do that.
It's okay. Don't worry, Gorn Power. That's still better than Andrew has, so...
What, I've only died, like, 40 times this stream?
No, Gorn Power says he's only played X and Y, Sun and Moon, and Let's Go Pikachu. And he hasn't played anything newer than that.
You think I can fit through the middle?
X and Y is my favorite Pokemon game of all time. I love X and Y. It's not the most difficult. You know, people say it's easy, but I love that. I think it has amazing music, amazing region design, amazing characters. I will always love that one.
What have I played? I've only played 600 NES games. Do you remember this the month of Star Force? That was a fun one.
I think he means Pokemon.
Oh, okay, Pokemon. Well, the first 4 gens then, and the trading card games, the best Pokemon games.
So you could just say everything up to Gen 4.
Pretty much.
Fair, right? You've played most of the spin-offs. We were talking about how much we both love Pokemon Snap.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Poke Park. I know you love Poke Park. I need to play Poke Park. I need to see what all the Poke Park hype is.
Well, funny enough, technically Poke Park is Gen 4. The second one is Gen 5. But the first one came out before Gen 5.
Okay, this isn't that hard. Let's stop sucking at this. And get it done.
Another really great one that I played recently that I did enjoy was Pokemon Ranger, which is also... Pokemon Ranger is actually technically Gen 3 because it came out before Diamond and Pearl. That's one thing that I feel like people don't talk about, and I wonder if you can relate to this. One thing I love about Nintendo consoles is that weird era early on in the console's life, before the next big Mario or Pokemon game has come out, where all of the spin-offs are part of the, like, reference the game from the previous console.
Oh, I love that. Yes.
So, like, another example is Mario Super Sluggers on the Wii came out before Mario Galaxy. So even though it's a Wii game, Mario's baseball team in the game is based on Sunshine. Which I think is really interesting that it's a Wii game, but it's based on Sunshine.
I used to like when the spin-offs would, you know, take a lot of things that were in the more mainline games, like how you started seeing Piantas and everything after Sunshine and such, and you don't see those dudes as much anymore.
Oh yeah, no, you're right, Super Tom Brother. Yeah, the Manaphy quest. Yeah, that was a really... Did you ever play Pokemon Ranger? Because that came out before.
No, I never really played Ranger. I know I had like 3 games.
So I played the first one, and then I'm about halfway through the second one. They're not bad, but they're so similar that I should have taken more time off between, because I'm kind of like burnt out. I'm like halfway through the second one.
Fair enough.
Also, another thing that's interesting is the first game is way more difficult than the other two. Because in the first game, every single Pokemon you have to loop around them a certain amount of times, and if the loop gets broken or if you take your stylus off, you have to restart. In the 2 other games, they have a health bar, which means you don't have to like it makes it way easier because you don't have to like do it really precisely. But anyway, so the first game had this post-game mission that you could unlock by like entering random buttons into like the mission screen, where it was a mission, and at the end you got a Manaphy egg that you could transfer to Diamond and Pearl. And the interesting thing about it is it's not 1 per save file, it's 1 per cartridge. So the only way nowadays to get that Manaphy egg is if you get lucky and whoever owned the game before you either didn't do the mission. Which is really weird. I like Mario Super Sluggers because I think it was really like speaking of Donkey Kong, I think it was really cool how Mario Super Sluggers had like, remember they had that redesign for Tiny Kong?
Sorry, you're gonna have to repeat everything you said over the last 3 minutes.
That's fine.
Thank you, Christian.
You remember how Mario Super Sluggers had like Tiny Kong in it? She had like a redesign. Like they did that. Like Super Sluggers had like more Donkey Kong characters. I thought that was cool.
So here's your favorite boss, Max. The final boss. Let's load up with our 35 extra health.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Super Princess Peach was great. I beat that last year in January. I really enjoyed it. The only annoying thing is you have to collect all the toads in every level to complete the final boss. But unlike New Super Mario Bros, where it's like if you get the third coin, it tells you it's the third coin. If you get the third toad, it just says you got one of the toads, which means it's really annoying to remember which ones you got and which ones you didn't get.
It's the giant tiki, everybody.
Like, I guess to put in perspective, imagine if you were playing this game and you got the G and you missed to the N, but it didn't.
But you didn't know how to spell.
Immediately.
So
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it wasn't immediately obvious that you got that you missed the letter. Yeah, it's weird. Oh yeah, the Kremlings are goalies in Mario soccer games. Yeah, that's true. That's cool. It's a cool detail. Oh, that's right. I had to repeat everything I said in the last 3 minutes. I was telling you about the Manaphy egg.
Oh yeah, so there's a game. Like it's cartridge.
It's one per cartridge.
So there's no way to like reset the save data, like do a clean sweep. Or
apparently, somebody said that if you have a modded DS, you can like hard reset it, but that could mess up your cartridge.
Weird.
But yeah, if you just delete the save data and start over, no, you don't get to still get it. I mean, there's a chance that you'll get lucky and whatever copy you got, someone else didn't get it, but that would require a lot of effort to find out because you'd have to.
I feel like a lot of people didn't really do side stuff like that though. I bet there's a lot of cartridges out there.
Yeah, there's a I should actually go back and check because it'd be cool to get that in Pearl or Plat. I think it's. Oh, so one thing that was weird about Gen 4, I don't know if you remember this. There were so did you ever have My Pokemon Ranch? Because we were talking about Pokemon.
Do you know
Boxer.
how many times I debated buying that off the shop? Because I like Gen 4 so much and I like Diamond and Pearl that it's compatible with that. And I almost did, and then like as someone who had very limited Wii points back in the day, I just never did it.
Yes. So there are so many weird little quirks about that game. Here's one, for example.
Here's the dudes.
Did
all
you know
8 of the dudes that you're supposed to be so shocked by, and I didn't even really notice were any different until right now.
So until 2018, until Pokemon Let's Go came out, did you know that My Pokemon Ranch was the only way to get a Mew, not counting mystery gifts?
I did know that Mew came from My Pokemon Ranch. I didn't know it was the only.
You had to it was the only way to get a Mew outside of mystery gifts, like officially, until Let's Go came out. And the way you did it, you had to transfer 1,000 or like 10,000 Pokemon or something like that. Like you had to max out the box in My Pokemon Ranch.
So all this lava has just been molten bananas?
Which I will say, luckily, I'm pretty sure Gen 4 was the game that introduced the repeat ball, so that makes it a little easier. Which means, because there's a repeat ball in Gen 4, which basically means you had to transfer like 9,000 Pidgeys.
And now it's another Nintendo boss with detached hands. What are your thoughts on this boss, Max?
It reminds me a lot of the one from Ocarina of Time.
And again, I haven't fought this in 15 years, so it's going to take me a second to get all the tells down again.
So basically what that means is it reminds me of every single other Nintendo boss that is like this.
And you never died to it because you had 37 health.
Because I had 30. Yeah, exactly. I think it's really cool. You remember the boss? I actually really like that boss in Ocarina of Time. You remember that one, right? The Spirit Temple boss.
Bongo?
Yeah, I love. It's a cool boss. That was one of my favorites in that game. Also, that boss is a perfect example of how awesome Z targeting is, and how it's like one of the best things they ever invented in a video game. Can you imagine how difficult that game would be if Z targeting wasn't a thing that existed?
I like how I got the heart before I got crushed. I mean, it wasn't sticking around long enough for me to land on. Oh my god.
You know what I'm talking about? You're focused. It's okay.
But Z targeting, yes, Z targeting's great.
Yeah, because whenever you do Bongo Bongo, every time you hit both of his hands, then he like runs at you, and you have to quickly go into first person and Z target onto him.
As a kid, I remember not really understanding Z targeting, so I feel like I did most things without it.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yes, you're right. Yeah, Rio. I can't believe I forgot about that. Yeah, this is just like a boss in Kirby's Epic Yarn. Or sorry, not Kirby's.
Do I get Diddy again? Kirby. You don't get Diddy? Like, you go through that whole first section and you have Diddy after it, but then they don't even give you Diddy for any following try, so every other attempt at this boss is going to be like a million times more difficult. Then,
I really can't believe I completely forgot about that. Yeah, there is a boss just like this in Kirby Superstar in Great Cave Offensive. I remember that, yeah.
So when you have your 37 extra hearts, do you keep Diddy? Like, until you run out of them?
Yeah. So you go through all of the extra hearts and then the normal 4 hearts. But also, because I had so much money, I also got two extra DK barrels that just automatically spawn when you lose Diddy. I'm pretty sure. There's like a button you have to press.
I always anticipate it, and you shouldn't do that.
So let's say if I ran out, so technically if I ran out of all my 37 hearts, and I was at like where you are right now, where I only had 1 heart left, I could get 3 more hearts by spawning Diddy, technically.
Oh, he puts a heart in his palm, and then if you grab it, he hurts you? The crap is that? And now you know why I anticipate that.
That's really funny.
It's very fast.
I love that.
No true ending now, says Fennec. What, because there's no Diddy?
Is that true?
I hope not.
Oh, I think maybe it just means he's not in the cutscene, I guess. Because that is true with all the other bosses. If you finish them with Diddy, there's a slightly different cutscene than there is if you finish them without him.
Interesting. You've lost Diddy privileges. I like that. Oh.
The Lonely Goomba made a top 10 floating hand bosses. That's funny.
Nintendo does seem to love them.
I didn't really think about that. I didn't realize there were that many. But I mean, we were able to name at least 4. I guess there's more than that.
Like every Mario game pretty much has one.
But isn't it just the same one every time, or is it different? Because I can only think of the one in Super Mario 64.
I fought one in Galaxy recently.
Oh, that's right. The Poltergeist or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
The Bouldergeist. I forgot about that. I'm gonna be honest. I forgot he even had hands. But yeah, that's true. Yeah, he has the hands. He throws the bombs out. I really like the tongue moves. I think they're fun.
Oh, I got the heart without landing in his palm, but I didn't need it. No, then he fakes it. Just let me mash you. Thank you.
Oh yeah, he does fake it. And
okay.
Also, you have very little time to land on his hand.
So, how does this boss go for the rest of it?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember. Okay. I'm sorry, I can't help you here.
You fought this boss a month ago.
Yeah, a whole month. I beat this game before you started streaming it, so.
You beat it because like the day it came out.
I beat it the week it came out.
I got the heart. The heart was like on fire, but I got it.
Well, to be fair, I beat this game technically as quickly as you did. It's just I didn't limit myself to once per week, but I'm pretty sure I still did it in play sessions of 2 worlds. So technically, I did it just as fast as you did.
Is he ever gonna slam again, or like?
No.
No.
You had one chance and you missed it.
No, I hit him when he slammed.
I know. I'm just kidding. Oh no.
Hit the red button 3 times, says Wiz.
You're right, Super Tom Brother. I completely forgot about the one in Mario Odyssey.
Yeah, exactly.
And
that's
the
another
final
one I was
boss in
thinking
Mario
about.
Wonder. And the final boss in Mario Wonder was basically that too.
I don't remember
That's right.
anything about Mario Wonder.
Well, that's because you were probably like barely even alive.
I was barely conscious.
Like I said, me and multiple other people were watching your stream.
How did I
and
end
then
up
we went
under
to
his
sleep.
hands? They were already on the ground.
Me and like several other people who were talking about it said that they were watching your stream and then went to bed and had a full night's rest and then woke up to you still playing.
I like how you were talking to all these people who were apparently watching it.
No, there were more. It was more than just me that said that. After your stream was over, they said that they came back to it in the morning and you were still playing. I came back and I was so mad because you spoiled me on the final boss. Thanks a lot.
But I'm happy that you were there because you're proof that I actually beat it. I don't know.
That's true. It was. Well, at first we were playing it together because but then we realized
You were
that
doing, like, the ghost
co-op
mode.
is, but like it's barely even co-op, so we weren't really playing together. Like because you were going for everything. If I beat a level before you, then I just moved on to the next level, and you were still in the level.
That is true.
Oh yeah, I guess Master Hand and Crazy.
Yeah, I was
feel like
thinking
those
about
are
that, yeah.
kind of different because that's only one hand, not two. Yeah, I don't think, Andrew, you already said before, you're not going to do the time attack because it's not required. And I don't blame you.
I'm glad that you don't blame me. Thank you.
When you do the time attack, do you have to get every collectible within the time?
I have no clue. All right, I get it. You're mad. Just attack me.
Yeah, Princess Peach. So you played the demo, but that was it, right? For Princess Peach Showtime?
Yes.
That game is very interesting. It's kind of like Crafted World. It's not a bad game. I don't think it's bad. I just think it's something where I play it and I'm not like, wow, that was the greatest thing ever. I want to do that again. It's more like, well, okay.
I like how this boss
sometimes
drops
that
a
happens.
million hearts when I don't need them. But when you need them, it doesn't drop anything. Whoa!
Sometimes
I thought he was going to go to the side. He's never dropped in the middle before. Usually he drops to a side.
Yeah. Did you just get hit twice?
Probably.
Anyway. Yeah, like it wasn't a bad game, but it's sometimes you play a game and you just kind of forget about it and move on as soon as it's over. It was a very pretty game. I enjoy how the whole game was like play themed, and so all the sections of the level you would enter from stage left and exit from stage right, or I guess other way around. You know what I mean? It's cool.
You're impressed that it played from left to right like 99% of video games ever made.
Oh no, I mean like it has like stage exits. Like you can like curtains and everything on the sides.
Mario
Like you're on a
3 had
stage.
that. Does Mario 3 blow your mind every time you play it?
Well, Mario 3 is an NES game. This was like, I guess you could you argue that Mario 3 is the first 2.5D game?
Because of the shadows.
No, because remember you can go in the background. There's like the level where you can hold down and go through the background. But so yeah, 3D like Princess Peach Showtime was like completely designed around that. Like a lot of the levels will have like cardboard cutouts in the background and like they're meant to look like you're on a stage. It's a very nice looking game. That's one thing Good Feel is really good about. Every single Good Feel game is beautiful. Yeah, Super Tom Brother. Which one did you buy? I actually really liked Mario vs. Donkey Kong. That's another franchise that I never played until I played the remake on Switch.
So is he ever gonna stop shooting these fire guys, or like, what's the gimmick?
Jess, you know, the
Okay,
way
good.
that I heard it from people describe it is if you liked Yoshi's Story, you'll probably like Crafted World more than I did. Because people say it's like more similar to that. I'm not the biggest. What do you think of Yoshi's Story? He's plugged in right now.
What?
He's wired in.
Then I gotta do the
He
fire part
can't hear
again?
me.
Does not even touch me. What do I think of Yoshi's Story? I think it needed a bit more meat to it. Yoshi's Story,
But
like, sorry, what's your point? I'd love to address whatever point you might
My
have.
point was is that a lot of people say that if you liked Yoshi's Story, you'll probably like Crafted World because they're more similar in the way that they're both like slightly slower paced. But I mean, even you agree that like obviously Yoshi's Island was better than Yoshi's Story.
Yeah, and obviously,
some
Woolly World is more like Island.
Yeah, and there's some people that liked Yoshi's Story more than Island, and those people really liked Crafted World. So I guess if you like Yoshi's Story, maybe you like it. Also, did you like the Social Network reference I made? You saw that movie, right?
I don't think
one
I've ever
about
actually seen The
Facebook?
Social Network. I know which movie it is. I've never seen it though.
Starring Jesse Eisenberg and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Timberlake.
Well, I really like that heart.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, no, there's a part. No, never mind. There's a part at the end. It's a very good movie. Starring Justin Timberlake and Spider-Man.
So you
Yeah,
just,
it's
you just have to
definitely-
hit the button 3 times and we're done? Like, I almost had the 3rd hit on it too.
I think so. Yeah, I remember actually that is it. Because I remember when I played this boss, I was like, really? That's it? There's no like surprise secret phase like a Mario game?
And he was like,
We're
psych.
done?
I always think that when he ground pounds, he's gonna like stun. So I get paranoid, but you don't have to worry about it.
Oh, that's right. Most games do that. Like you'll have a little like he's vibrating a bit. Yeah, yeah.
Can I please
Mario
get the
does that a
right
lot.
Okay, I think I understand better now how to dodge the fire dudes. Going under them is better than trying to jump over.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's not a bad game. That was back when I was still selling things, so I don't actually own it anymore. I remember playing it when it was like somewhat new, and then I sold it. But I mean, I'd give it another chance. I mean, you got to realize the Switch has been around so long that game is what, like 6, 7, almost 7 years old. I'm pretty sure that was a 2018 game. Yeah, Andrew's wired in right now.
I'm trying. I just want to get this boss done. We're not. This isn't even the end of the stream.
This is only halfway.
Okay, is that it? Oh, he dead. Yay, we saved Hyrule.
We saved Donkey Kong Country.
He did it. Let's go,
Yeah.
Gordon.
Oh, yeah,
Thank you.
This is the best. This is the best ending ever. He punches the moon into the enemy. I love this ending.
I'm curious.
I forgot
Is
how
it
funny
any
this
different if
was.
you have Diddy? Like, where does Diddy factor into this?
Well, actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I beat the game with Diddy. So I'm pretty sure all it is he's just there. He's just there flying up with next to him. No, yeah, I forgot how funny this ending was. He just punches the moon into it, and it perfectly defeats just the enemies, and then it goes back into the sky.
See, if they had just let the
Like-
moon land in Majora's Mask, that's the same thing would have happened.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, imagine if the secret ending of Majora's Mask is everyone's fine, but there's just a bunch of bananas come out of the clock tower.
But everyone's allergic to bananas.
Oh, and so they still die anyway. Yeah, what if every single person in Termina isn't actually like paranoid or gonna die? What if they all just have like a what's in bananas? God, I'm stupid. What's the word? What does bananas give you? What's the good thing that they give you?
Some vitamin, probably. A is confirmed.
I'm forgetting the name.
Forever. Entertainment. Do we...
Are you gonna watch? No, you're gonna get copyright claimed if you watch the credits.
All right, everyone. What you need to know is that the big and you Debidic made this game.
What?
That was the guy's name. I didn't name him.
Oh, you're right. Okay, yeah. So I like to imagine that nobody's dying in Termina. They all just have a potassium deficiency. Thank you. Yes.
Potassium.
Everyone in Termina has a potassium deficiency. They just need some of Donkey Kong's bananas.
But all right, so did you see this cutscene? Did you get... I mean, yeah, I think you still
Yes,
get
I
this.
did, yeah.
But you never went to it. Did you just, like,
No.
rip the game from your Switch immediately, and that was it?
I wanted to finish Kirby. Which I also did the same night. Because I started playing Kirby Triple Deluxe on the plane, and I got through the first few worlds on the plane. I was like, I want to finish this, because it's not that late. I'm done with Donkey Kong.
You can probably watch the
so
credits anytime you want. That's, like, such a modern game day thing.
I beat two very, very amazing platformers
See,
on the same
credits
night.
is considered an extra now. There's this expectation that, like, you're being given the privilege of viewing the credits.
Wait, can we go to the diorama gallery?
Yeah, it's diorama it up in here. Here we go. Yeah!
I'm kind of curious to see what's in
It's
there.
a trophy from Smash Brothers.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
You can't just go from one to the other. You have to go back to the menu every time.
Ever get a game that's really good to you? Oh, you have, I mean, like, do you mean like have you ever played a game that's so good that you have to go out and buy the console it's on, like a system seller? Yeah, that was why I bought the PS5, honestly, just for Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. That's how good that game was.
All right, everyone, it's Golden Temple time after the volcano.
That was a...
There better not be any lava in the Golden Temple, I swear.
Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart is like the only PlayStation exclusive, or the only PS5 exclusive that actually takes advantage of the PS5 in a way that's not just, we have ray tracing. Like, it's like the fact that there's like no loading screens actually is really cool. Like, all the levels just seamlessly go into the next one.
Thank you, Nemoski, for your
amazing.
congratulations there. So you can exit if you're someone named Max who doesn't actually collect all the things as he plays. But if you're cool like me, you have to come up here and put all your orbs in there. All the pure hearts right in place.
Yes, good job on beating the game. Goran Power, there's not a lot of PS5 exclusives, and also I'm not really somebody who's into like Last of Us. I don't know, is that a gaming hot take? That I don't like Last of Us?
It's only been released like on the same game on every platform since PS3.
Yeah, exactly. They should have titled this game Donkey Kong Country Returns Remastered Part 1. Remember they remastered Last of Us 1 and called it Last of Us Part 1 because there's a Last of Us Part 2?
Isn't that like how that the newest Mission Impossible movie is called Part 1, but it did so bad that they're not going to make a Part 2 now?
No, they just retitled Part 2 to not have Part 2 in the name. Which is so disappointing because, so apparently the reason why that movie didn't do that well was because it came out around the same time that, like, Oppenheimer came out. And so because of that, they couldn't get any IMAX theaters.
Max.
For what?
This is terrible. It's a whole new world. It was only supposed to be like one level in the old game.
I told you it was its own world. I told you.
I was hoping one world could have meant anywhere between like one, more than one level is a world. So it didn't have to be like 9 more levels.
A whole new world, a whole new Donkey Kong adventure.
In the next game, we're going to be building a snowman. All right, so hopefully these levels aren't that hard. Is that Frozen you're referencing? I've never seen like anything released in the
No,
last
that's
20 years.
Aladdin.
Oh, okay. Well, I forgot about that one too.
To be fair, I've never seen Aladdin, so sorry. I just remember the song.
Frozen, Aladdin. Do I have to collect anything? Oh, why are you still hiding puzzle pieces? Don't do this to me.
I never
No
saw.
Kong
I never
letters,
watched.
though.
I never watched Frozen. I remember when Frozen came out, I was at the age where like I was really edgy and thought everything released now was horrible. And also, well, actually, no. I think at the time I was like, I don't want to see some girls movie. I'm 9 years old. I'm too mature for Frozen.
Stop the stream and watch Aladdin. I think I probably missed something back there. Stop the stream and watch Aladdin right now. So there are a whole bunch of Disney movies that I watched before, like, I have a really clear memory of, like, I can say everything that happened in them. Like, you know, I grew up with a whole bunch of them, but I haven't watched them in, like, 25 years.
That's fair. I mean,
So
yeah,
I can't,
no,
like,
get
tell you
that.
every song from each one.
So I had a weird thing where when I was a kid, for some reason, I never really watched Disney movies. I watched Pixar. So I love, like, you know, Toy Story.
Toy Story was, like, my favorite
all
movie when
those.
I was a kid.
But I just never really watched like the Lion King or Aladdin or any of those like classic Disney. The only like 2D animated like Disney movie I remember seeing as a kid was Fox and the Hound, which I really liked that one. But yeah, I just missed him. Yeah, Aladdin does have Robin Williams. True.
All right, Max, we got to get serious. Clearly, this world, if it's the final world, they're gonna hide everything.
Why did you restart the level?
Because
I wasn't paying attention.
I saw to the right here. It's like, can I do a thing like this? Like, that's got to be a thing, right? Like, it looked like it probably was, but you know, it's the final world, and it's gonna make you do pixel perfect jumps, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, no, yeah, actually, okay, I guess someone mentioned the Aladdin game. That was one thing that everybody always knows Disney for is their... Was Aladdin also Capcom? Because didn't Capcom make all the good ones?
No, it wasn't. Or was Aladdin Capcom? It was on the Super Nintendo, and like, yeah, during the NES days, they had the monopoly.
Yeah, they made... Well,
Disney
also...
stuff. But
also, they
that
went
disappeared
into
in
the
like
16-bit
the mid-90s.
No, but they went into the 16-bit era, because didn't Capcom make World of Illusion?
Yeah, that sounds right. All right, come on. What is
Yeah,
this?
and then
What
they
is
had...
this?
And then they had World of Illusion, and then they had the sequel to World of Illusion, where, like, if you play co-op, it's a completely different game. You ever play that one? I forget. I actually have it. I just forgot what it's called. There's one where you could play co-op, and the second player was Donald Duck. And if you play co-op, like there's like different paths for the levels that you can only take in co-op.
That has to be a secret, right? Like, there's no way this is like an exit from another area, because I don't want to play the whole level and then realize I missed this one thing at the beginning.
Oh yeah, okay. So Super Tom Brothers said Capcom made the SNES version, but Virgin made the Genesis one. Yeah,
See, that's
yeah,
what I
okay,
was
yeah.
thinking too, because I know like the Jungle Book, like that was Virgin. So,
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, obviously, like the best one, DuckTales.
Like,
right?
I'm so close that I can't be convinced that I'm not supposed to do this.
I absolutely love DuckTales. What about you, Andrew?
DuckTales is awesome, yes.
What about the second one? How's the second one?
I feel like it's a little more laid back. I like the
And it's like $600.
yeah. Come on. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. If we're missing a puzzle piece, then I'll spend the next 3 years of my life trying to make that jump. But like,
If only
it's
this
like
was Tropical Freeze, then you could use someone else to get over there.
yes, yeah. The other Kongs finally come back. All right. Oh, that's that barrel. Duh. Okay, forget that we just spent 30 minutes trying to do that.
Brand new funky mode.
But can you go to the left is the question. See, can you blame me for being paranoid when this whole game has trained you to like take crazy jumps?
No! Seven!
You're screaming about something, but I have no clue because you're cutting out.
The puzzle pieces.
Did I miss one?
No, I can't believe that they're still in these levels, even though you already beat the game.
Yeah, I'm really upset.
And there's 7 of them. It's not even like 5.
I would love to just do some platforming and have fun, but instead I still have to, you know, strain my brain and look for all these secrets. At least there's no Kong letters anymore. We've escaped that.
Super Tom Brother says the remake of DuckTales is worse than the original. I don't know. I've only ever played the remake, but I did get the NES one last month, and I'm excited to give it a shot.
I like DuckTales Remastered.
On my AV Famicom. Thank you, Andrew.
Hey!
Andrew really got me into the master race of AV Famicom. It's really great.
I'm glad you like it.
It's awesome. It's so much more reliable than a real NES.
Okay, I see the secret here. Yes.
And it would be even more reliable if I had a fancy, expensive modded adapter like you do instead of just a cheap one.
My adapter came from a box of guy who was selling his
No, I know.
For the longest time, I had no clue it was special.
Yeah, so when I was doing research, apparently, well, for one, NES to Famicom adapters are more expensive than the other way around, right? Because you can find Famicom to NES anywhere. But apparently the weird thing about NES to Famicom is they don't support. Is it eMMC3? Is that what it's called? Is that what the chip's called?
Or is it 5?
I don't know. So that means that unless you don't want to, like, if you want to play the US version of I think Castlevania 3, that's the big one. Mm-hmm. I mean, you can always just play the Famicom version and then it's fine. But if you want to play the NES version,
I've never failed that one. Your stories of Castlevania are throwing me off my game here. No.
Sorry. If you want to play the NES version on an AV Famicom, you have to have like a modded adapter. Like somebody had to go in and like solder something in there.
I was a little bit freaked out because there was that bridge that broke at that one point, and then like, why does that break? Like, what is the gimmick with that bridge that I missed then? So we're gonna figure that out too. But
so
someone has to get
so
in
you
there
have the adapter, which is nice. Now I've looked; they're like $60. I mean, maybe I might invest because it's. I mean, but I haven't yet. I just bought like a cheap one, which is kind of annoying to use because it's just a board. It's not like a full with like the casing and everything.
Like, I wonder why that bridge breaks. See, I was afraid that maybe I'd missed like a puzzle piece on it. That was the gimmick. It was like, you got to do it quick, or you're not gonna get the puzzle piece.
But honestly, I also was going to say, I feel like maybe you'd agree with me. Wouldn't you rather just play the Japanese version of Castlevania 3? Because the Japanese version has the better music.
Yeah, that's one of those games where, yeah, you're probably going to want to play the Japanese one anyway.
So unless you only have an AV Famicom and you really want to play the American version, then I guess it's not really that big of a deal. Also, another annoying thing, which I guess you said you also got yours modded to make up for this. You can't use zappers on an AV Famicom unless you mod it.
Facepalm so hard. Yes, that is true. It's thankfully just like a really small mod. Just gotta like cross the wire. Hi, little Wayoshi. Hope you're having a great night. We're in the bonus world now.
You know what's weird about that? Did you know that actually applies to more than? I don't even understand how this works, but I'm pretty sure that applies to more than just the zapper. Because I remember I bought Arkanoid. The Arkanoid paddle controller, it works on my NES, but it doesn't work on my AV Famicom.
Well, it's because the Famicom's accessories went through that separate port, right, on the side.
Yeah.
So,
but I just don't. I don't understand how it would like know that it's the NES version. Like, you think it would just be a D-pad to like as the game's concerned, but I guess not.
No, the wiring is just different, which is why it's just like one little wire you have to put in, and then it changes something.
I'll have to look into that because I don't know if you're aware of this. The Famicom version of that controller is way more expensive.
Of the Arkanoid one?
Yeah.
I have the blue
I don't know
one.
I don't know why Famicom Arkanoid is so expensive, but it is.
I've never seen that. I find that really hard to believe.
Well, I checked on eBay. I was like, well, if I have the expansion port, I'll just buy the Famicom version. But it's like over $100.
So be very careful of anything Famicom related on eBay. They charge like more than 1,000 times what things are worth sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true.
I almost missed it. I almost missed that.
Maybe it'd be cheaper if I bought it in Japan. That is possible, but Yeah, so I love Arkanoid. I'm a big fan of paddle games. That's why I'm really enjoying. Oh, I guess I haven't talked to you. What do you think of your Atari?
I've been wanting to stream with it, so I still haven't really done too much with it yet. But I'm really looking forward to it.
I honestly think part of the reason why it's so nice is that, let's say you're somebody who has like an original Atari, right, or like a modded one, and you don't want to upgrade. It's nice just because they make brand new accessories now that are like the same as the original ones. Like, it's crazy to think that in 2025 you can go on Amazon and buy brand new paddles.
Yeah, you have to give Atari credit for that. You know, if Nintendo would make like a new NES or something, that'd be so cool.
Yeah.
Like, why does it always have to be third party?
Nintendo has all the molds. They just only want to use them whenever they want to. Like with Smash Brothers. Okay, remember when all the Switch Online controllers came out? It made me realize, you're telling me Nintendo has had the molds for all of their controllers this whole time, and they've never released them until now? Like, they should have just been selling brand new SNES controllers this whole time.
Nintendo doesn't care about giving people what they want.
That's true.
Is that gonna like that? Oh, like what? Like, I just, any other time in this game, you're punished because, oh, you went too fast and missed the thing. So I saw that guy was falling, and I'm like, maybe there's gonna be something on his head, so you gotta wait for him to go through all that. But no, that was one of those times when you get punished for waiting.
So Jess, obviously, unless you're 60 years old, I don't think you're gonna be like, oh, I love the Atari, it's the greatest thing ever. I mean, there's people out there, but there are still some good games on the Atari. It's not as bad as some people claim it is. Some people are like, oh, it's so old, it's unusable. There's some games on the Atari. It can be fun sometimes. And considering the fact that the Atari's so old that the only way to get anything better than RF is to mod it. Because I remember before the 2600 came out, I looked into some people get AV modded 7800s. And I remember I was looking into that because those aren't... But, like, that's a little bit more. So I just decided to get the Plus. And, man, it's awesome. It's really nice.
One down!
It's very... And also, they did make the 7800 Plus, but they're literally the same thing. Just different shells. So...
Are those white things around the frogs flies or an aura?
Because the 2600 Plus can play 7800 games.
Christian, why are you calling it an Atari? Why not?
Why not?
So does he have a key in this world? No, he doesn't have anything good anymore. Buy squats just to fill up our inventory down there.
There is also the 7800 or the Retron 77. That is also an alternative, but yeah, I really like. Oh, and also another thing that's crazy is, you remember how for this they also made, not only did they make brand new paddles and joysticks, they made brand new 7800 gamepads.
Yes,
which is crazy because those are like $100. Those are rare. Nobody bought the 7800.
Well, see, that controller as well was like, exclusive to Europe as well.
I think it's because a lot of 7800 games were trying to compete with the NES, so they used like 2 buttons.
It's funny how you go 2600 and then 5800, which is like so over the top, and then 7800 tones it down a little bit.
Is it 5800 or 5200?
52. Did I say it wrong?
You said 58.
Then I messed up.
Maybe you were thinking of the Japanese one, the 2800.
Yes.
Whatever it's called. Do you have one of those?
No, but I've seen the box before. So this is very suspicious. I don't trust this. Why does every level have to start with something that's very suspicious?
So you found all that stuff at thrift stores, right? Because, like, I mean, I guess I wasn't into it back then, but it's crazy to think that you found that many boxed consoles at thrift stores.
So I'll answer that, but Gorn Power has a question. Do you guys think this version of Donkey Kong Country Returns is worth $60? You already have the 3DS version, which makes me want to wait for either my birthday or a price drop.
So don't wait for a price drop. I doubt that's ever going to happen.
It's so true.
It's Nintendo. But I guess my opinion is, like, look, I like retro games, and I think you could probably agree with me. sometimes it's just kind of nice to play it on the Switch. You know? Like, I could have easily just played the Wii version, but I mean, like, usually when it's a brand new game or a brand new release, usually you're a little more inclined to play it, right? Because it's new.
Mm-hmm. Well, so my two main inspirations for buying this version were that I wanted to stream it with everyone, and because I hadn't played the 3DS version. I only played the Wii version, so I've never played these levels. So, you know, what we're experiencing right here, having to find 7 more puzzle pieces, this is the torture that I paid for. But if you've played the 3DS version, then, you know, maybe there's not as much incentive.
Also, I love the 3DS, but...
There you go. I got on top of those boxes, and there was nothing good even in them.
I do really love the 3DS, but I will say I think I would rather play a game like this on like a big... Even though, funny enough, that didn't even happen, because I played the entire thing on like handheld on the OLED. But like usually, if there's an option for me to play a game on the TV, I would usually rather pick that option.
Can't tell if this is a wall that I could break with that barrel. I'm paranoid anytime I see a barrel now. Oh shoot, are you supposed to blow the grass too? Like, I always forget, especially in these water levels, what you're supposed to stop and interact with. This all just looks like background stuff. I mean, the chest is like the only one that's kind of obvious.
So okay, I'm just gonna say everybody has their own financial situations. I totally understand that. If you don't think the game is
controversial hot take are we about to get from Max?
No, I get it. If you don't think a game is worth $60, I could totally understand that. I'm not gonna force anyone to buy it. But my opinion, my way I look at it is every game is $60. So if a game isn't $60, that's just a nice bonus. Like, I just go in every game expecting it to be $60.
So what about when they're $70?
Whatever it is. Well, I mean, okay, to be fair, I've just kind of accepted that because again, it's like, what am I going to do? If I either play it or I don't, you know, it's not like if me and 12 other people boycott it, they're going to stop doing that. Like, if I want to play a game bad enough, I'll buy it. I mean, sometimes
look at that. Look at that.
I guess, but you know, usually it's like, I want to play something, so I'm willing to pay for it. And I guess I've just kind of accepted that that's just how things are, I guess. Because you don't have like a PS5 or a Series X, but I do. So I'm already kind of used to games being $70, unless they're a Switch game, unless they're Tears of the Kingdom.
Max just likes paying for games. Don't take his comments too seriously.
If I want to play it, I won't really worry about it.
All right, what are we doing in the old ocean zone here?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate when a game isn't $60. You know, like there was stuff like Pikmin 1+2 or Metroid Prime Remastered, or like Donkey Kong, Mario vs. Donkey Kong was $50. But I look at more of that as like that's a nice little bonus. I get to save a few dollars and not really like this is how it should be. I did buy a few like smaller indie physical releases recently. There were only 40. That was kind of nice.
I was sure there was going to be a secret up there, and I was
all there was
totally
was
betrayed.
The big bundle of bananas.
Thankfully, though, you know, we've kind of gone back to, you know, older level design. Clearly, there's one level kind of inspired by each world, so, you know, not as bad as everything being lava-based. I can appreciate that.
I guess I'll ask you that because somebody mentioned Astrobot. So Andrew, what is your opinion on a short game? Because I kind of feel like there's a lot of people that say that they won't spend $70 on a game unless it's like 100+ hours. I feel like if a game is 6 hours but really good, I'm fine with that.
I mean, it all comes down to preference a lot of the time, and you know, everyone's gonna have different reasons for if they think a game is worth it or not. I would prefer to get, I think, more than, you know, a few hours out of a game if it's going to cost a lot. But, you know.
Because Astrobot was really, really good, and I'd say that one's probably on the shorter side. That was an amazing game, though.
So there's a thing up there. And what else have we got here? Technically, post-game, modern Pokemon games are going to be paid DLC. Yeah, so you and I had this conversation before. Oh, about how it's really hard for me. You know, one thing about Pokemon games that stands out these days is how, you know, post-game just kind of seems like it's become DLC, where the other games used to actually have, you know, post-game. You didn't have to... No,
so...
don't freaking do this to me. At least I got it before I die.
Oh, wow. I thought you said don't do this to me because you knew I was going to start talking about Pokemon again.
Oh, boy.
No, so I guess, you know, run up Pokemon. Pokemon's a decent example. That's really, it really isn't like, oh, post-game is DLC. Scarlet and Violet has a pretty good post-game, in my opinion. I really like the post-game that it normally has. I feel like the DLC for Scarlet and Violet is worth it, because it's not just, oh, some post-game. It's 2 full brand new regions that are both really, really big. It's like basically 20 plus more hours of content. They both have their own Pokedexes that you get to complete. There's new Pokemon. There's like, again, like at least over 10 hours of like new story for both. It's actually pretty difficult for Pokemon because like all of the Pokemon are like over level 70 in the DLCs. I feel like that's what a DLC should be. If a DLC genuinely adds like a bunch of new unique content that almost feels like you're buying a whole new game, then I think it's worth it.
I think where it's tough is that you look back at like Gen 2 and you get like the entirety of Kanto in there after. It's like that would probably be paid DLC these days, but you know, somehow they did it for free back then. But I guess it takes a lot more money to make stuff now would be the argument, so it's harder to just kind of give you a big freebie thing.
Another argument you could make is that was reused content for the most part. Like, yeah, obviously there'd been a bunch of changes. It had been, what, like 2 years since Gen 1? So obviously there's a lot of changes, but in Scarlet and Violet, it's not just, oh, here's an old region. It's 2 brand new regions. So you got to realize they put tons of work into like new level design and new characters and all that sort of stuff. And then on top of that, after you beat both of the DLCs, there was basically like a third other chapter that's like an epilogue that has a whole new legendary and a bunch of new stuff. So I would say it's very much worth it. I love that game. Has some of the, and also I think it's because Scarlet and Violet has some of the best characters in the entire franchise. So a lot of people, including me, would pay money just to see more of those characters.
Interesting.
The main cast in Scarlet and Violet are like unforgettable. They're all great. They're all amazing. All 3 of them are great. And then Carmine, and I think it's Carmine, and I should know this. God, I feel like a fake
all my
fan
favorite
for forgetting his name.
characters. Thing 1 and Thing 2.
What's his?
Kanto was half. It's a Super Tom brother. One
This
thing
is
I always think
bothering
about,
me so
I
much. I'm
love
a
the
fake fan.
new islands that they added in to Fire Red and Leaf Green. Like, I really enjoyed that as post game.
Yes. Kieran, that's his name. I feel like a fake fan for forgetting that. Yeah, Carmine and Kieran in the DLC. Those are also great characters, and they show up again. They were super fun. Yeah. Oh yeah. Chico Might says you need to play Kraken Time. It's better than Rift Apart. Yeah, I really want to get to it. I have most of them. I'd say at this point. And
What?
I'm going to be honest, I got like halfway through the first one and then got stuck at a part, and I just haven't gone back to it. I do that sometimes. I really should. But yeah, I've only actually ever beaten the 2 newest Ratchet and Clank games. So like the reboot and then the most recent one. But I definitely want to go back and play all of them because they are amazing games. I love Ratchet and Clank. I definitely want to do the PS2. Is there a word for 6 of them?
So Wayoshi, that was about that
Apology?
piece that I took a dive for. Like it must have been like a weirdly placed roll, or something.
What,
to get that.
what
piece.
would you call that if there's 6 games? Would that be a sextology?
Probably.
Because I don't know if you know this. There are like 6 Ratchet and Clank games on PS2. They used to pump out so many of those, and now it's like one per generation. Because there were 4 on PS2, and then there were 2 on PSP. They got PS2 ports. So there are 6 Ratchet and Clank games.
Every series is kind of like that now. There used to be like 3 per generation, and now we're down to like 1 per generation if you're lucky.
And then I'm pretty sure the PS3 has 3 Ratchet and Clank games, and then also 2 multiplayer like spin-offs, I'm pretty sure. So, and then one of them only got a physical release in Europe, so I am planning on importing that. You wanted to get Soul Silver when it was new on DS, and you procrastinated. Now it's a very. I don't even want to hear Andrew's upsetting opinion on that game again. Makes me sad.
It's not like an objective opinion. It's just my experience with it was a little odd.
I'm just messing with you. I get it. Because in my opinion, if you don't count X and Y, which is probably, I would argue, probably mostly my favorite because of nostalgia in a lot of ways. Soul Silver and Heart Gold are probably the best in the entire franchise. They are what a remake should be. They take everything amazing about Gen 2 and just make them better in every way. I love those games so much.
I don't trust this. Like, it's like, should I be able to get up there? Oh.
Also, speaking of Gen 2, I was also in Gen 4 and Gen 3. Another reason why Scarlet and Violet is so great is it's the first time in years that they actually gave they gave like actual plot. Like before, whenever they'd have a mythical, they'd have like an event for it, right?
Whenever there was a mythical, it'd just be like, get it on mystery game.
Yeah, but they used to do like with Shaman or whatever, there'd be like a whole event for it, and now it's just like a mystery gift.
Is this a new bonus game setup, or is it just one that we don't see so often? I can't tell if they actually made something new for the post game or not. But no, this might have been used once before. So Scarlet and Violet actually has like a full-on a full-on mythical that has like its own story and everything, like they used to in the older games, and it's awesome. Nice.
Super Tom Brothers says he only has the Japanese version of Soul Silver because it has actual casinos in it, but he can't read Japanese. Yeah, so Andrew remembers I played Pokemon Green last year on the Analog Pocket. I streamed it in the Discord server. That's a game where you basically, at least I know, me and Andrew talked about this before. I know Gen 1 like the back of my hand. I have played that game more than any other Pokemon game, whether it's the originals or the remakes or the remakes of the remakes. I love Gen 1 so much. So I was basically, you remember, I was able to play pretty much that entire game without reading anything.
No, I mean, it's simple enough through and through.
Yeah. Yeah, Gen 1. Gen 1's amazing. I've heard people say that Red and Blue haven't aged very well, and it's like it's hard to play now. No. I do not understand that at all. Those games are so good. I think the simplicity helps it age really well. I have played every single version of Gen 1. I've played those games. I love those games so much. At least because I like every Pokemon, at least the few games that you have played, at least we can both enjoy those.
Like, it's 4 generations worth. It's not like I stopped after the first one. I was like, this sucks.
That's true. I think
it's like most things. I think that I just got a bit burned out because there was just no break between Pokemon games. And then as I started to play like other things and wanted to spend more time playing some other games, it just became a lot to keep up with. And then once I'm behind, it's catching up is impossible.
I totally get that. No, I totally understand that. You mentioned that story you had with Ace Attorney, which is like, I could totally understand why you would be disappointed if you rushed through something you were really enjoying just to play Pokemon. I can get that. See, it's kind of funny. I'm a lot younger than you, so once you stopped, that was like my first game. Pretty sure Pearl was my first Pokemon game.
All right, we're missing one more puzzle piece somewhere. Fingers crossed.
I have so much nostalgia for that era. I had a friend. I had a rich friend.
There it is.
Everybody has that one rich friend, right, Andrew?
Do we all? Okay.
I don't know. Is that? I mean, anyway, he was. So this was back in like the late 2000s, and his parents had one of those big plasma TVs. You know, the ones where you look back now and you can find them for like $20 at thrift stores because nobody wants them, but they were like $5,000 when they came out.
Yeah, I've seen some of those. Like you said, yeah, at the thrift store. They pop up from time to time.
And so his parents had one of those, and I remember I used to go over there and we used to play a lot of Pokemon Battle Revolution and Diamond and Pearl, and I remember we watched the first black and white movie on his TV.
I think the last Pokemon movie I saw was Heroes. If you don't count a couple of the new ones that came out.
You watched the new ones?
Well, I went to the theater with some friends. And I saw the Rainbow one, and I saw... What was that? Like, it did this zoom out thing. Like all of a sudden the camera decides it's going to zoom out. So like your understanding of how fast you're moving completely gets obliterated because suddenly you're viewing it through like a freaking toilet paper tube. And it's like,
I saw that.
What is even happening?
I saw that, yeah. Oh my gosh. You saw Detective Pikachu. The Rainbow one? You mean I Choose You from like 2016?
Yes, and then the Windy City one.
Yes! Oh my gosh, that one is so good. Power of Us. That one's so good. What did you think of it? Did you like it?
I was very impressed by how they used the Power of Us to do the thing.
Oh my gosh. So mean. I think that Power of Us is like the best modern one. I loved that movie. That was a really great one.
Gordon Power. Oh, you should see if you join the Discord server, Max can show you something. My true saddest moment.
When you died to Wispy Woods.
No, not that one. But don't bring up that one. I thought you were gonna bring up.
No, I sent both of those because you remember I clicked those before you made the server. So I looked through our DMs for like 20 minutes and found them and posted them in the
I
in
love
the chat.
clips. If anyone clips things, it makes me so happy.
Yeah, no, it was so funny. Yeah, so he did a game. He did one stream where he played a bunch of random Game Boy games, and everybody wants him to do it again. He should do it again.
No,
and I said, I kept bugging him. Of course, knowing me, I bugged him only to play Pokemon and Kirby. So you showed us your really, really cool Pokemon trading card game save file.
I love Pokemon trading card game 1 and 2 on the Game Boy. They're so good.
I guess trading card game 2, that's one game that you've played that I haven't.
Did you beat the original one? I forget.
No, I'm really bad at the cards, and I don't understand how to like make good decks. So I got like 2 of the medals, and I'm just really stuck. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Maybe everybody says that game is really easy, so I'm sure I'm just missing something, but I want to go back to
Someday you'll have to stream that, and I can come on your stream and yell at you for playing Pokemon cards wrong.
Yes, maybe I should. That'd be fun. That'd be a good one to stream. Because again, I have the Pocket, so it would look really, really good.
By the way, the link to Max's YouTube channel has been in the description this whole time, so check it out.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes.
You're welcome.
Yeah, no, I have some...
Okay. It does the freaking zoom out thing again. All right, there we go.
I have some streams. I have some games planned to stream. Considering the fact that Mario World is on hold due to what I mentioned, I have some other games I want to play. I love the Saints Row games. I just beat 4 again. That one I definitely cannot stream. It's way too many reasons why my stream would get taken down if I tried to play that. But the remake, we were talking about that, right? When you played Yooka-Laylee, I was telling you how Saints Row 2022 is a game that I want to stream because I want to show everybody that it's not bad. Because everybody thinks it is.
But why? Why do they think that?
I don't know. I guess it's similar to Yooka-Laylee in the way that a lot of reviewers gave it very negative reviews, so people just won't even give it a shot. And you know, because like that's how it is. Or like Sonic 06. Sometimes the game comes out, and because the entire internet hates it, everybody just looks at YouTubers' opinions and just assume it's bad.
Are you ready for more minecart crap? Here we go.
Oh, actually, I guess yeah. Speaking of games that people didn't like, I guess Andrew, you like
What
Brilliant
was?
Diamond
Oh,
and Shining
whoa.
Pearl.
Okay. I was like, what game? But okay, that was actually supposed to happen apparently.
You like Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl.
I acknowledge their missed potential, but as someone
you
who really
played
likes
them.
Gen 4, I didn't mind it as like a replay of a thing that I hadn't played in a long time. But I can understand, seeing, because every remake to that point, it kind of built off what the mainline games of that kind of era were doing. So it was really kind of
It was
jarring
disappointing.
to see that they just made this chibi thing. It's like, okay.
Yeah, and especially coming from you who hasn't played most of the remakes, you must have had really high hopes after hearing about them so much.
Yeah, I was really excited to see like what they're gonna do with Diamond and Pearl when they get there, and then
Yeah, everybody was. It's
so like while I didn't hate the game, I can acknowledge the missed potential.
yeah, I think my thing is it's not a perfect remake, but it's still it makes up for the issues that Diamond and Pearl had. So I think just for that, like I feel like the only way you're not gonna like it is if you didn't like Diamond and Pearl, right? Like if you like the originals, you're probably going to enjoy it.
What? What this game? You can literally have your body crushed between two freaking stones, but
Oh
you
my
just
gosh, I
touch a
just
little
saw
bit of a
that.
crystal hanging from the ceiling, and you're instantly dead.
Thank you so much, Gorn Power, for subscribing to my channel. If you want a link, oh, you said you want to join. If you want a link there is a Discord link.
Should always
in
be in the description.
description.
And you guys were talking about me getting a bot thing to post that when you do like an exclamation mark.
I don't understand
yes.
how that works.
Remind me to look into that before this weekend,
Okay.
before the next stream.
But yeah, so like, well, I think the main reason I probably, well, funny enough, I enjoyed the remakes. I played both versions. So I played Pearl when it came out, and then I played Diamond in 2023 because I was playing with someone else. And I mean, I think they have a few things I really like. One that I really like is just the fact that they improved on the online. Because I've been telling you we should play the Underground together. That'd be fun.
I love the Underground, yes. Although that's right, I
And-
rage quit that game after I missed the Shaman event. I was so mad.
Yes.
I haven't played it since. I hate limited time events.
Yeah. No, I really, really hope that they add the games to Switch Online, because those are like, those are the kind of games where I love them so much that even if I don't love Switch Online, I will totally replay all of them. Also, it'd be really fun for us to trade and stuff. That'd be cool.
Monkey Madness! Big Phil, indeed. It's glad you stumbled across the Galaxy 2 stream the other day. Everyone here's I really appreciate that, Gordon. Really wonderful to have you. Thank you so much. This has been a lot of fun. I apologize for my subpar playing tonight. I'm sure Max will be willing to take the blame.
Yes.
Thank you. Whoops.
No, anyway, I haven't talked about Donkey Kong in a while. Good game. Nice crystals.
After
Really
2
cool.
hours, oh yeah! Monkey doing funny things on the screen. Hilarious.
Monkey. Ooh. But remember Mario, the Mario movie? Monkey.
I mean, it makes sense
Remember at the end of the
considering
Mario
the
movie?
origins of both the characters, but like, you never think back when you're playing, Donkey Kong Country, that Mario and Donkey Kong are in the same universe. But it's funny just how kind of tied at the hip they are these days. I think Mario versus Donkey Kong was really the first time that clicked. It's like, oh, they live down the street from each other apparently.
Oh, speaking of games being in the same universe, that video I sent you about Diddy Kong Racing had a very interesting thing that I never thought about. So, apparently there's a fan theory because of this that the Star Fox franchise is a prequel to the Donkey Kong franchise.
Okay.
So you want to know? Did you play the weird Zelda Star Fox on GameCube?
Adventures.
that
Yes,
people
I
didn't like?
did.
Yes. So here's something
Where
interesting.
like the
You probably
last
don't remember
half
this.
was so obviously not finished.
Do
Just
you
rushed.
remember the Triceratops boss from Diddy Kong Racing?
I will answer that in about 15 seconds. What the crap is this? Oh, there we go. Yes, I do. The first boss, I believe.
So this is actually true. The Triceratops boss from Diddy Kong Racing, the Triceratops in Star Fox Adventures is the same character but younger.
I can see that. Also, Phil, you're asking the real questions that I've asked so many times. So my theory is that Sakurai made that menu.
No, they have this. They have the same name actually.
Now that's interesting. It's probably just a matter of like reusing assets, but it's cool.
So people theorize that they're in that the Star Fox franchise is a prequel to the Donkey Kong franchise, which is really funny to think about. That we go from space battles to monkey.
But then part of Diddy Kong Racing takes place in space, so you know it all comes full circle.
Yeah.
But see, what Phil is mentioning is that I cannot for the life of me figure out why options is at the top and then resume is in the middle. It makes no sense.
Okay. It is annoying, but I will say I actually kind of like it because technically it makes things quicker because you don't actually ever need to press resume. You can just press start again.
That's what I usually do, but just.
So I look at it as like if you really need. I mean, there's nothing in the options, so why would you ever need to really quickly? Like I said, you think there's some guy out there that turns Rumble on and off 5 times per level?
Or just be like me and never turn it on.
Imagine he's dying and he's like, I must be dying because of this Rumble. Let me go into the settings. It's like if there were things in the options that were actually beneficial, theoretically. It would in that way it would actually be really good UI design.
Whoa!
Nintendo
Dads is raiding with a party of 4. Thank you. Stopping by for some Donkey Kong tonight.
Because theoretically, if there was something useful in the options, you could either really quickly get to the options or really quickly resume without having to like move the stick at all.
What was Nintendo Dads playing tonight? Max, we got a raid. We gotta welcome our guests.
I saw that. Wow, we got raided.
Guys, you remember Wario? Incredible.
Well, I think I looked over at the chat for like a good 10 seconds there, forgetting that I was inside of a timed bonus game. So let's see if I can actually salvage this now to any real capacity.
Is this one you've done already, or is this
We've done them all.
No, I mean like, did you die and now you're doing it again?
No, we're in a new level. But Nintendo Dads, welcome. Hope you're having a great night, and thanks for watching some Donkey Kong. We're like halfway through the final world. This better be the last world. Punch Out Gorn, yes.
Did you ever have the Gen 1 and 2 games on the 3DS?
I believe I have one of each. I helped because I helped my sister with trading. So, and because, like, you know, I didn't mind buying them. But, like, part of it was also because I wanted to help her, too.
You mentioned before that your sister still plays all the new games.
Oh, my gosh.
She's way cooler than you.
And you'd probably be great friends because she really liked the DLC and the recent ones as well.
You asked me to help her trade that one time because you didn't
Oh, my gosh, yes.
You were like, I want to find someone that won't just steal her Pokemon.
I appreciate that.
Because that's the issue with trading with randos, is that you trade, like you try to do a trade evolution, and then they just leave. Mine now. My Pokemon now.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. Like, you know, back in the day, having to trade with people to get your Pokemon to evolve and stuff, it was always... You know, you always wanted it to be your friends. You never knew what would happen. I told you the story about the guy who wanted to, like, borrow my copy of Pokemon Blue. He's like, I'll give it back tomorrow. You can borrow my copy of Penguin Wars, all-time acclaimed Game Boy game. And then he was gone.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even if he was a good person and he wasn't lying to you, that's one of those games that I would not let anyone borrow because they would either delete your save file or mess with your save file. There's only one save file. If you borrow someone's Pokemon game, all you're going to do is mess with their progress. There's nothing else you can do.
So where do I land from this? Over there, okay.
Unless you for some reason own a GB operator, but not the game, and you just really want to play Pokemon Blue, and then once you're done, you'll put their save file back on there.
That's funny.
But I feel like if you're going to go through all that effort, you just play it on an emulator, or you already have the game.
I don't like only having 2 puzzle pieces at this point. I feel like I'm missing stuff. But who knows with these crazy levels. So Fennec, what we're talking about is... There's some Pokemon that you have to trade to evolve, but, you know, these days, nobody actually goes outside and interacts with real people anymore, so that trading typically happens online. But if you're trading with some
Yeah.
random person online to try and get your Pokemon to evolve, the hope is that they then trade it back. You know, once it evolves on their end, and
Yeah.
with a random person, you can't always trust that. I see something in here.
Yeah, and one thing I really appreciate about the newer games is, you know, like you're familiar with all the stupid like Gen 1 Pokemon rumors, right? Like how you had to like max out, turn your Game Boy upside down, and then you could evolve Dragonite into Luigi.
Well, the one I
stuff.
I actually believed somehow. It's so stupid when you hear it. It was like you talk to the guard who asks for water like hundreds of times, and then you go home and like Peekaboo is on your computer for some reason.
Yes, or like Bill's Secret Garden.
Yeah, all the secret gardens behind Bill's
All
house.
the Pokegod. So the funny thing about that is that, did you know that in modern Pokemon they actually have trait evolutions that are like that? There's a Pokemon in Sword and Shield. They did like a regional form of a Gen 5 Pokemon, and it's like a floating squid. And so to evolve it, you have to turn your Switch upside down.
That's cool.
I love that. It's such a great detail. And I think pretty sure there's one really annoying Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet where to evolve it, you have to trade it to someone, and then that person has to battle with it in multiplayer.
Weird.
Yeah, so there's a few like that. So I remember I had a friend that was playing around the same time as me, so we just like spot traded to complete our Pokedexes. There's another Pokemon where
I can't tell if I'm supposed to hit this and then you go in there, or is that like a hole I can just jump through? Like, I can't tell.
There is a Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet that's like a little tiny imp that lives inside a treasure chest, and whenever you beat him, you get like 50 whatever coins, and you need 999 of the coins to evolve the Pokemon.
So they took out the gambling corner, but put that in instead.
Well, thing is that when we were talking about Animal Crossing New Horizons before and how much I hate the crafting, they even had to add crafting to Pokemon. They decided in the new game in Scarlet and Violet. Well, it's not really that big. In Scarlet and Violet, you can craft TMs. So if there's like a really good TM and you want to use it again, you can craft another one. So whenever you beat or catch a wild Pokemon, well, that's what I was gonna say. All Pokemon drop like a certain amount of like drops from them.
Bricks?
So like, well, you know, each Pokemon is different. Like some Pokemon will drop like fur from that Pokemon, or like those ones will drop coins. So that's how you craft the TMs, is with like items you get from catching wild Pokemon. Yeah, Gimme Ghoul. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So it's really not that annoying. You're not forced to do it. Although one thing that I think is really, really funny is that the machine you make them in is called a TM machine. So that means it stands for Technical Machine.
That's true.
And they acknowledge that in the game.
So when I played Pokemon back in the day, and then you'd see TM after like the names of things, meaning trademark. I thought it meant technical machine. So I thought I was so smart being like the guy who knew what that meant.
You thought trademark stood for technical machine.
I mean, TM is TM. Like, how am I supposed to know?
That's true. I don't understand how trademarks work. Why is it that it's sometimes a TM and sometimes an R with a circle in it? like fur, teeth, claws, hair, like various things that you would associate with that Pokemon. There was this one really cool Pokemon called Ceruledge, I think, or Armarouge. And it's one of those where each version has its own evolution. And the way that you evolve it is you have to get a certain amount of items from a version exclusive Pokemon. And then you use those items to buy the item to evolve the Pokemon.
Let Andrew Cook here says Gordon Power. I like his logic.
True.
If you combine your name with him, you'd be Max Power.
That's true. I get it. That's a Simpsons reference, right?
Of course it is. Do we do anything else here?
Everybody,
very rarely
kid,
we talk about video games. It's 99% Simpsons references. Okay, can you please tell me I didn't miss one somewhere? Dang it!
You didn't miss one somewhere.
It doesn't help if it's not true. Ugh.
I always had all those nicknames as a kid. People would call me Max Steel and Max Payne. You know how it is. People are very unoriginal.
Man, it's always the forest levels that mess me up. Where did I miss one freaking puzzle piece? That was a long level. No, it's okay, Gordon. It's okay.
I'm nudging you.
It's not a requirement. Did the nudge even happen?
Did it not? Did my nudge not work? Oh, there it is. Nice nudge.
All right, where did I miss a thing, Max? Oh, should I just get Squawks? We're at the point where it's like, let's
I mean,
use
you
that
have
guy.
maxed out money. What are you going to use it for? You might as well just get 50 squats.
I mean, we actually we've already bought him. He's just in our back pocket. In case
But I mean, you might as well just buy 10 more. What else are you going to do with that money?
Yeah, you're right. For some reason, I thought you could only buy like one of each. But yeah, it's true. I should have been buying more because.
Look, guys, look, the virtual boy. Ultimate classic system.
Is there even a shop in this world where you have to leave the world to buy more?
No, they put one in here. Buy in
okay.
Wario Land as well. Buy 99 lives, says Real. I should, because again, all the money we're getting is just a waste.
Also, the lives are really, really cheap. That's how whenever I got low from like one level, I would just go and spend a bunch of money on, because you get like, what is it? Like 15 coins is like 7 lives, I think.
Wow, why
It's
can't
pretty
you roll
cheap.
into that guy? Fake Donkey Kong Country gamer, you can't even roll into half the enemies. Was Squawks doing something here? Remember, keep your eyes on him for me, Max. Well, I'm doing all the crazy platforming. You gotta watch what he's up to. Everyone just don't blink. Stare at him. Like, where could I have missed him? I thought I was pretty
We need
thorough.
to have. You know what we should add? You know what we should. I have a good idea for a Twitch redemption thing
Yeah?
you should get for whenever you're looking out for something. Can you get the GIF of Patrick with his binoculars that are just real eyes?
When was that?
Remember when we put on my glasses and he has like it's like literal glasses of water and he puts them on his eyes and then he just has human realistic eyes.
But how is that like something to redeem? That has to be funny.
No, because that is funny, but I mean, like, whenever you're like, come on, guys, help me look out for something. Let me put on my glasses.
Oh, okay. You know,
I love that.
your
I love
pitch has
that
become
clip.
a little more.
That's a great episode. I love that episode. I love the realistic eyes. It's so funny.
My favorite Simpsons episode was the one where Homer explains how he loves playing with his brown bricks in Minecraft. My God, we go in
My
there
favorite
again.
is the-
We go in there.
My-
We had like a whole
course.
month or two where all we did was talk about Minecraft with Gadget. I'm better
As
than
you
you
can-
are, so I'll do the review. Oh, he was freaking out too the second I died there.
review. I'll do the review.
Okay.
As you can imagine, my favorite episode of The Simpsons is the Beatles one.
All right, Max. I think he's doing a thing around here, or he was before I died. So let's see what he's doing.
put on my glasses. And you said I'm Patrick, so it makes sense.
Okay, so I think it was here he was having a field day. No, not here. Up here, I think. No, he's freaking.
Homer's-
Did I just like not get all these bananas or something?
Homer's like, Ned, you like the Beatles? They were bigger than Jesus.
All right, everyone. What do you see? Can I? Oh, can you kill these guys by using the old? Could be related.
Did they expect you to duck and blow on that moving platform?
It's
Oh my
the Donkey
gosh.
Kong
That is
Country
horrible.
Returns way, apparently.
This is so tedious. This is one of
Oh
those
my
like,
gosh, that was actually it. Yeah, I wasn't finding that without Squawks. Or, like, it was going to take me years. So there you go.
That's so
really cryptic.
tedious. That's so stupid.
Like, the fact that a puzzle piece can appear from anything, like collecting a bunch of arbitrary bananas or just killing a bunch
Well,
of arbitrary enemies.
It's also just because this game, like you said, this game fluctuates so much between having you be in a hurry and then having you slow down. And it's like, you're telling me that I'm supposed to just figure out which one you want me to do, and here are these platforms that I can barely stand on, and you want me to stand still and press down and then press B on every single one of them?
Like, this game punishes
Horrible.
you for leaving anything alive. It expects you to be merciless. You must destroy everything.
Yeah, it's just annoying how often like you have to like stop and press down to do things.
And it's funny because at this part, you might have seen during our last playthrough, I was like gonna kill all those guys, like these ones, in case it did something, and then I kind of gave up on it. I'm like, nah, there's no way that's gonna be anything. And then it ended up being a different
Well, how
set.
are you supposed to blow out that one?
Yeah, well, that's why I stopped, because it's like
exploding.
I realized, you know, since I can't get them all, it's probably not, but I didn't pay enough attention back at that last part, so.
Also, it's also interesting how like they added it so you can slam when you're on the wall, but like you only need to do that like twice.
Yes, it doesn't come up too often, that's correct.
Well,
All
there
right,
are so many
everybody,
parts-
another one done.
There are so many parts where like you'd think, oh, maybe this will be a puzzle piece, because there's a lot of places where you can, but it's always just bananas. Like you barely ever need to, which is funny.
The Ori games, Gorn. Miles
That's
Luigi
the
loves
end
those.
of that chapter.
I've heard. I've honestly, I don't think I've ever actually played like a Metroidvania. I guess that's what those are, right?
Wayoshi says, remember that I don't think Retro made the levels in this world. Interesting. Yeah, we saw there was a different studio in the credits who had done... Whoa, sorry about that, guy. Who had done some stuff.
Yeah, like I was mentioning with Kirby and Yoshi, usually a lot of the times when a game gets a 3DS port, the 3DS content was made by whoever did the port.
That's so weird. Just, all right, we're going to take your game and add some stuff to it that's not even official.
And it's not even, especially with Kirby's Epic Yarn, we're going to add bad stuff. The only good thing about the 3DS version is that they added side modes, because as you probably know, most Kirby games have like side modes, and I think Epic Yarn was like the only one that didn't. So they added like a Meta Knight and a King DDD little mini game you can play, which are cool. But and I know everybody says that the 3DS version of Yoshi's Woolly World is actually pretty good, because I guess the added content is actually cool. I don't know. It did come with a Poochie amiibo. That was cool.
Something suspicious about all this.
Do you have the 3DS version of that game?
Woolly World?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have the Poochie amiibo?
No. I wasn't like massively into amiibos. Amiibos that I got as part of special editions are like Mega Man with Mega Man 11, and I was so mad that GameStop crushed the box. And the guy at the cash got so mad when I was like, you know, do you have one that's not crushed? He's like, no, they're all like that. It's like, you know, I'm not supposed to care that, you know, there's a big corner crushed on my box.
Yeah. Oh wait, that wasn't Mega Man 11. That was the collection.
Oh yeah, that was a different one. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's nothing worse than like when an employee or someone tries to hand you like something that's not in great condition, and like they're so offended that you've noticed, and you kind of want something nice for the money that you're paying. Or is that just me? If someone else had got that crushed box, would you have been like, oh yeah, perfect.
I'm sorry, I got distracted by my loud barking dog. Yes, no, I
hope your dog is
I
doing
hate when
well.
that happens. What did... Yeah, he is. He's just really annoying.
Is there something going on here? Like, I can't tell what I'm supposed to be doing with those.
What did Mega Man 11 come with? Was it just the normal Mega Man amiibo that isn't even special?
It was an amiibo? No, it's not the same one as the Smash Brothers one. And it came with like a washcloth.
Okay, I remember that now. You're right, it was a different amiibo. That's true. So there was the Smash Mega Man amiibo, and then the Gold Mega Man amiibo, and then the one that came with 11 looked different. That's right.
What? Okay, I was gonna say, like, initially I thought it was gonna be a bonus game, and then I saw the cactus, and I was like, what? But then when there was nothing in the cactus, it's like, okay, there's still more going on here, obviously.
Yeah. Someone said, what is it? Someone said that they just realized that the Switch uses the same button layout as the 3DS. Not technically true. If that was the case, then the second stick would be above the buttons.
Christian, you've never seen that before? What was that? Me actually playing a video game and beating the level?
Oh yeah, no, Super Tom Brother. That's a very, very controversial. I mean, okay, look, I agree that it's really stupid. I guess it just doesn't bother me as much as it does other people because I don't use GameStop Online. I think GameStop Online is a horrible experience. I will never order anything from their website.
The worst,
but like,
one of the worst conditioned things is my collection is. So one day, this is a long story, and I apologize because it sounded like you were going to tell a story too.
Fine.
So I'll make this quick. I ordered an Elgato Capsule card one year during like a end of year sale at Best Buy online, and like a couple weeks later, it hadn't showed up, and I got an email like, "Sorry, we just realized it's out of stock, and you're not going to get it. So here's like a $20 gift card." And I'm like, I don't really buy much from Best Buy, and I was just buying this because it was on sale as part of this end of year thing. So what should I do with this $20? And they had Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival for $20.
Yes.
So it's like I can just use this coupon outright and get it for free, with like the special edition and everything. So I did it, and it showed up, and it was put in like the worst packaging ever. It wasn't even like a bubble mailer. It wasn't even like a box. It was just like a thin sheet of plastic around it. So it got beat to crap in the mail. It's like, wow. I mean, I guess it was free, but still, the okay that. Mail a little better.
Yeah.
I'm never gonna buy anything from Best Buy again at that.
Yeah. Funny enough, I actually just used. I guess I'll update everyone tomorrow on how my Best Buy order went. I ordered something from Best Buy because there were two games that came out this month that were physical releases of games that I guess already released, and I don't think GameStop is getting either of them, so I ordered them from Best Buy. And that was Plucky Squire, and also... that's another good feel game I was going to mention is Backaroo. You heard about that, right?
Nope.
Good Feel released a new game last year, and it was digital only at first, and it's a Switch exclusive. And I guess it's been out in Japan for a while, but they finally released it in English, and I guess it's very similar to Goemon. It's like a 3D action platformer, and it's like very Japanese themed. So I'm really excited to check that out when it shows up next week.
I need to play more of the Goemon games. I have both of them for Famicom, and then I can move to Super Famicom. And I have both of them on 64. One. Yeah, I know the 64 ones are really good. I remember I played the first one a little bit, but I didn't play too much of it for some reason. I know it has kind of like a Zelda vibe, which is cool. What did I even get hurt by? I don't understand those platforms. I don't understand why it just burst. No, the puzzle piece behind the... Oh, Christian. Yeah, very, very original. I like the big Yoshi egg in the background. Finally, the Mario crossover we've been waiting for. Mario Galaxy 2 crossover.
Oh, that's right. The Yoshi eggs is interesting.
I like how...
So anyway,
Sorry. My God. All dinosaur eggs are just destined to look the same. Okay, come on, DJ. You can do it.
My horrible shipping story was one time I ordered a retro game on GameStop.com. I think it was like Spyro 2, and back at the time I lived somewhere in a small town, and they didn't even deliver mail to our house, so we had a PO box, and a lot of places won't ship to PO boxes. So I ordered this game. GameStop didn't tell me. Usually if a place doesn't ship to a PO box and you put the PO box, it'll like error.
Oh, I've heard that before. I've heard that.
Nothing. So guess what happened? I order this game, I pay for it. It never shows up. I checked the tracking number. It went all the way to my post office and then all the way back to their warehouse in Texas, and they never emailed me or refunded me, and I still haven't gotten my money back.
That's so stupid. It was right there.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
I see the last. I see where the last puzzle piece has to be at least.
Sometimes the websites will be smart enough to be like, oh yeah, we won't ship to you, and then other times that it'll accept the address and it'll go all the way to the post office, and it's so stupid. It's like, because we can't physically bring it to your house, we won't give it to you. Like, once it makes it to the post office, it should be in the possession of the people at the post office, regardless of where it's going. Then they should be like, oh well, we'll just keep it here. That's insane. But so because of that, and also because, like Super Tom Brother mentioned, sometimes you'll buy a new game on GameStop and it'll be the last copy. So what they'll do is it'll just be an open copy that they put a sticker on and say it's new.
That used to happen. You'd go to the store and like, oh, that was the worst experience. So
yeah, but what I'm getting at is if I go in person and it's a game that I'm immediately, because the only time that it happens is if a game's been out for a while and you're buying it new because they don't have a used copy. And in that case, I'm buying it because I'm going to go play it. So if it's a game that I'm buying in person and I know I'm just going to go open it right away, I won't really care. But yeah, if I ordered something online and it was marked as new, I would be so mad.
Well, maybe you don't remember this extremely dark time when GameStop's stickers used to be held on practically with like cement, and they just never came off, and it would leave the biggest mark. So if you were buying something new and it was going to have this, I don't understand what hurts me when I'm on that platform. I don't see anything. I guess I need to look closer. But yeah, so like if I'm not going to buy a game that's listed as new and have a massive sticker on there that's not going to come off, or if I try to rip it off, it's going to leave this massive spot.
I'm pretty sure that the hitboxes on the tails are kind of jank, and so it counts as getting crushed by a tail, even though you're obviously not under it.
Like, I have no clue what you're even talking about.
In the part where you keep getting hit by those, those are like dinosaur spines or something that are like sticking out of the wall, and you're obviously like I think you're getting crushed by them, but you're obviously not under them. It's just a weird hitbox. All
right, this time we'll look really close. We're almost there, though, Max. You know what? Do you know what's after this? Are you excited, Max? I'm excited. Are you excited?
The game's finally over and I can go to sleep?
You probably regret so much agreeing to join.
Freeze.
I have to say I am so appreciative of you being here, though, and like reading the chat and
I had a really good
being
time.
a cool
This
guy.
has been great. I will say, just like on Sunday, I have a really bad sleep schedule, so sometimes on days that we stream, I will wake up and then it will be like an hour before we have to stream.
Okay.
So I just haven't eaten anything.
So those spines you're telling me hurt? Like that just looks like general background fodder.
It really does.
Oh my god!
So the third one, the third one.
I did not register in my head at all that is something that DK interacts with.
Yeah, I guess you weren't registering because I noticed that there's 4 of them, and the third one you got hit by it multiple times and didn't say anything. So I guess you just didn't register.
I thought that the platform was like blowing up and hurting me or something. I had no clue what was happening. Like, look at all, like...
I'm looking at the replay, or from, like, the last time you did it. That 4th spine must have a really jank hitbox because you were not even under it, and it still hurt you. So, yeah, it must just not be a good hitbox.
Okay, so this time, here we go.
Oh, yeah, buy E. I have never tried any of those. I've thought about it, but it's like... Whenever I try to look for something, like I remember when I wanted to get an AV Famicom, I tried to use Buy-E because everybody says it's cheaper. AV Famicoms are like on whatever Japanese eBay or whatever it's using. They're like literally the same price as on eBay. So there was no point in ordering from Buy-E.
Just taking this slow so we don't have to do it again. Yes. So, Max, you never answered the question of what's coming next.
Oh, Tropical Freeze?
Oh. Immediately after I hopefully beat this level, crap, it's still going to make me do one terrible jump. Something's coming up that we should all be excited about.
The episode 1 of Reacher Season 3 came out today?
No!
Are you talking about the Saturday stream?
No, what kind of level is next?
Oh, the factory one.
Yes!
I didn't realize you were on the 6th. I didn't even realize you were on the 6th level. The world order blurred out to me. Sorry.
I mean, I don't blame you, honestly. But see, the game should have been more like this. I actually like playing different kinds of levels, one after another, instead of it just feeling like one massively long level.
I named like 4 other things that are also all true, but they weren't what you were looking for.
All right, Robo Factory time. Gordon Power, don't forget to you have to go back through all the levels to get all the green stars. I guess that would kind of be like if I went back and did all the time trials and stuff, which it's not happening.
There's something very exciting that's coming out today. Yeah, everyone, if you have Amazon Prime, be sure to use your Twitch Prime sub and also watch the season premiere of Season 3 of Reacher on Amazon Prime.
I hope they make me find a big button, just like when they did in the other levels.
Reacher is the show that everybody's like... Remember we were talking about it last night? I was like, Reacher is the show that everybody has to be like, no, not the one with Tom Cruise, the good one.
Wow.
Because I was telling you, remember they made 2 Reacher movies with Tom Cruise, and they were both really bad because Reacher is supposed to be like some 7-foot tall army guy, and Tom Cruise is like 5'2".
Are you someone who's like really picky when it comes to movie adaptation? And it's like, oh, the book said that he had green eyes, and the actor doesn't have green eyes. Are you that guy?
I'm not. No. So here's the thing. My grandpa is. My grandpa loves those books. He's read like every single one of those books, and so he talks about it all the time. I didn't even know. No, I just know the movies aren't bad because Tom Cruise is short. They're just bad because they're bad. They're just not very good movies. The show is amazing. I really like the show. Well, also another thing is I don't read very much. On the very rare occasion that I've read the book before watching the movie, which is only like 4 movies ever, I might think the book's a little better because they like cut stuff out of the movie. But no, usually I'm not one of those picky people. I usually prefer the movie.
9 puzzle pieces. Now that's interesting that that guy blows up. Yeah, we're getting serious now. Can you pick these guys up as they are bursting? But like, what can you do with
each of these levels is as long as one world, apparently. Oh wait, did you think you could? Oh my gosh, you know what this reminds me of? How you can. I mean, other than bob-ombs, you know what those guys remind me of? Remember Voltorb in the Smash stage?
Electrode?
Is it Electrode or is it Voltorb? I guess it is Electrode.
I thought it was Electrode.
Because you remember how, I'm pretty sure it's also Saffron City. It's Saffron City and then the Pokeball item, where if you get a Voltorb, or an Electrode, he starts to explode, and you can pick him up and throw him at enemies.
Oh, you're talking in Smash, like the first one.
Yeah. Yeah, but also I'm pretty sure in the other ones... Yeah, but I mean, he's in the Saffron City stage. But
that's
I'm
such a
the
cool
other
stage.
Smash Bros.
It ticks me off so much that Smash Brothers these days is all about everyone is here. Where's my Saffron City stage? Huh? Where
Actually,
is it?
what do you mean? It's in Smash Ultimate. We played it.
Was that when we played? I mean, there are stages though that aren't in Smash Ultimate.
No, so yeah, there's a few like Poke Floats. That's
I thought that one wasn't in there. But it must have been some fever dream or something.
No, Poke Floats is the one that isn't. Saffron City is in Smash Ultimate. I'm pretty sure.
Well, Sakurai did something right. Gotta give him credit where credit's
due. No, everybody's mad about Poke Floats. That's the one everybody always talks about. Because it's weird too, because there's not that many that aren't in the game. So I don't know why they wouldn't just go finish. Do you remember how? Well, it used to be worse. Remember how there was barely any returning stages in Smash 4, and then they added back the N64 stages and DLC, and that's how you got Saffron City. It was DLC.
No, as I never bought the DLC for that game.
Yeah, so Smash 4 had a whole DLC pack of N64 stages, and they were on their own page in the stage selection.
Weird.
And so. But in Ultimate, I'm pretty sure they're all just in there normally, all the 64 stages.
So that guy going by makes the things fall. Gotcha.
But yeah, so Saffron City did that, but also if you get the they have the Pokeball item, if you get Electrode in a Pokeball, then you can also pick him up and throw him at enemies.
Yes.
Which is pretty fun.
This is such a weird level. Oh, this is
people hate playing a Smash Ultimate with me whenever we have items on, because every time we get a Pokeball, I name the Pokemon every time. I'm one of those people.
It doesn't seem like that big of a deal.
Well, it's because half of the people I play with don't know most of them. They only know the Gen 1 Pokemon. So half of them, they don't even know who it is.
I mean, those are the main ones worth knowing.
I really was it Smash 4 or Smash Ultimate? I think it was Ultimate that added the Master Ball. I love the Master Ball. I love being able to get more, because Legendaries are so rare out of the Pokeball, so I love just being able to see the Legendaries, because they're so cool. So I appreciate that item. You know about that, right?
Yes. Yeah, there being the Master Ball in there.
Yes. Whoa, it's every item in the game.
Obviously, there was a trick involved there. Probably missed something. There hasn't been a... I don't think there's been a bonus game yet. And that's concerning when you're like halfway through the level and there hasn't been one of those.
No, what if there has been and you just forgot?
Well, that's what I'm... Oh, it could be. Everything is a blur at this point. I'm assuming after this, though, like we're probably in the last 3 levels here, so... Thank you, everyone who's been hanging out.
This has been great.
Yeah,
Thank
we're
you for
building a
inviting
mech,
me.
but why? Who knows?
Yeah, Andrew, thank you for inviting me. I didn't even have to ask this time.
No, you're welcome. I was glad to have you. You said you played Donkey Kong Country just so that you hoped I would invite you, and it's true. That's
I
the
was
only
making
reason.
it. That was a joke. That was definitely. I was not expecting you to invite me. That was very nice.
And then the regret sets in as we're in like hour 7 of me looking for one puzzle piece.
Okay. So this is the first time that I've been on one of your streams where I'm not also playing a video game. But I mean, I'm not mad. I have a lot to talk about. I have my water. I'm okay.
Good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And again, thank you for everything. It's been wonderful, and everyone who's watching too. We're being asked, who do we main in Smash? I don't know how it ever happened. I got into using Dr. Mario, and like I know he's supposed to be terrible, so I don't know why. I'm like, wow, it's like Mario, but he's not like normal Mario, so I'm gonna main this.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. Anyone who plays Mario are the type of people to go to Baskin Robbins and get vanilla. It's like you are the most basic human being.
What do I get for like not going to Baskin Robbins at all?
I mean that's fine. I don't really either. I'm just saying, like, I just think it's funny that you have 70 characters and you pick Mario.
No,
At least Dr. Mario.
I kid, by the way. I would never say no to some good ice cream. All right.
I'm more of a soft serve fan, to be honest. I'm not usually. I don't go to Baskin Robbins very much. I could.
Hey, thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm a Dairy Queen fan.
Tombo. Oh, dang, it goes way. Oh, Super Tom Brother 88 followed over on the Twitch side. Thank you.
Nice.
Appreciate that.
Oh,
see, there you go, Gorm Power. There you go. We're both main and Mario there.
50% of what Max says is epic yarn stuff. When he says he has a lot to say. True. That's true. Most of it is Pokemon. That's why I said if Andrew does a Pokemon stream and gets me on there, I will have so much to say about the game. I could talk about Pokemon. I could just do the entire. If I run out of things to say, I could just start singing all the theme songs. Right, Andrew?
Yeah, except you hate the Japanese theme songs.
Okay, I don't hate them. I can't sing Japanese.
I guess we.
I actually really like the X, Y, and Z Japanese theme song. That one's really good. I have that one in my playlist.
Yeah, I like me some classic Pokemon music though. Thank you. Finally.
I play I actually main Donkey Kong because he's really good, and then also he's only an ultimate, but I really like Incineroar because I really want to play a Pokemon, and Incineroar is the only Pokemon. Like I usually like heavies, and Incineroar is like the only heavy Pokemon. A lot of them are like
I can't stand heavies. I need to be able to move quick.
I don't know, but I really like Incineroar, even though it takes a little bit to get used to, because he doesn't have a great recovery, because his recovery goes up and then back down, so you kind of have to work around that. But yeah, I like Incineroar and Donkey Kong.
All right, Max, where did we miss the bonus game? Should I just pull out Squawks? Will that save us 30 hours of our lives?
Yes. Again, you have max money. You have 2 levels left. I don't think you could use all of that money in the next 2 levels if you wanted to.
But then if I spend too much and I don't max out again, we'll have to spend the rest of our night getting back up to max money. I kid.
Do you want your finalized save file to have max money?
I kid.
Oh, also, another thing about Smash Ultimate is that for a while I boycotted the DLC because I hate Pyre and Mithras so much. There are very few characters in Smash Ultimate where whenever somebody picks, I'm genuinely angry, and Pyre and Mithras one of them.
I think Banjo-Kazooie would be so cool to use, but I just don't have the DLC.
Yeah, well, I had...
I'm gonna wait for the Switch 2 when they release Smash Ultimate Complete Edition.
No, Pyra and Mithra was one of the last ones, so I had everyone before that. I just didn't get like the last 2 or 3.
God.
But I recently I went back because I had I have a bunch of those gold coins. I went back and I bought the DLC characters like a year or 2 ago, or I guess a year ago, and I try to, because people made fun of me for playing Donkey Kong, even though I'd never played a Donkey Kong game. I try to play characters that are actually from franchises that I like.
That's fair.
And so I started playing Kazuya because I really like Tekken, and he's really cool. I know you don't. I know you don't like. You know nothing about fighting games.
That's true.
But Tekken is another one of those like Mortal Kombat where I'm not good at them, but I like them because they have stupid lore, and that makes it fun. Like I love the single player modes, and Kazuya is pretty cool. He's a super cool character in Smash. I don't know, man. They're just annoying. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't have anything against Xenoblade. It's just like as a character, they're fine. I just very, very annoying to fight. But then again, I can't really talk because everyone tells me Donkey Kong is annoying to fight. So maybe I deserve it sometimes. Oh wait, wait? Did you go down there? Oh wait, there's a delay on the stream. Never mind. I can't.
Did I go down? Oh, inside that thing, yes.
There's like one of the pistons that moves down, and you can go inside the platform.
Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering if you got that. Okay.
Oh, I think I found it. There you go. I knew it was a bonus game. I knew we hadn't found a bonus game, so I accidentally missed the slightly strange looking wall, and there you go.
Oh,
no
of course,
squawks required. I'm very proud of myself.
Yeah, Donkey Kong's great. He's a lot of fun in Smash Brothers. But yeah, I was glad I was able to join tonight because I was thinking, me and Christian were talking a few days ago about how the first time I was ever in one of your streams and how you thought that I was really familiar with the game, and it was like the one that I never played.
You're like, hey Andrew, I know everything about Kirby and the Crystal Mirror, and it's like, all right, come on, let's play together.
I never once claimed.
And then
that.
once you got into my stream, you're like, hey Andrew, by the way, I've never played this before.
Also, it's called the Amazing Mirror.
It's not the Crystal Mirror 64 adventure.
Gosh. I guess we can talk here. That's one we can talk about. I beat that one for the first time this year, 64, and it's great.
100%?
No.
You haven't beaten it then. If you don't beat the final boss, how can you say?
Whatever.
You're the one who's like, I love Kirby so much because they have extra bosses when you get everything, and then you never even get everything.
Okay. I honestly think that Kirby collectibles are really annoying. I don't want to have to replay the whole level just because I didn't know that you needed this power-up to get into this room.
There are a few times in 64 where it's pretty annoying. And it's true, too, because especially in that game, it's like the double power-up system, so sometimes you really got to go out of your way to get the thing at once. But I love it.
There's that one level where you need, like, the fridge to get something. Yeah.
I like that everything kind of has its use, though, in that way.
Yeah. No, so Gordon Power, last year I made a list of every single game in my top 5 favorite franchises in release order, and I went through and I played. I'm working on playing all the ones that I've either never played before or haven't played in more than like a year or two. So I've been really enjoying getting to experience a lot of new games in my favorite franchises, and then also replaying a lot of stuff that I haven't played in a long time. So until recently, I guess the Kirby games I never beat were the older ones. So I went back and I beat Adventure and Dreamland 3 and Dreamland 2 and Superstar and 64, and all of them were good except for Dreamland 3. I'm not a fan of that one. I'm just not. It feels like a downgrade. Like, I mean, I get that, like, everybody kind of, like, the interesting thing about Kirby is that Dreamland 2, 3, and 64 are kind of in, like, their own trilogy, because they all have, like, they all have the same, you know, they all have dark matter, they all have similar ideas. Dreamland 3, I don't know, I just feel like it's very lacking. I feel like, it also does that thing where it's really cryptic, Like, so to 100% the game, at the end of every level, there'll just be some random guy that's like, oh, you didn't do what I wanted you to do. Gotta replay the level.
I remember that. I played a little bit with Hack and
so
Quacken online once. That is
It's
co-op.
so convoluted because some levels it's like, oh, you stepped on this flower, and then other levels it's like you got to step on every
Hey,
flower.
Max. This is really important. This is
What?
something Christian has never seen before. There's a secret behind the beginning.
Oh, good, thank you. That's awesome.
Also,
the joke
Goran beats games 100%. See, this is why Goran's cool.
Thank you, Goran, for beating games 100%. You compared me to Sakurai because Sakurai said he likes to play more games.
Yeah, Sakurai's like, I don't have time to 100% games, like a big stupid. No, he was like, he doesn't like difficult games that require him to like have to replay parts a bunch. Because he's too good for that. He wants to play like a bunch of different games.
I'm fine with that. I mean, I usually like easy games, but I don't complain if a part's difficult.
I don't trust Gears. This thing's spinning, which means that like any of these could have something hidden. And if it doesn't, I'm gonna be really disappointed.
Oh yeah, Gordon Power, nice. Yeah, so I haven't played. I guess the only Kirby games I still haven't played, or I haven't beaten every spin-off. Because there's a lot of like,
I'm shocked.
There's a lot of like those weird free-to-play ones. Like, well, again, a lot of them require other people. Like, for a while during the 3DS and Switch era, they did these like free-to-play online Kirby games where like they have microtransactions. And so I haven't played too much of those because those are very like multiplayer focused. And also they're basically only boss fights, which is kind of weird. I don't know, but
Sakurai,
and then also
Sakurai said what? Sakurai said that Andrew's right about the menus in Smash Brothers being terrible, but he also said that he prefers I'm paraphrasing, and it's been a long time since I saw the exact video, but I believe the gist of what he said was that he prefers like games that are kind of just not Famicom NES level difficult, so that he can just beat games and move on to the next one instead of playing games where it's required that you're going to be playing the same parts over and over again as you try to get better, that kind of thing. Hey, thank you so much.
There are games where
Super Tom Brother subscribe. Thank you with Prime. There you go, Max. That's how it's done.
Prime, watch Reacher season 3.
Not the Tom Cruise one.
There are not the Tom Cruise one. Don't watch watch the good one with the guy who played Aquaman in Smallville. Yes.
And then like a small.
Yeah,
it's funny you were just talking about
reminds me.
Smallville, and then like Smallville fan joined the Discord server.
Yeah,
So if you're
totally,
watching,
he's
hello,
super-
thanks for joining the server.
Yeah, he's totally not me. Yeah, exactly.
So were you talking with yourself in the server then?
Yes. No, I mean no, that's not me. That's totally not me. Who gave you that idea? I'm not Smallville fan. 2001. That's totally not another alt account. I don't know what you're talking about.
What is it with you people in your alt accounts?
I'm gonna be honest. So that one had a very specific purpose.
I appreciate you admitting it. You could have had us going for like years.
The purpose didn't really work. So because of that, I just had the account with nothing to do with it. And then Christian did that really stupid poll, and it was really unfair because the only people that voted on it were me and him, and then randomly Miles Luigi showed up and picked the option I didn't like. So I was like, I'm just gonna have my 2 alt accounts vote, so I win the poll.
Christian, we're all still waiting for you to stop stealing my name.
No, not that one. The one where
No, it's like he's like, what looks better, the Switch 2 or the Switch 3 or something?
No. I want to get your opinion because we were debating about that.
This part's tough.
What do you think do you think the Switch looks nice? Do you think it's a nice looking device?
I think it's sleek.
Because
you want my gaming hot take? I don't know if this is a hot take or not. I don't think the PS5 looks nice.
Okay, I disagree. I think it looks really cool, but fair enough. It is really big.
I don't get why it has mud flaps.
But anyway, I was saying that that one thing I feel like that's kind of lost in the modern handhelds like the Switch and all the Switch adjacent devices is I feel like handheld consoles used to look nice. Like I feel like the Vita and the 3DS are two consoles that just look very premium. And I feel like the Switch, it's not a bad console, but I feel like the Switch, if you take away the Joy-Con, it just looks like a cheap $50 Android tablet that you would buy.
The Switch is all about practicality. It's why you don't need, you know, skins or whatever for your home menu. It just works, and it works well as long as you don't go on the eShop.
But like the Vita's so nice. I know it doesn't have any games, but it's nice. The Vita is so premium, it feels like it could be made today and it would still be brand new.
Tom, brother, playing with your
Vita.
super retro trios you watch, Max, you and Max play DK Returns? Thank you. Can't play your Sega Genesis games right now because they're in storage. I hope you can get them out of there soon. Some cool. What do you want to play for Genesis? What's your Genesis go-to?
Actually, every time Andrew does bad, it's actually me playing, right?
Yes, exactly. Thanks.
Welcome. Yeah, I need to get more into the Genesis. I really want to get an EverDrive for all like the Sega CD stuff because I have so many consoles hooked up. You've seen. I have like 22 consoles plugged in. And I have very limited space. And so the only way I can get a Sega CD is if I get like a CDX. And those are like $600. You
could get the JVC-I.
I know, but that's big. That doesn't fix my problem. What I'm saying is the amount of space I have for my Genesis is how wide a Model 2 Genesis is. So because the CDX is so small, I could use that. But like, so because of that, I kind of want to get one of the EverDrives so I could play Genesis, so I could play Sega CD games on it.
I don't like how that wheel went down. Like, was I supposed to stand on that and it would have taken me to like some secret area? You never know with this game. But no, I hear ya. Yeah, the Sega, oh shoot. The Sega, what's it called? CD and all that is very chunky, so I hear you.
Yes.
You need the Neptune. Get the Neptune.
Oh my gosh. Actually, that doesn't even fix the issue. That's for the 32X, not the CD.
Get it anyway.
Did you actually hear about that? You can get a Neptune. Somebody made like a shell. You can buy shells for it, and there's this really complicated modding process. But you can actually make a Neptune that works.
So you have to have some speed or you don't roll, and that's what happened right there. I pressed right, but like I guess I wasn't moving fast enough, so he didn't roll like I wanted him to. So we just walked right into the lava. So sorry, if you could please repeat that. Oh yeah, you can. So they made you can actually make a Neptune. Somebody made a shell for it that you can buy, and you have to do this like really complicated modding process where you like take apart a 32X. But yeah, you can actually make a Neptune, and it works, which is pretty cool. But does it have to have two power cables? That's the question.
No. Luckily, no. Also, that's been fixed, too. There's a company that makes one power supply that plugs into all three of them, and it works fine.
That is cool. I have something like that for the Famicom and the disk system, where it's like, it's a block, and then it has like two cords coming out of it, one for each.
The disc system is so funny. I really think it's so funny to think that there was a time, like, it's really funny to think that because video games came out around the same time as, like, VCRs did, before the Famicom, people only had TV on their TV.
People only had TV so, like, on their TV?
No, but I mean, like, you know, like with the NES, for a lot of people, the NES was the only other thing you were plugging into your TV. So when you had RF, there was a pass-through for the cable wire.
Yeah.
Right?
That's how it used to be. And then you have to put the channel 3, and then when you turn the game on, like it would become the game, and it'd be fuzzy as heck.
But because most people didn't have many things like plugged into their TV, most people didn't have like power strips. If you had a TV, that was the only thing plugged into the wall. So because of that, the Famicom disk system had batteries because they didn't expect people to have 3 outlets near their TV.
No, that's fair.
I think that's really interesting to think that there were people where you had your Famicom and your TV, and that's it. You couldn't plug anything else in there, so you had to use batteries. I'd really like to get a disk system. They seem really cool.
You know my stance on them. They are cool, but they are an absolute pain.
Well, there's this seller on eBay that's, I don't know if this is a good deal. It seems like a good deal. They sell them for $100.
So the reason I jumped into the lava was because I saw this, and I assume it's a puzzle piece. It is. You got to be really quick.
They sell them for $100, and they come with brand new belts.
That's fair.
So that seems
sometimes the heads too need to be cleaned. What about the head? Do they do anything to that?
Yeah,
that can become
like
corroded and rusted and stuff too. And then the discs.
Yeah,
Don't even get me started on the discs. They start losing their magnetization.
Well, also,
they get like one speck of dust in it because there's no dust cover on them.
And also,
hey!
Most of the time, if you
Thank you, Christian!
If you buy a game oh, nice. Also, isn't it true that if you buy a game, it might just have a different game on it?
Well, that's the thing, is that, oh my god, like, you have to be really fast for that.
You
can take your disc to the disc writer and get it rewritten. So there's no guarantee that what it says on the disc is what's on it, if it works at all.
Yeah, because that was the whole appeal, is that they were cheaper than cartridges. So most people.
I translated the manga. Don't tell me you haven't read my manga that I translated. That's like I didn't write it.
Oh,
it's on my website.
Okay, I've never. I need to check that out. I've never heard.
Higsby.net. Check it now.
I
think it's still up. I think I renewed my hosting. Hopefully.
I remember you complimented my game room tour because I had Pokemon Wii Mystery Dungeon.
Yeah, remember those days? Funny days. Oh,
that's. I mean, I think that's really cool that you worked on that. I appreciate anything Pokemon. Thank you.
Thank you. And Starfy, don't forget Starfy, that Nintendo just dumps on the eShop one day without even telling me. At least they gave us a warning for Wario.
Yeah, you know, I need to download those translations because I didn't think that a game like Starfy would really require that much reading, but honestly, it does.
They never shut up.
Well, it's not only that; it's just sometimes they tell you something and then you have to do it. So like, there's a part where you go. And,
are you gonna literally like talk about the first thing the game asks you to do?
It's like no, I know it's like the second level. I don't. It's early on. It's like unless you know, it's just like here's Mo and he's spouting in Japanese and then it just sends you back. I don't know what that means.
He's just spouting.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, I remember the part where he spouts in Japanese. That was a classic part. My God.
Well, as somebody who doesn't speak Japanese, it looks like here's a bunch of gibberish and then I can't continue on with the level and I don't know why.
For shame.
Okay. Yeah, I know, but I love the DS
game.
Everyone. I definitely need to go back and play the other 4 because the one we got is great. Okay,
so I can go down here, give it a little. Oh. Christian on the YouTube side as well. Thank you. Look at Diddy jazzing out. Starfy no Densetsu. I still like the Staffy name. Yes.
You can tell that Christian hasn't been on YouTube in a while because I used my 10-month member message like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, come on, DK, come on, you can do it. Like, there's no way to get good speed in this game. I'm sorry, but Christian, get your ears ready. DK's a freaking tank in this game compared to the Super Nintendo ones. I don't care what anyone says.
Just like Kirby.
Exactly.
Something Kirby. Something. I just realized. Spent all those points and I haven't even sent one gray Kirby. Everybody spam their gray Kirby's in the chat. Is it just for me? I forgot how it works. No, I think it's for everyone.
No, it wasn't high enough. No. I thought it was gonna, like, that was the end, but it actually stopped moving. All right, well, we got them all. This is it. Thank you, everyone. This has been so much fun tonight. The next level is the last level. Then you can all go to bed. I appreciate you.
Everybody, all the Twitch on the Twitch side, please spam some gray Kirby's in the chat for my 400 channel points that I used.
I do not understand this modifying an emote thing. I don't get it. Like, what is the appeal of that?
Christian, that is one tank opinion that I will actually agree with. Okay, boost sucks.
I just choked with the way sad times. You're new. That's every time. Max, how often do I choke?
Sonic, so much. I'm surprised you haven't died yet in real life from how often you choke.
That's grim.
Just kidding. Wrong kind of joking.
Christian doesn't have 20,000
Another
coins.
one.
He doesn't.
What the heck?
I don't believe
I have so
believe
many
you,
points.
Christian. There's no way you're just dumping the points on that. No, it's all. I thank me, Gordon. We appreciate it. Thank you. Great to have you. But you'll learn. You'll learn. All right, everyone.
So
you ready for the last level? The Golden Temple.
You know,
So the original Wii version had one level that you unlocked after getting all the orbs from the other 8 worlds. And my guess is that this is that level. Just they put it at the end of this world instead of it being like one thing.
Also speaking of games people claim are bad, I really enjoyed your PowerPoint presentation.
Which one was that?
Yooka-Laylee.
Oh, at the beginning of the last part of Yooka-Laylee. And no one, man, that was the biggest disaster of like my YouTube career, was that freaking video. And then I opened up the chat at the end, hoping for some wholesome Yooka-Laylee stories, and look what happened. So we don't talk about that.
Look, Andrew, I'm sorry, I want to play it. Okay, tell you, I'll play Yooka-Laylee if you play Saints Row 2022. Here's the deal. No, but like I will say it wasn't bad, but it did kind of feel like some high school student having to give a presentation.
It just shows how far I've come. I used to hate doing that.
I actually remember I enjoyed doing presentations because just like my game room tour, anything that's an excuse for me to ramble about something I care about is fun.
No! Please tell me it comes back. Please. Please. Please.
Is this the Donkey Kong Fever Dream banana level? What is this?
Oh, here I go.
Do you really think all those bananas will give you something? Are there puzzle pieces in this level?
Of course there are. And I mean, you know that. Oh, look at that underneath.
So Andrew, you're gonna play Tropical Freeze before. Which one are you gonna play next? Tropical Freeze or Impossible Lair?
No, we're doing Tropical Freeze next, because I can't go from this into Tropical Freeze or into Impossible Lair, because that's all we'll talk about is how it's better than this. But if we play Tropical Freeze, then I think it'll be a better point of comparison.
But then I'm gonna have to miss all your streams.
What? Oh, really? You don't want to see it?
I really don't.
Are you worried about spoilers? I can't talk. I can't talk because I don't like spoilers.
That's right.
Either, so.
Okay, to be fair, I'm not mad at what you said, because Metal Gear has like one of the most convoluted plots. I would not want to ruin it. I told you before, I will not ruin any of it for you. I want you to enjoy it the same way I did.
Okay, thanks.
I want you to get the full enjoyment.
There we go.
I can't wait if you want to. I can't wait for you to experience the full. I can't wait for you to experience the full Metal Gear journey, and you have to play your first PS4 game. Or are you gonna play the really bad I would stop after 4.
Didn't Kojima like leave after 4? So as far as I'm concerned, it's not real.
No. He did 5. It's just he got fired after 5 was done.
He got fired after. What is it with all these Inafune and all that? I mean, I think Inafune actually is left.
Kojima didn't do anything wrong like all the other people. Konami just sucks. That's all.
Super Tombro points out that we got Donkey Kong Jr. music going on here. Pulling out all the stops. Is Impossible Lair good? I love it. So before we played Donkey Kong Country Returns, I 100%ed the original Yooka-Laylee and said I would do Impossible Lair after. But then this came out and screwed up everything. So now we're going to play this and then Tropical Freeze starting next Thursday and then Impossible Lair after that. So if you don't mind spoilers of not playing it yourself, you'll get to see how it is, and I love it. So
I can't wait. And you said that like half of the games you have queued up for Rare Thursday just depend on if they get added to Switch Online or not.
Well, because I think that's a good way to play them. And, after that, then we have the land games, which I always said I would play and happen to come out at, the absolute worst possible time. And in terms of what's coming up after Mario Galaxy 2, we're doing Super Luigi U. Because I'm taking care of all the official Mario games that I haven't actually beaten. Because I feel like it's time to get those done.
And then so that means that if Pokemon Red and Blue get added to Switch Online, then we're gonna have Pokemon Wednesday.
Pokemon Poo's Day.
Me and Andrew are gonna play through the entirety of Pokemon Red and Blue. We're gonna have a dual stream set up 2 gameplay windows, right? Like versus.
I already
like
played
classic
through
versus.
Pokemon Red on my channel.
Do it again for me.
No.
That's okay. I'll do any of them. Let's hope that they go all the way out and they add all of them. That'd be nice.
Yeah,
Like
all of them?
3
Like up to
generations.
what?
Up to, I guess I would. Well, most people are saying up to Fire Red and Leaf Green. So Gen 1 through 3.
Fennec
right?
says, "Am I going to use all of the characters?" Oh my god! Look at the chat. All of the characters in what? Like
In Tropical Freeze.
oh, like yeah. I
No,
mean,
he
there are some
hates
characters you
easy
have to
mode.
use
He's
for
not
certain
gonna use-
things.
But you're probably not going to use all the characters because that would require you to play easy mode. So
Oh, Funky?
yeah. Unless you play the Wii U
I don't know
version,
anything
you
about
don't
Funky
have to-
mode.
Well, all I know is Funky. I'm assuming
I don't think that
Funky
touched me.
mode. I thought Funky mode. I'm assuming it seems similar to like Super Kong, like it's the easy mode. Maybe I'm wrong, but Funky strikes me as like the golden Tanuki suit or something like that, right? That's my
seems
guess.
to be what's going on. Yeah. All right, let's get serious in this level.
Jess says, Max, are you more of a Nintendo fan or a PlayStation fan? You know, I don't know. Do I come off as liking PlayStation more? I guess you could argue that 3 of my top 5 favorite franchises are not Nintendo franchises. But I don't know. I feel like I'm more of a Nintendo guy. I just, you know, I expand my horizons. I don't stick to one console. I enjoy everything.
Okay, we gotta get up there, I'm sure.
No, but I was gonna say if you did play Metal Gear Solid 5, it'd be really funny if you played the really bad previous gen version just to spite not using the PS4.
All right, never have to get that again. Just despite not using the PS. I mean, I again, if I played Metal Gear, I'd probably stop after 4. It seems like that's where the
5?
series was supposed to stop.
Well, I mean, not really, because 5 is a prequel, but then again, 3 was also a prequel, so it's not like, oh, the timeline was so straightforward until 5. They've done prequels before. I mean, you know, there's a few things like cutscenes that are missing from like I think Kojima said that he didn't get to do everything he wanted to do because of that, but it's still a very good game. I think you should play it. You know, one thing I really like about Metal Gear Solid 5 that I think you will appreciate as somebody who likes difficult video games. It has adaptive difficulty, which means you can't just cheese the game. So, like for example, let's say you keep headshotting enemies, right? After a while, enemies will start wearing helmets, so you can't headshot them.
That's so dumb.
I love that. I think that's awesome. I think it keeps it on your toes, so you can't just find one really cheap strategy and abuse it for the entire game. I love that. Yeah, no, okay, nobody talk about Metal Gear in the chat. Don't talk about the plot. Leave it out. Andrew does not want to be
I'm not
spoiled.
looking at the chat. It's up to you now. I don't know why you decided that talking about Metal Gear so much would be a good idea.
I'm sorry.
Considering that was
I
definitely
forgot.
going to happen.
You're right. No more Metal Gear talk. Just the point is, don't skip 5. 5 is good.
All right, in like 2046, when I finally get to the Metal Gear series, I'll let you know.
You won't turn on your PS4 until after the battery dies, and then you'll be able to use it anyway. Also, speaking of that, Andrew, I really just letting you know, one of these days, like sooner rather than later, please go on your PS4 just to update it.
Why? Like I bet the old dashboard. It's like the blades. It's like probably 10 times better than whatever junk they got going now.
No, it's mostly the same.
Oh
The reason is because I don't know if you know this. The PS3 and the PS4 both have I forget the term. Something to do with an internal battery.
Oh.
I forget exactly what it's called, but basically on PS3 and PS4, if that battery dies, then there's no way for the console to check the internal date, and it will basically just stop functioning. Like games won't even work on it.
That's a pretty big flaw.
But here's the thing: they released an update for the PS4 that fixes that. So I'm just saying that I would recommend updating your PS4 just to be safe for the future.
The gear's made out of metal. Fair enough, real.
I forget exactly what the battery's called.
All right,
I'll have to.
there we go.
You probably know what I'm talking about, but yeah, I would just say like. Also, by the way,
As a guy who
up,
still doesn't have new batteries in his Wiimote, I have no clue what you're talking about. Also, I like
CMOS battery.
Christian
Yes, that's
confirmed
right.
that we got like an extra 2 hours out of the Wiimote last week because I didn't change the batteries when I was told to. So
Thank you, Super Tom brother. It's called a CMOS battery. Yes. But also, by the way, I know you were worried.
Where
about
did
this.
that come
looked
from?
It up.
What's that,
I
Matt?
was looking this up. You don't have to worry about your PS4 exploding. It has it's actually because it uses like a generic barrel plug. The power supply is internal, and it actually does auto detect what region it's in, and so you can plug it into your American.
That's actually really
or
cool.
Canadian outlet. Yeah.
But then it wouldn't be
Every
sealed
PlayStation-
anymore. It wouldn't be original in mint condition. You know, I have a Game Boy Advance that's never been opened, but the problem is it comes with 2 AA batteries, so those things are probably destroying the insides right now. I don't know what to do. Max, what would you do if you had a sealed Game Boy Advance with 2 AA batteries in there?
Well,
2 25-year-old AA batteries.
I would leave it sealed.
There you go.
Because with the Game Boy Advance, you have like 50 Game Boy Advances. But with the PS4, that's like your most modern console. I think you should open that.
What was that? What the crap, says Christian. All right,
Yeah,
everyone, here we go.
they did fix the CMOS issue, but theoretically, if you buy a PS4 that's never been opened in like 2050, then you'll probably be screwed.
Diego
But, so I
says
think-
that it's dead. Have a funeral for it. So see, it's retro gaming, man. Didn't have to worry about freaking, oh, the battery on my NES is dead. And people say modern gaming's the way to go.
It's no different than Pokemon. I'm sure if you open, I mean, I don't know why anyone.
Oh,
would, but if you
don't
open
do.
this-
You're about to pull. What's that guy's name? I don't know. We need Hack and Quack in here to remind me what his name
No, I'm
is.
just saying that if you bought a sealed copy of Pokemon Red and Blue and you opened it right now, the battery would probably be dead.
No, you're doing it. You're doing a spawn wave. I can't stand that when people are like,
I
oh
don't
yeah,
even-
all the batteries in old games are definitely dead. I made a video about old batteries
I'm talking
and how
about
like
Pokemon
nothing's dead except for
specifically, I
Gen
know.
2 Pokemon.
I know. I'm talking about only. I know. Obviously, I know that. I agree with you. Remember, I played Kirby's Adventure. I bought it on the Famicom, and I was like surprised that it's still saved. And you told me about.
Yeah, it was all those
that. I believe you.
freaking YouTubers who would make you think that the batteries died in like 1908.
Also, by the way, I love the fact that Kirby's Adventure has a pink cartridge. That's great. That makes it better than the NES version.
It has what?
It has a pink cartridge on Famicom.
Oh, of course. Well, I mean, the Famicom's awesome.
I love
all
that.
the color cartridges.
I love the
cool
colors.
Yeah, I
Yes.
agree. I can agree with that. And like like some cartridges have different shapes too. My goodness.
You sent your video about Mega Man earlier today with the gold, and I was wondering, do you have any of those gold cartridges? Do you have the gold Punch-Out one?
So the first
That's another
video
one
I
that's-
ever saw from Spawnwave was one where he like bought stuff from GameStop, and some of the things that he bought were old Pokemon games, and then he made a comment about how the batteries are definitely dead by now, and it's one of my biggest pet peeves when people just claim that old game batteries are dead, as if like it's just like almost 100% chance that that's true, when meanwhile almost all old game batteries still work to this day. So I just can't stand that people spread that, lie.
Yeah.
So that was my very first impression of him. It's like many years ago.
To be honest, I don't like him either. So
Okay, I didn't say I
definitely
didn't
not
like
copy
him, but I
something.
didn't intend for this to become a thing like that. But that's just a pet
No
peeve
more.
of mine.
No,
And he's
no,
not the
no,
only
no
person who's done
negativity.
it.
Andrew 2 is not here. This is a positive only stream.
Oh, man. Oh, the special Sunsoft and Namco games game cases. So there were some games that aren't all that special, but they still had gold cartridges anyway. Like Dragon Buster had gold, Super Xevious, and your favorite Star Wars, where Darth Vader turns into a scorpion that I still don't have.
Yes, yes. I love that.
I really
that's
need
the
to get
funniest
that.
thing ever. It's so funny.
I've just been waiting for one that's actually decent condition. It doesn't look like it's been used as a
I'm
frisbee.
pretty sure it's. I don't know what the original. Okay, I don't know if it's like a reskin. I'm guessing it's like a Wu-Tang kind of situation where the original game that it's a reskin of never came out, right? Or is there just another
Oh,
Famicom game that's identical to Star Wars?
No, it's its own original thing.
But I mean, like, the reason why there's a scorpion is because it's a reskin of another game.
Kind of like how Conan is just that history in the making or whatever.
Have you heard about do you know about the Wu-Tang thing? That one's pretty interesting.
I don't.
So there is a PS1 fighting game called Thrill Kill, and it was so violent that it never actually got released. It got canceled. You know, it's like, you know, like Manhunt. Like, it was rated adult, right? Like, so violent for the time. And basically, because they had this fighting game that's completely finished and they couldn't release it, they reskinned it to be a game based on the rap group, the Wu-Tang Clan.
Weird.
And it came with a PS1 controller that's in the shape of their logo, and it's like the most unwieldy, horrible PS1 controller ever.
Come on, Andrew, focus, says Jess. Yes. See, Max, we gotta put our whatever it is aside, and we gotta...
Yes.
I'm so sick of these spearheads, though. I can't stand them. I'm not even paying attention to, like, what's happening over there, and then there's suddenly a spearhead comes from nowhere.
Let me read the chat.
All right, thank you. This is the winning run, everyone. Read everyone's congratulations and goodbyes as we wrap up.
Brady asked, they're making a remaster of Metal Gear Solid 3. Yes, they are. I'm really excited for that. It looks really good. What are your thoughts? I haven't played Metal Gear Rising. I need to. It looks really great. I just haven't yet. I guess that's another game that I was kind of afraid of because everyone says it's difficult. But after playing Donkey Kong, I have a newfound confidence. Okay, Andrew?
Don't ever believe when someone says a game is difficult.
Yes, thank you. Although I'm still bad at Mega Man. That hasn't changed.
I mean, just because you haven't really tried yet, right?
I want to, yes. Yeah, when I get to Mega Man on the GameCube list and I get to play the apparent horrible version, I'll see how I feel.
On the Game Boy?
On the GameCube.
On the GameCube. Why is it horrible? The anniversary. I mean, it's not great. You're doing yourself a disservice by not playing the originals.
Look, man, as long as it doesn't run poorly, like if it's just the music.
Just play network transmission. It's great.
I will. I want to play all of them. Every GameCube game. I'm like you, but with a good console. Just kidding.
Yeah, you're gonna be the one missing out when there's no Star Force on the GameCube.
Oh my gosh, I will not be missing out at all. I'm pretty sure that the GameCube has like very, very few shoot 'em ups, and the one that it does is like considered one of the best shoot 'em ups ever.
There's like Ikaruga, and I think there's one called like Chaos Force. I've never.
Yeah, everybody talks about I'm not pronouncing it the cool way like you are, but everyone talks about Ikaruga all the time. Everybody says it's really good.
Was the Mega Man X collection any good? Yeah, it was fine. I think the music had looping problems where like there'd be like 5 seconds of quiet and then the song would start again, so it could have done better there.
The only reason why I'm kind of looking forward to those collections is because I have the really nice Game Boy player controller, so I'm going to use that because that'll make it better. Because I can imagine how horrible 2D Mega Man would be with the GameCube D-pad.
I bought that adapter so I can plug an NES controller into my...
Oh, I guess I could do that too.
But like, it's still, I can't stand that B would be jumped. That's a crime.
Yeah, but I'm saying I really like the GameCube
What?
controller.
Like that's not my fault. That's the worst protection ever.
I really like the Game Boy player controller because it's like an SNES controller.
So you have the OG, it's the expensive one?
No, I have the remake because there's companies that make them now. So it was like $20, but it's still really good. It's kind of like the Hori mini pad. Like, because these are so popular controllers, companies make new ones now.
That Spearhead... Oh, that's an enemy. The Spearhead definitely has a bad hitbox. It's definitely wider than the Spearhead
I saw that. Do you have an original one? Do you have one at all?
I do. Many years ago, we're talking... Okay, so that all of a sudden, the conversation that I was supposed to continue like 2 hours ago, I'll answer for you.
Oh, what did I ask? I forgot what I asked.
Probably like it was like 2010.
Oh yeah, the boxes. I remember now.
I like how you remember. Very
That's
good.
why I didn't ask it again.
In 2010, I was just about to leave a retro game store on a trip in the U.S., probably somewhere around Texas. Texas had some of the best game stores I'd ever been to back in the day.
I want to go out there. I want to go out to, yeah.
And I was just at the cash about to pay, and like they had some controllers just like on a rack. and I just like quickly skimmed it before I paid. And I had never seen that controller before, so like, oh, this is neat. And it was only $10 back then, so I just bought it.
Gosh.
And then years later, it's like, oh, this is this like really rare sought-after thing. Crazy.
Do you have the other one? Do you have the Super Game Boy controller?
Well, what I'm talking, Super Game Boy. So I'm talking about the.
Yeah, the one for GameCube. I'm saying Hori also made one back in the SNES era. That's a controller for the Super Nintendo that looks and feels like a Game Boy.
I've never seen that. That sounds cool.
And a Game Boy A and B buttons, and it's meant for the Super Game Boy. And it even has like, I'm pretty sure it has some like shortcut buttons for palettes or something. It's really cool. So yeah, so you have one. That's really, I think they're really nice. I think they're awesome. I even like the remake. And then yeah, I guess you didn't answer. Where did you get all those? Did you get all those cool boxes at thrift stores?
The majority of boxes used to come. So can I stand on this? Okay, used to come from thrift stores back in the day. Yes, you used to be able to find anything at thrift stores.
I still find good stuff, but you saw it's like every once in a while. It's not like constant, like you do, or you used to, I guess. I think there's still stuff to be found. I don't like people that are like, oh, they're just completely horrible now. I still go to thrift stores at least twice a week, and I find stuff every once in a while. It's definitely more of a commitment though than it used to be. But I don't know. I think that's part of the fun, you know. I think part of the fun of collecting is the hunt.
No. I mean, of course it was.
You saw probably the best thing I've ever found at a thrift store was I found Metroid Prime Trilogy for $8.
That's really good.
That's like $100 game.
All right, Max.
And then my other best find was like the same week, funny enough, and it's not video game related, but
I pressed the button.
You know when you go to a thrift store, they'll have like the cart of like new stuff that they're bringing out.
Yes.
You see your
Did you raid the cart before they brought it out?
Yeah. So I was at a Savers in Albuquerque, and I was just about to leave, and the cart came out. And here's what's crazy. Somebody donated like basically a complete collection of every single Beatles album on CD. And the reason why that's so awesome is, as you know, the Beatles are still very popular. So those CDs are still like $20+ if you want to buy them new now. And because it was at a thrift store, they were each only $3. So I got like a whole bunch of like basically mint condition Beatles CDs, and on top of that, they were the better versions because they were from like the late 90s or early 2000s. Because now you probably know this. Nowadays, when you buy a CD, it's in like a cheap paper sleeve because they don't care.
We're done.
We are?
We're done. I better jump on this before something stupid happens.
But you know now when you buy a CD, it's in like a cheap paper sleeve. They don't even give you like jewel cases anymore.
That's the end of that chapter.
You know what I'm talking about.
We win!
Nice
He's done, says Diego. Thank you.
Good job, Andrew.
We got a mirror, so now we got to play the whole game in reverse.
Is that actually what that's for?
You can now play any level in mirror mode. In this mode, Donkey Kong does not receive any help from his pal Diddy Kong and cannot use inventory items. And to make it even more challenging, he has one less heart. Good luck.
So it's basically the amount of health he had in the original game.
No, because that would be... I think it means you only get one. We'll go check it out. But you can bet I'm never going to freaking actually do it.
You only get one hit in the original game if you don't have Diddy. Technically.
Oh, sorry. You're saying the original Super Nintendo, not like the Wii version. Gotcha.
No.
But no, I know all about what you're talking about. You know, CDs coming in cardboard cases and stuff.
Yeah,
the Jaguar was like that.
Yeah, so this was awesome because not only was it every album, which again are still really expensive now, but also it was like the late 90s, early 2000s versions that actually came in nice jewel cases. So I was very happy to find that and so now I have like every single Beatles album on CD. That's pretty cool.
Nice.
And they were like mint condition too, which was awesome.
So here you go. It's actually backwards. You got Gnock, Classic Nintendo character. So yeah, it goes from
Nook.
right to left. I might have checked this out for like 30 seconds the first time I played it. Puzzle pieces don't come back, right? Like you don't gotta do all that again. No, so puzzle pieces stay collected.
Do they stay collected in time trials?
So yeah, time trials I don't think require you to collect anything. Kong
But I was gonna
letters,
say,
I doubt they matter.
It would be horrible if you had to 100% every single level and do a time trial.
But yeah, no Diddy. So like why you would replay the whole game in hard mode, I don't know. But you could if you really wanted to.
It is cool that it's backwards. That is cool.
It is interesting. Like, how hard is that to program? Is it just like a function, like replace everything in opposite as it is, or do they have to like actually put the effort into this?
What if they just mirror? Also, I like how his health is on the other side.
That's true. And all the menus
Also,
on the other side. Huh.
If he only has one heart, why even show the health at that point?
That is
if
true.
you only have one heart. Oh my gosh! Even the pause menu. Oh, that's great. I love that. That's amazing.
They didn't fix the options. It's still on top.
You know what? Would it be funny if it was on the bottom instead?
That would be great.
You know what you should do? You know what you should do since you have all that money? Because you have to have something maxed out. You should max out your lives now that you're done.
We could. Want to see what happens when you buy lives? Sure. Why the heck not?
That's what I did. So something funny is I didn't understand how the barrel works that gives you like 14 different lives.
All right, everyone, it's a backwards bonus game. It's like okay, there you go. It's like a nothing burger bonus game, but it's backwards technically. Sorry, what was that?
And because I didn't understand that if you hit the DK letter at the end of the level, you can get like up to 14 lives or whatever. Because that's what you were doing.
Oh yes.
So I actually bought a lot of lives because I didn't know you could get that many lives at once.
Super top brother. We're not going there. But thank you everyone for joining tonight. This has been really fun and oh no! I'm playing like I normally do where I can just tank a hit because DK's a tank. Hey, I'm shocked that considering it's a hard mode they didn't get rid of checkpoints. That's usually like the go-to hard mode, thing. No checkpoints.
This kind of reminds me of was that
hello Shaw
NES?
Reese. Welcome. We're just you're joining here as we're just wrapping up our complete playthrough of DKC Returns minus mirror mode and minus time trials, but I think we all get the point.
Was that NES remix that had the thing where you could play Super Luigi Bros and it was in mirror mode?
Yes, I think it was the second one.
Yeah, that was
hello.
cool. That's what this reminds me
wow,
of.
you're just stopping by. Thank you. Thank you
Hello,
so much.
wow, raid. Nice for the raid.
How have you been this evening? Hopefully you had a good stream.
What did you play? We want to know. The last person didn't tell us.
No, that's true.
And look, guys, look, the virtual boy. Ultimate classic system. Guys, you remember
the
Wayoshi. Incredible.
Buckshot roulette. I don't even know what that is. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, hope you had a good one. We were actually just finishing up here. Can't believe the stream lasted as long as it did, but really happy everyone had fun.
I have heard of that game.
Well, no,
now
Max
that I
our
looked it
lives
up,
out.
I have heard of Buckshot Roulette. Yeah, that one looks pretty cool. I saw that.
So you can buy your balloons in groups of 7. Here you go.
Yeah.
Hey,
I don't know.
thank you, everyone.
Why 7? Like, I don't know. But also, like, lives are really cheap. I feel like 7 lives for 15 coins is pretty cheap.
He won't let you buy it if, like, you can't hold all 7 of them. But, okay, so I gotta do a 3 and then a 1. There you go.
You greedy ape!
Actually, we also gotta buy 1 Squawks just so we got the whole inventory maxed out. Yeah! And that's the game, everybody!
I really enjoyed this game. It has made me a lifelong Donkey Kong fan. Now, I said to one of the other streams, I don't know why Nintendo even bothered releasing this, because all this has done is created even more people that are going to bug them for a new Donkey Kong game every direct.
I don't get what's taken them so long. Like, if he's popular enough to have a whole theme park built of him, why can't they make a new game?
You would think that they'd want people to forget, right?
It's weird. So
You know what I mean?
so you get an icon for beating mirror mode, so you could go through the whole game again. Doing that a bunch of times, but I think we're good. And next week we'll be starting Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. So if you want to see some of that, hope you stop by.
Well, I actually got some points for the poll that was created right at the beginning of the stream.
Nice. And now I'll put the credits on while we give our closing thoughts here. Because everyone was really mad earlier that we cut the credits short. 101% everyone. Classic.
Christian's trying to claim that you didn't vote. Okay, I get it. You didn't even answer. What do you think looks better, the Switch or like the 3DS, like the nice looking 3DS, like the launch one?
What do I think of the 3DS?
Which one do you think looks nicer, the Switch or like the launch 3DS?
I mean, they're completely different consoles.
But one is like more premium
I will
looking.
admit, I understand where you're coming from, and that the Switch just sitting on the shelf looks kind of boring. But also, I don't care because as long as it plays the games is what matters. Like the fact that it has the logo on the front, but you can barely even see it, and also the fact that I feel like half the time mine is backwards because like the cables are back there and I need to get to the cables anyway. Like it is a weird thing. So
Christian is trying to claim Christian's being really salty. He's being a sore loser because I won the poll because I have more alt accounts than he does. That sounds like a skill issue, Christian, to be honest.
yeah, well, Hack and
You should
Quacken
have
has
made
more
more
alt
alt
accounts
accounts.
than all of you, so
It's true.
that was really good, everyone. Though, hope everyone enjoyed.
Oh yeah, good. Super Tom Brother says DK is Miyamoto's firstborn. You think he'd have more respect? That's true.
It's so weird.
Yeah,
like,
I
it,
feel
it feels like
I think the
Nintendo
only
has like the
reason-
weirdest relationship with DK. I don't get it.
Well, Miyamoto is so funny because people are so mean to like people. I feel kind of bad for Miyamoto because like, he like barely even does anything. But every time Nintendo makes a decision somebody doesn't like, they feel the need to like send death threats to Miyamoto. Like it's his fault. Like he's the CEO and he makes every financial decision.
Ugh.
But I feel like Miyamoto is kind of like a Walt Disney type, right? Where like he's just like DK is my baby. I want DK land.
Fair enough.
Because I remember when they announced Super Nintendo World, I had so many amazing so many things were going around in my head. There are so many amazing things they could do, and I'm honestly shocked that they picked Donkey Kong second. Like they could do so many cool things with any of their franchises. But no, Donkey Kong.
Yeah, Pokemon seems like it'd be the go-to, but then they'd have to work with like the Pokemon company and stuff, right? So
Yeah. You know what I think would be really cool? If they ever did a Zelda land, I want them to have like an on-rails ride that's like a one of those on-rails like shooter rides, like the Buzz Lightyear one at Disneyland. But I want it to be like the Nintendo Land Zelda game. That'd be really cool. I think that'd be perfect. Am I right? Like if you're shooting bows at things, shooting arrows at things,
all the
that would make a good
PTSD of the archery galleries and stuff. But I think that's where we're probably gonna wrap things up. Any closing
Link's
thoughts on
shotgun
returns?
Link's shotgun training.
Yes, Link's zapper training.
Yeah, so I bought a zapper at a thrift store that is a shotgun, and I played Link's crossbow training with it. It's really fun. Yes. Good. I really enjoyed this game. I'm glad that you did. The last world was very interesting. I'm glad I got to see it. This game has made me a lifelong Donkey Kong fan. I plan on going back and playing all of them, except for King of Swing. That one sucks.
Interesting. I'd never heard the King of Swing hate, and then there was one for like the DS too.
It's really jank. It's like you have to play the entire game with L and R. It's not. It's not.
Speaking of minecarts,
It's fine.
But thank you, everyone. That was a lot of fun. Remember, next week, Thursday, 8:30 Eastern, we're starting Tropical Freeze. Monday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, we're finished. No, probably won't completely finish, but we're almost done with all the green stars in Mario Galaxy 2. Plus, check out the Discord server for up-to-date news on what else is coming your way stream-wise. But thanks, Gorn, Jess, Wiz the Rainbow, Diego, Real, RC Shaggy, Fennec, Super Tom Brother, Christian. Of course, again, Nate Cavill.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for the. Oh, sorry, no, it was Shaw Reese with the raid, and also we had Nate posting as well. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. This has been a very, very fun stream. Thank you for having me, and everybody, be sure to obliterate that like button, subscribe, follow, other subscribe.
Brady, Real, everyone,
things.
thank you so much. And of course, Max, thank you too for hanging out for like 5 hours here.
This was great. A great time.
Take care, everyone, and have a great night.
All right.
Okay, you should be good. 1 second.